Should we just sack it off? I'm too busy. Hello and welcome to episode 100.
Hey!
Episode 100 of the Talking Wednesday podcast. We hope this episode finds you well, as always, but it's very different today. I am Dexterity Box, joined to the right of me, as always, as usual now, because it's probably not even going to be as always, because things have changed in the last 20 episodes.
I've been replaced.
Yeah, I've got Punk Chef 41. How are you doing, Punk, my friend?
I'm not too bad, thank you. I'm okay. Been a weird setting this up, let's be honest.
Yeah.
We got there, though. And again, we're doing one in person again at last because it's 2 years of the podcast and 100th episode.
2 years? Yeah.
Yeah,
2
so
years, exactly. Pretty
He's
much.
not... No, can't say that. He's not got rid of me yet, but he's trying to with a certain Jack.
Yeah, and speaking of, the man is here with us today, Jack, in person.
In person.
Welcome.
It's really weird to not have the whole delay on Discord or OBS or whatever else is. To be honest, I keep quivering a little bit and I get a little bit of like anxiety every time you look me in the eye, and I don't know why. I don't know what it is. It's the thing of like you're not a screen anymore.
No, I'm
You're
not.
an actual
Right
right
person. And
Yeah.
Today.
Yeah, we're first time we've actually met.
yes,
Yeah.
it is.
So
It is.
There's that.
The-
But yeah, welcome.
Thank you.
Jack is more of a permanent fixture on the podcast nowadays. And also on microphone, but not on camera, we've got, for episode 100 special,
Simple.
we said it'd
Soph.
happen. It was Simple
So-
Simple
Whoever did say that, shout out to you because that was.
It was
hilarious.
a typo that
it
just
was
became a thing. And you,
It
yeah,
was a
welcome.
hilarious typo.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello, Soph. Welcome.
Hello.
You're on the
Oh.
podcast.
I am.
You finally got a microphone.
I have
Yeah.
got a microphone.
You twisted his arm at last.
Yeah. Well, this is all I get. So
Soph probably won't like talk too much on the football stuff, but she'll probably interject with a sass line to just put us all back down to earth as we get the highs in this podcast at a certain point. Yeah, she'll probably remind us of something to make us all just.
I do remember when we did the 52, when we did that, there was a bit where we would look at her and you started giggling because we knew she was about to say something, she couldn't.
Well, that was the thing. We had Soph running the audio on the podcast last time, but we kept talking to her, and you couldn't hear what she was saying because we'd not mic'd you
We've
up,
not mic'd
basically.
up, have we?
So now for this one, we didn't want to make that same mistake twice. So now you've got a microphone in case you say anything remotely funny.
well, thank you.
You'll notice at the start of this podcast, there wasn't an intro. That's because there is a brand new intro for the Talking Wednesday podcast, and we're going to roll it right now.
Wow.
But yes, I've just shown you the new intro for the first time as well. It's not like all bells and whistles, but it's just something with a little bit more identity for the podcast going forward. As you can see, we have remade the owl. The owl that Sophie had for 52 episodes that she first designed for us is now going to be our retro owl. So if we ever do retro theme things, that is going to be the retro owl. So it will live on. This new owl has been done for us by Goose Creative. Now, Lee over there has, we're going to give him many shout outs over the next few months for this work because he's basically created us a great looking owl for the Talking Wednesday podcast using our brief going forward. So we will be shouting him out. He's got over 20 years of graphic design experience. So if you ever need a project, Lee, like we have got here, Lee is the man for it, I would definitely say, because he's
done mine as well.
Yeah, he's given us all the assets to be able for me to be able to drag that into animation, use it across pretty much everything Talking Wednesday, and then that one owl I've been able to turn into absolutely all sorts. So he's been able to give us a great platform there.
And he's really easy to work with. If you tell him what you want and how you want it, he'll give you lots of designs and he'll input back to you. And if there's something you don't want, you've not got that kind of thing where you get somewhere like, this is what I've got and that's it. He really wants to make it pop. And the even nice thing, he's a listener. So he's listened for a long time.
Well, no, yeah, Lee reached out a little while ago, and then I saw what he did for your work.
Yeah.
We already had the owl, and we were kind of going on with it. We weren't due a rebrand, but then I sort of like I got to the year, and you know, we're 2 years now. I thought let's change it up a little bit for episode 100. So I reached out to him, and he's got experience with large businesses, small businesses, different industries, that sort of thing. You can definitely utilize him if you think you've got a project for him. So if you do need a designer, his socials are at Goose Creative, at Goose_Creative, apologies, on Twitter, Goose Creative _design on Instagram, or you can reach him by email at goosecreativedesign@outlook.com, or he's even got a website, goosecreativedesign.com.
Yep.
So you need a design, go to Lee, and a big thank you, Lee, because I'm sure you'll be watching episode 100. Thank you for setting us up for episode 100 and beyond with
And it
all of
also
our
depends
channels.
on what part of the world he's in, because he's currently travelling.
He is travelling, but
He actually went all the way to New Zealand just to go to Sheffield and Rotherham.
I think the fantastic thing about that is he's living the life, and he's traveling and still being able to do
He's
work
doing
and
the
things like
nomad
that.
thing. He's doing the nomad creative life, which I love, but it's so hard to get right.
Leave us a review on podcast services, as Owls Neil did 26 days ago. Sorry we missed it, but hey, you get it read out in episode 100. He says the following, leaves us 5-star over on Podchaser, and says, my weekly Wednesday fix of news and opinions. Great banter from the lads, and keep up the great work. We're all Wednesday, aren't we? That we are, Neil. Thank you very much. And look, we might have been negligent on reading it out, but we have brought it back for episode 100. So there we go. Thank you very much, Neil.
Cheers, mate.
One thing that is going to be a thing for this episode, this week, I'm basically going to... I've got a couple of thumbnail designs for the podcast going forward, because we had the standardized podcast thumbnail for so long. I'm now going to put it to a vote, basically. So it'll go out on the Twitter, it'll go out on the YouTube of what. There'll be about 3 options. I've got 2 so far. I think me and Soph are going to have a look at being able to collate a third, and then we would let the audience basically decide which they like the most for the podcast going forward. So there's a couple of options. Jack, if you want to try and creep over here again, I will show you a couple of them. So like we've got this. These are the ones I've come up with so far. So we've got this one. This is my probably front runner right now. I like that. It's just reminds me of Sons of Anarchy for some reason.
Yes, it does
But
actually,
that sort of, that sort of vibe. And then we've got the more traditional sort of, you've got the owl in full flight there, but
the other one would look really good on the back of a hoodie.
Yeah, well, that's that might be something that happens at some point. We will see. But yes, thank you, Jack. Sorry, we won't make you stand up and sit down much more. However, Jack will have a big part to play in one little thing that we have started doing. So the first venture into Talking Wednesday merch, I said I didn't want to do it unless I could do it properly. So we're starting small. I don't want it to be cheap. I don't want it to be something that you get and you're like, oh, I don't want to spend money on this, So we're starting with something that you're not really going to have to spend money on, and that is stickers.
Yeah.
Okay. So if we could just bring that to the camera. So if you could just bring that right up to the lens. That is our first design of this focus is amazing. Block me out. There we go. The first design of Talking Wednesday sticker here. We've got this one. But also, because I'm a massive nerd, right? Limited edition stickers.
Limited edition.
Limited runs. So we are going to do these seasonal. And these are going to be available for members of the channel. We have got our winter edition sticker that will be going out. So members of the channel and also people on giveaways on Twitter and things like that and little competitions will be able to get like a nice little sticker pack of a couple of stickers just to stick around. So I'll have that back. Jake, thank you very much. So yeah, we will be doing our winter sticker giveaway very shortly. And let's... I will possibly, just for a thank you for 100 episodes, if members of this channel would like to get in touch with me with your address...
Hi, I'm a member.
Yeah, you are.
Do you need to get his address?
No, I think we're all right. Yeah. I will basically provide you all. If you've been a member so far, you can all have one of the limited edition stickers going forward. We've done a run of, I believe, 50 of these, so 50 stickers, and that's the lot of the winter ones.
And also, if you do put them at like ground, please just send a picture on Twitter and just tag us.
Tweet at Talking Wed. Speaking of which, if you're not a follower of our Twitter account, which we're definitely trying to grow exponentially from this point, go and follow us over there, because yours truly tweets a lot from it, as does the owner of the podcast, Mr. Dexterity Box.
I'm not
And,
allowed on the Twitter because I can't
Yes.
spell.
This is-
He's got access to
yeah.
Twitter.
Sadly, he's dyslexic. So
Yeah. It's. Have you refocused all of that? Are we
Yes,
all
I
back
have.
in focus?
yes,
Yeah.
it is. Yes.
We're looking pretty. Well, miracles don't always happen, do they? But yeah,
Well, you are Jesus, so you can make it work.
so many. I learned how probably offensive that is to people, though, because there is some people who
yes.
take religion
boy.
quite
Yeah.
seriously. Not one of those people, but I'm respectful to other people.
Yeah.
There's also going to be a community calling. We've got a couple of people that are in the Discord that they're going to join in later into this podcast. We're going to start the majority of the podcast pretty much as a normal podcast because people will tune in and just want the news. So we don't want that to be completely different from before. We'll talk about something topical, but we also want this podcast to be one that people can come back to and go, oh, that was episode 100. So after that, you'd be able to skip over the current news and you've got a podcast that is timeless, so to speak, because it's a little bit more general later into the podcast. So let's get the...
Also, let's just make a really big point here. Jack last time was a call-in.
Yeah.
I was
now
a
he's a
call-in.
permanent member of the team.
Yeah, it's true.
You could if you dream big, you can make it. I guess with all the sappy slogan stuff.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah. However,
Oh,
we
this
will
is so
try
surreal.
not to have this is probably not going to happen today, but we'll try not to have a big heartfelt moment on
Of
every
course.
single
Yeah.
podcast.
Of course. Absolutely.
Where we all go, oh, now I'm really sad.
Oh,
Keep
man.
it light. For some reason, Jack has moved completely, but that's fine. I'll fix that in the edit. There we go. Pull the microphone up. There we go. Fantastic. Much better. Right. Let's get into this week's news at the time of recording
Before
this
we
podcast.
start, let's do tradition. How's your week been?
Busy.
No.
Who would have guessed?
Yep. Well, it's been busy, you know. It's what day are we
He
on?
says he's been busy, and then he can't actually think about what he's been busy with.
You know, you get to a point where life just blends into one
Yeah.
one task of
I
many
don't think that's
tasks.
January though, because we're all just waiting till the end of January when we've all got money again. Because you're just waiting for the like everyone's skint in January. I don't know a single person who got cash at the minute because they're overspent. And I had someone the other day when I was walking up with my little one to walk about. He said, "You got a £5 I could lend?" I was like, "No, who got a £5 you can lend?"
No, it's always quite. I didn't spend as much on Christmas that I usually do.
It was-
but it's.
Everything's
I'm,
gone up
see,
there.
I'm doing the
doing the
mothering, I'm
thing,
moving the
yeah.
podcast mic. I didn't spend this much this year because I just.
But again, everything's gone up.
Well, yeah, it's like trying to move everything up with Soph. We spent a lot on getting set up. So this next year or so, we're going to have to be sort of like between places. So we just needed to make sure we were set up in both places nicely. So a lot of that kind of went into there, and there was no need for spending ridiculously.
Yeah.
Also, they'd not brought out like children's cardboard that I really wanted for Christmas, so I didn't end up spending my entire bank balance on it. But yeah, there was not. It was just the traditional you've got to buy for these people. But once that was done, it wasn't too bad this year. I mean, last year I went a bit stupid and like I was like, "Soph, do you want an Xbox?" So you know what I mean. Basically, because also it's nice because then she can play the Xbox and I can play my Xbox, and then
We
Game
don't have to
football.
speak to each other.
we don't have to. Yeah, fantastic.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
it's always nice we do that.
Yeah.
I remember one of the first places we had 2 tellies, the big CRT tellies, and we had 2 PlayStations set up, but we just didn't talk to each other. It was lovely. Now she wants to talk to me. It's annoying.
It's unfortunate.
See, it took one Christmas to get Sophie an Xbox, but it's taken 100 episodes of this podcast to get her on here.
Yeah.
So it's priorities, you know?
Somebody's threatened.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, there would be. You'd just take over the. You don't. She's like. She doesn't even really like football,
No.
but she's been so ingrained in this. She
Yeah,
could
yeah.
probably tell you more than most.
I do
football fans.
like when you say stories. Says, you never win when you're on, guy, do you?
No, right. Soph learned a lot about football when Wednesday played West Brom, and I was at her house, and it was that match where Pelopessi should have just cut his
Oh
nanny
yeah,
off.
yeah, yeah.
And she was like, oh, well, it was 83 minutes and we were 2-0 up. And she was like, well, I think you've won now. And I was like,
Why have you
Don't
said that?
say that. And then West Brom went on to score 2.
And then we went and did a Wednesday.
Yeah, exactly.
Was that the same game where Tom Lees was backing up that much? He might as well have ended up at the tram stop at the top of Hillsborough
Well,
Park.
it was that one where Pelopessi had a challenge where you just need to just take the man out
yeah.
to stop him scoring, and he didn't.
He missed it.
Yeah,
Pelopessi, what a throwback.
I know.
Could do a job.
Right, let's go into the news because then we can talk random rubbish for the rest of the podcast. So, Sheffield Wednesday this week played Wickham. See, this is my weeks of blending into one here. You boys were very, very active on the Twitter, which is what I like to see. Unfortunately, I was working during this one, which was unfortunate. But I'm going
to keep you busy,
which is the good thing though, because usually today is the day that I do the catch up, so I watch all the matches back and I do the analysis and things like that ready for the podcast. I can't do that because we're doing the podcast today. So you two take it away, and then I will use my bare knowledge of what I managed to clip up in this morning to go for it. But you two have been on it. So Jack, do you want to start us off today?
I would say the housery. I can't say the first part of that statement because it would get demonetization occurring on this channel. But the housery that this team showed was hilarious. We out-houseried the team known in this league for their housery. Yep. And Stockdale wasn't even in the squad.
Which annoy me, to be fair. Because I still wanted him to come on at half time.
Can you imagine it would have been such a banter move to have Stockdale come on at half time just to then, go down and waste however long when he'd collected the ball. He was there. Oh.
He was there.
Yeah.
He did travel with the squad. I think the nice thing about this game is, though, we didn't... First 7 minutes, they had a lot of pressure and they were getting at us, but we're defensively solid now. Even without Mark McGuinness being gone, Iorfa properly stepped up. The only issue you've got with Iorfa is he's still made out of glass. He worries you every time he goes down, like Huck used to. Yeah. Whenever Huck went down, you're like, oh, how long is he going to be out for? But the way we controlled it and just got it, and let's be honest, Will Vokes' goal was a stunner.
Oh, my word.
I have seen it, yeah.
To be fair, for Will Vokes, if you think about what we picked him up for, we picked him up for nothing. He was disheartened with football, and he now seems like he's back in love with it. I always forget he's a Scouser, though, when he talks. I forget he's a Scouser.
Officially he's Welsh.
He's officially Welsh, but he's got that Scout.
There's a lot of overlap there, though. Like, I lived in Liverpool for a few years, and there's so much overlap between Wales and, like, general Merseyside area. So, there's that side of it.
Controversial statement that I'll throw out, by the way. He's effectively the sort of player that Alman Abdi should have been when he signed back in the day.
Yeah.
He's fulfilling that role to me.
Yeah, because to be honest, when we signed him, I thought there's not going to be too many goals in there, sort of thing. He's going to just sort of like be more of a solid sort of. Yeah. Maybe we're trying to fill that Pelopessi gap, but he's not really been that sort of player for us, has he? No. He has turned into more of what you're saying. Yeah. So.
But let's talk about the two big things on this game, because there were two big things. Bayer went down injured.
Yeah.
Originally, people were worried like might have broke his foot or something like that. He's only cut his foot, so it's probably not going to be that long out. But whenever he does something where it's his foot, with what he's had issue with in the past, you worry. Like, how long is he going to be out with? Because, I've said it on the podcast before, we can have a team with no Bannon and have a Byers, and we can have a team with no Bayer but a Bannon. We can't have a team with neither one of them in, because we miss something. As soon as he went off at half time, the second half, we missed that person pressing forward. And Josh Windass tried to play that role, but he was more the winger. And then the other one, right near the end, with James going down. Now, James has looked like it was a knee, but I think I've heard it's an ankle issue. Now, if it's an ankle issue, you hope it's not ligament, because if it's ligament, he's done.
Yeah.
We were saying, who was that? Was it you I was talking to last week on the podcast about it was. Yeah. It was like wingbacks and fullbacks being a position that we need to really make sure that we bring in this window, because it's who we're linked with mainly, wingbacks. And then one of them going down, the one that we were talking about signing.
And Jack Hunt played this game, and he had a good game, actually. I think the thing with this game was, last season, the one thing we were really bad at not seeing games out. We crumble the moment they got pressure. I don't know what Darren Moore's done, but there's something about this team at the minute that is just like, if we not get knocked down and somebody scores against us, we're just going to go 2 or 3 against you. There's something about this team that's a lot better. And Patterson, again, had a really good game. And this shows you how vital Patterson is. Patterson is this season's new Hugh. If we lose him, but if we lose him, we're going to miss that person who like runs at people and
exactly.
The thing after the game as well, because Josh Windass did an Instagram live.
Oh yeah,
all
right, that was good.
With Liam Palmer.
Yeah,
and Pato was like show bars, show buyers, show Wilkes and stuff. And then they said show Patterson, and Patterson said grown men on Instagram Live. Wow.
Yeah, it was that.
Grown men doing an Instagram Live. Grow up.
You were there?
I was in it.
Yeah, you were in it.
I was in it. I was typing things.
I've lost my train of thought. I was going to say Patterson. Yeah, I was driving back from work, and there was when I do have to work on a Saturday. It's the good thing is I usually finish in the time to hear like praise and grumble on the way back. And when I was hearing everybody like praising Patterson, I was like, what?
What weird dimension have I got into?
This fan base has like been like, oh, we don't need him. This there's been a lot of people in the comments and we've been talking about it like, oh, we need to have ambitions above him. But I think a lot of our fan base still don't look in the now.
No.
Right. And it is the older generation of our fan base who have seen it. I think we take this from a slightly younger perspective podcast and an old man next to me. But like we've got the knowledge that the heights of Wednesday for us have been recent 2000s, mid 2010s Wednesday, you know, when we nearly got back into the Premier League. So our ambitions, we can see the realistic side of the fact that no, we are in League One, and a player like Patterson with his versatility, when we're talking about needing a replacement for him, that is one of the biggest things, needing to keep hold of your players that are versatile. Yeah. When you've seen in windows where we've tried to like bridge the gaps of players and make those decisions wrong. I saw some people saying, oh, you can bring anyone in to replace Patterson. That's not true though, is it?
No.
Because the thing is, you don't know how they're going to perform at Wednesday. Theoretically, yes, you can bring somebody in who you might think could do a job or even improve the side. But Patterson, while he's in form, he's probably invaluable to us at the minute when we're talking about how many injuries we're going down with. Because you know what's really funny? Because his versatility, you could probably play him
centre back.
Or
wing back.
Yeah.
The thing is, what people are not realising is, we're not giving players contracts at the minute, and I think that's because we want to know what league we're in before we offer someone a contract and stuff. But for somebody like Patterson and Gregory, they've already all said they want to stay. Yeah. Like Pato is building a house in Sheffield. You don't build a house if you're not going to put roots down. And the thing is, Patterson also wants to stay, like fishing in the Don. He just gets his fishing gear out of his stuff and go to the Don. It's really funny.
Did he do that seriously though? Did he was he just doing it for a laugh?
No, he seriously put his fishing gear to the training ground and went for do a spot of fishing. He loves his fishing. And the thing is,
didn't one of the players go with him?
Yeah.
Was it Stocko or was
it was something like Stockdale,
Yeah.
But the thing is, what people always remember, I always love it when people talk about Patterson. They go, "Oh, he's like 35." No, he's like 28.
He's 28. He's in his prime. He's literally in his prime years now.
Blokes who got great.
Yeah,
he's worth more than the 400k report that like Hearts want to pay for him. So
100%.
Me personally, like you bring him, just give him a year, or he'd probably want a bit more. He'd probably want to commit, but like even if you give it a 28-year-old a 2-year deal, as long as it's not ridiculous, because he's not on ridiculous wages. Because this is something that you brought.
Jordan Rhodes.
Seeing it. Seeing it all over Twitter. Because I obviously man the Twitter account and stuff. You just see it all the time where they're on championship wages. Where are you getting this information from? Yeah. Nobody's reporting it. When you actually look at the sort of like the books, the financial reports that have to come out legally once a year, this isn't. Sorry, I'm just so.
No, carry on.
I'm so frustrated that I keep cutting out my.
Because I used to do this all the time, but then I got to a point where I was so busy that I started. When you started getting like the social media battering for going on rants, I was like, I'm just gonna talk for a while and not do it.
You toned it down, and
I toned it down, but now you've brought it back. People are like, "Where's this been for a while?" So I'm just like, we might as well do it.
It's just so infuriating seeing all these people spread such misinformation that. They probably say it because they know that it'll get likes and it'll get whatever the hell else. and
You
it's
actually
so
look at-
untrue. There's so many players that have come out. Barry Bannon came out on on another like news podcast in an
Well, he came out
interview.
on Twitter.
He came out on the TV show that Alan Biggs, Sheffield TV or something.
Yeah.
Sheffield
He-
Live.
yeah, Sheffield Live, and he came out on there and he was like, "I wish I was on that amount." And they all took pay cuts. Matt Brown, football typer on Twitter, replied to the thread of that I
you
did,
actually look
saying
at
they all
the
had the pay
players-
cuts when they got relegated. It isn't a chat. Where are people saying this?
The thing is,
Oh.
the fan base, our fan base are very, very good at being like, they're on this much money, cool with
Yes.
Sheffield Wednesday.
Yes.
And you get the usual thing from other teams in League One going, oh, they must be on this, and this, when they're not. Like, you actually, classic example is Palmer. Palmer's got like 4 different businesses, and he's a businessman. Stockdale have got lots of businesses and stuff. The thing is, there's a generation of our footballers now who are not doing the usual let's just spend or I'll live off what I make because they know it doesn't last. They've seen so many players go through that whole thing. And the thing is, when you actually look at what our wage thing is, it'll be interesting to see what it is this year, because I think this year will be the third season in League One.
So
won't
the
it?
books that get published this year are
last year was our relegation.
Yeah. So
Yes.
that's why it was so high, because it was the big COVID bill, as well as the relegation team's wages, and you had like Adam Reach in there, you had Jordan Rhodes in there, all of these players on massive contracts, and they all got released. And then obviously this year's
West Brom, by the way.
Yeah, they don't want him.
Oh, right.
They don't want him. There's the thing is with when we always talk about the accounts every single year.
Yeah.
And obviously there's a bit of drama around that. The last time we've done the video, it's been a big drama topic. So you could say that obviously we're sometimes fueling the flames of that.
Yeah.
But we are talking about the past.
Yeah.
And the one thing we said in our last video when we talked about the accounts when we were on that podcast is we were stressing the fact that this is going to get better.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because you can see where
the gradual
Mhm.
bit where it's getting better. Like you brought it up recently when we were speaking offline. We're using the heat lamps on the pitch because the LED lights are saving us money.
Like loads of people had a go at me for being so pro-environmental, right?
Yeah,
As
I
a
remember
geography
that.
graduate. Loads of people
were
in
you
the comment.
a geography graduate?
Well, yes. Are you a musician? But yeah, loads of people were having a go at me for being all like, yes, this is a good thing, being environmentally friendly with the LED floodlights. Well, they're saving us that much money that we've been able to have the UV lamps all over the pitch again. That when we didn't have all of those in place, we couldn't afford to keep running them. And we're getting,
Wow, that's the level.
you know, like all these little behind the scenes changes are all adding up to have a much more financially sustainable thing, which the chairman wants the club to be a Brentford model sustainability thing. So how people can't then understand all of these
Actually, it
different
just
layers.
reminded me of a tweet.
right?
There was a tweet
Okay.
that came out during the game when James and Bayer went down. This is the training ground fault.
Yes.
It's all the training ground fault. Like, the training ground is 200 miles
Yes.
away.
They're in High Wycombe. The training ground is 200 miles north of that.
You need
How
to.
it-
I think what you need to what a lot of people need to realize is when we've talked about these contracts and we've talked about money, is we've mentioned the fact that we've not really had it since our 40 grand a week earners have gone. I'm so interested to see what happens when these accounts come out and we see what you'll see what the drops were. This will be a accurate representation, these next accounts, of where Sheffield Wednesday are, and you'll see the likes of Bannon's pay cut. You'll see the likes of the players that have dropped to a certain point. Players will have signed relegation clauses. That's what Matt was saying. You know, he was saying that there is
There'll be
relegation
a
clauses in those
reduction of a certain
contracts.
percentage, yeah.
And what we've done, what I really like is you think about Luongo, you think about Mendes Lang, you think about these players that wanted more. You could tell, like Mendes Lang specifically, he came on the 6 months and he was like, well, I've shown what I can do now. I want more. And in my opinion, you showed nothing, mate. You didn't track back for a goal that cost us promotion. But you don't, and he obviously was quite
Vocal
about that. I actually see that as a thing of our club learning even more. And
It's even like with the Luongo thing, with all turning around saying you're released, and he's like, am I? Like, we're giving you a deadline, you've not done it. And the thing is, I'm so happy that the club isn't like holding players like to say, we'll wait on you. We're going to go on our terms, not yours, because we've been a club that have been on other players' terms and waiting for them, and we've missed out on stuff. And I don't think Darren Moore takes full lightly. It's like, if you want to be here, be here. If you don't want to be here, I'll move on to other targets.
Yeah, exactly. Let's do the League One review really quickly. MK Dons 0, Lincoln City 0, Exeter City 1, Forest Green 1, Bolton 3, Portsmouth 0.
Kieran Lee got loads of praise for that game, by the way.
He did, but you
Bless
and me
him,
with
but-
that predictions episode with Portsmouth.
Oh boy.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
They're in big trouble.
They started so well,
They
and on
did,
paper,
and then-
like I was like,
Yeah,
oh yeah,
we
we've
know
got
they
this
started
right.
well. It was 3-3 at the start of the
Yeah.
season.
Well, it was when we did the predictions, I was like, they are dark horses, and they
Yeah.
should be, and we had every right to think that.
Yeah.
And then they've done a Plymouth.
And then they've,
Cambridge United Morecambe's been postponed. Burton 0, Shrewsbury 4. Ipswich 1,
It was
Plymouth
a good
1.
game for us.
This was massive. So Ipswich 1, Plymouth 1. When I actually saw that Ipswich were winning, I was kind of going, yeah, that's great, because it brings Plymouth down. And if we're going for the title, that's brilliant. But the best result for us
Was
would
a
be a
draw.
late
Yeah.
equaliser from Plymouth like they did.
Wait, that's what they do this season though as well.
Yeah.
If you haven't noticed, they have so many late goals. And the thing is, a lot of people are still talking about the Ipswich Plymouth thing. Say, look, they're signing players. I'm not that bothered because I know this recruitment style was down.
I'm slightly more concerned than you are, I think, on that, because I understand we've got that recruitment strategy and bringing in the right players, but with our players dropping like flies, I want to get in there while targets are still
But
readily
when have we
available.
ever been early on targets in January?
Yes, but we also need to get promoted this season. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when we're talking about mistakes of the past,
That is one.
we've started
That's
to
a
fix
big-
it.
yeah.
We've started to fix it in summer. This summer was fantastic. How early we were starting making signings. We were bringing people in at the end of their contracts, getting ready to go. We were football manager in this.
Yes.
Right. But
Not
this,
Chelsea style though.
no.
I know you don't really want to upset the dynamic a little bit, but we need to start looking if like Fizz and that are going to leave. Do we bring in another central midfielder, maybe a young one to bring up through the ranks and have that? Because obviously Alex Hunt's gone and that we don't have that there, so to speak. Striker's priority for me, that sort of thing. We'll talk about all that later, but we'll carry on with the League One review. So Accrington Stanley 2, Bristol Rovers 0, Fleetwood 1. The document's reversed. Amazing. I'm on aeroplane controls. Fleetwood 1, Oxford United 2.
Late winner for Oxford.
And I didn't even know. Look at him, Statman
I
Jake. Sheffield Wednesday 1, Wickham 0. That's a really good result for us.
Yeah.
I really like what Gareth Haynes. I wouldn't talk about this. Gareth Haynes was interview after the.
Yeah, didn't he say we were
He
like,
flat out said we've played against the champions of the league this
and
year.
but he didn't moan.
that
Do
game.
you know, he didn't do the thing
Yeah.
with managers going, "Oh, I think we deserve better than that" sort of thing. They
Yeah, but
got
do you think
lucky
Gareth
here,
Davis
sort
does
of
that
thing.
though? He doesn't. He's normally quite honest.
I think he came out and he was just honest about what it was. It was a case of he actually went, I hope they respect us for the way they play. We played and we tried to, because to be honest, because we got the goal and we sat on it for once.
Yeah.
They
It was
had
weird to
come at
outdo
us.
Wickham.
Yeah.
It was really odd watching that game and then going, we've outdone Wickham. How have we done this?
Charlton 2, Barnsley 0. Oh dear.
That is 3 on the bounce that I think Barnsley's now lost,
Oh dear.
which is good.
It's a dark day to be a dingle, eh?
Cheltenham 2, Derby 3. You will learn when you get your first online barrage at you, Jack. Which is why we probably do need to put you in the Twitter bio that you're managing the Twitter account most of the time, so people don't clip us out thinking it was you. Thinking it was us. Right, so where does that leave the League One table? Plymouth Argyle are still at the top with 58 points, but 27 played. Sheffield Wednesday, second on 55 points with a game in hand.
Yeah.
Win that game in hand, we could technically be top of the table.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ipswich Town have also got 26 played, but they're on 51 points. So there's a 4-point gap between us and Ipswich.
Right. But
Just got to keep putting points on the board.
goal difference.
Yes, the goal difference is important because Sheffield Wednesday have 8 above Plymouth and 6 above Ipswich. We've got 28 goal difference.
Didn't
The
I
best in the
think
league.
that's-
Well, there was a big discussion as well,
Yeah.
though, that we're not being clinical enough.
Yeah.
And yet we've suddenly...
There was
And we've
also
suddenly-
there was also another stat, like I think it was something like with how we're playing. It's like when we had that Plymouth game which we lost, we got into a different mode of going, right, we're not concentrating on anyone else, we're concentrating on, and that's what we did badly last season.
Yes.
We were always looking over our shoulders.
Yep.
And I think Darren Moore gone, stop that.
Focus
I've
on
had
our own
enough.
game. Yeah.
Right. Let's get into the news.
let's get right into the news. Sorry. Oh, dear God.
I'm going to send you home in a minute.
People have said that I look like the guy who does that a
Yeah.
few times, all right? So that's just...
Yeah, I nearly thought about for episode 100 giving you guys introductions, but then we probably would have started the podcast off in bits because I was just going to be cruel to you both. And yours would have involved the paper round.
To be fair, I had an idea of like doing like the whole Guy Fawkes, like bringing him onto the green.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, well...
But if anyone did the Sam Allardyce, I'll have a number 2. And
Oh, yeah, the fish and chip shop thing.
It's just 'cause what I was going to say. I was like, you could cancel me for what I was going to do originally.
Oh, dear.
probably.
Oh, dear. That's a conversation for off air, isn't it?
Yeah. So, we're linked with Matty Pollock.
Yes.
And this is not a load of Pollocks. This is actual truth.
Yeah,
Yeah.
indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
But
I hope the algorithm doesn't mishear that.
yeah.
It's from the Football League World,
Yes.
Football League World. With all the stuff that's going on with McGuinness, we'll talk about that later. And,
Mark.
and Patterson, there's an opinion piece that Sheffield Wednesday loan switch could prove fantastic move for the Watford player. Apparently, we are interested. Watford have said he really needs to gain some English Football League experience and is looking to send him out online.
I think he came from Grimsby.
Yeah, it's just an easy way of saying I need this player out, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Really.
Yeah.
He's a 21-year-old. He is a position that we would need as a centre back, and play. We definitely need a centre back.
Yeah.
21 is at that age where you're looking to bring someone through.
Same age as McGuinness.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Could it be like for like? Could it be?
Yeah. I think the McGuinness loan actually helps us because we've shown what we can do to a player who needs football. And Wednesday's always been well known to be in the club. You send them to Wednesday, you get them improved. Granted, we'll talk about it later about what's been said by the Nottingham Forest manager. But the thing is, I think this is a smart move for us because if we can bring in another 21-year-old for like the rest of the season, I think it makes sense. But you look at how well we played yesterday. It's very difficult at the minute for you to justify bringing a player in to Darren Moore at time because of how well we're playing. But we also know it's Sheffield Wednesday fans. We know what the injury situation has.
Well, I don't see the problem in. We need a couple of centre backs now.
Right? Yeah, we do.
Because as you were saying earlier, Iorfa can sometimes be made of glass. I will say it's lovely to see Iorfa getting back to the levels that we
looks
know
really,
he can do.
really intimidated by the Sheffield Wednesday fans singing it.
Yeah.
Oh, bless him. He looked like he was begging for that train to turn up.
Yeah,
He was
I
going,
think
"Help,
it's-
I don't know how to deal with this.
I think it's Tom who's got that. I've never met Tom a couple of times. I've definitely met him once. I was in the park, and when I saw that, I was like, it's got a very viral tweet now. It's got over like 1,000 likes. But Dom just looks so uncomfortable.
Well, then you look at Volks and
so uncomfortable.
But like,
just getting involved.
Volks looks a bit uncomfortable, but to the point where he's like, "Yeah, I'll join in with him. Go on
Yeah.
then." And he bounced as well to "If you don't effing bounce."
Yeah, he
And I love
did.
that.
He did do that.
He was bouncing
yeah.
away, loving
I
it.
was just like, oh mate.
I
just
feel
felt
sorry
that-
for Dom. He just looked.
Yeah,
But
he looked-
like I said to you, I look like they've gone down the wrong way from the team
Yeah.
and gone, oh.
Oh no! Oh
And the Wednesday fans have gone, players!
Yeah.
We're drunk!
Yeah, no, because I follow Tom. I saw him replying to some people, which I don't think really got lost in the reason I mentioned that thing about Tom is because I saw his tweets after that you wouldn't see when you see the viral
Yeah.
tweet, and he did say stuff like Iorfa actually like originally he felt really you could tell, but then he started getting into it and sort of thing after that. So he
comes across quite a quiet player though.
yeah.
Behind the scenes.
It's just that original clip. He just looks really really uncomfortable.
I might bring up a point though as well. He was obviously in the squad that got relegated, and maybe he was used to getting a lot of torrents of negativity
not one of
from
the ones that
when he
was
encountered
really on
fans.
social media,
And so, and so maybe he then thought, I don't
If you
know,
actually
there
look at-
might have been a lot of anxiety that was still going to happen,
If you look at the
potentially,
Wednesday squad in a
and
whole,
so it was a shock to then get all this positivity and singing along with them. And
but if you actually look at the Wednesday squad as a whole, there's not many of
Oh,
them
yeah.
on social media. They're all actually, most of them on Instagram. A lot of them stay off Twitter because it's Twitter.
other than of course the queen of Twitter.
No, he's off.
He's off.
He's off. He's not on Twitter anymore.
You don't know Windass came off Twitter and you're on
Windass
Twitter.
came
You're on main Twitter.
I did not know that. Well, what can I say? I I tweet and then
he came
I
off
let it do
Twitter,
its
but
thing.
now he
but
seems to be doing a lot of Instagram. 'Cause I think Instagram, you can be a lot more.
expressive.
No, you can be more choosy who sees what.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's a bit easier for him.
Mm.
But yeah, I think bringing in another centre back will be super.
What are you thinking, James? What's that little grin appearing on your face? What are you thinking?
He's got an all right FIFA card for a 21-year-old, which means he wouldn't be bad in a career mode. He's got he's a 65 rated silver centre back.
Oh,
Pace is shocking. 54,
that's the case for a lot of centre backs on that game,
54
though.
pace, 23 shooting, 42 passing, 45 dribbling, 64 defending,
That's
and 77
physical.
fill. Yeah,
But George
77
Byers is still a
physical's not bad.
66, and look how well he's doing. So it's true that FIFA don't really pay attention
I
to.
didn't mention it actually. The Windass card. A lot of people are using it
I'll
in
leave,
competitive
shall I?
play. Yeah.
Because of what's on that.
Oh, 96 pace.
96. Jake says Windass doesn't have pace.
I still think that was like the first
Yeah.
episode we ever did in
Yeah.
this podcast.
It is. No.
It is.
Because I was like, I don't really want to contradict you on your first sort of like, you're really trying to get into
But
doing
you
a pod.
did.
You'd never done a podcast sort of thing properly. And
Yeah.
like, I was bringing you on and you were like, oh yeah, I'm really going to go for Windass. And I was just sat there like,
Did you really just say
I
that?
don't think that's true, Jake.
Didn't that episode come out right as there was that QPR away game when it was still no crowds in and everything, and he was just blistering past the QPR defenders,
You know
and he
what?
scored
I
2.
absolutely loved the season with no fan because I could hear everything.
Oh, yeah.
And I loved the QPR game when Barry Bannon's
Oh,
having a go
Lord.
at Joe Wilder.
Yeah.
And you just hear the Gotham go, I've had enough. I'm going home.
But yeah, anyway, Matty Pollock.
I'm going home.
Matty Pollock. I'd have him just
Yes.
at Wednesday just to.
And I don't
Just
think
a
it would be a
bolster the
colour thing.
ranks.
I think it would be.
Yeah, he
like
would
that.
be challenging start.
Yeah.
He would be challenging the start. Right. Yes, a little bit more about Callum Patterson. We don't need to talk about it too much. I
Finally
think,
spoken.
yeah, they've basically they've come up with the offers, and
I think they put 3 offers in so far,
it's not worth it.
and it's not worth
I
it.
think the idea we're getting from Darren Moore is that it's not what we want, so it's probably not going to
I'm
happen.
starting to think that. I was starting to thinking about giving players contracts as well.
Yeah.
Because it's starting. I think if every time there's an interview, he's getting asked about contracts, he must be in the back of his head. I need to start getting these.
You've
jobs.
got this fine balance though now. We are pushing for the top of the
Mm.
league, right?
Yeah.
You do tend to, not with every player, and I don't think this would be the same for Patterson, right? By the way. But you give a player a contract
and they drop off.
and there's that drop
Yeah.
off. There is
Yeah.
that initial drop off before they find some sort of motivation again. It probably is a good idea to keep people in
On the
that
toes
limbo
with the
side.
Yeah.
Um,
You know why I want to give Patterson a contract and we go up? The photographs when he was at Cardiff of him being absolutely smashed
hammered.
with
Yeah.
stuff in his hand. I just want a Wednesday version of
Yeah.
that, like the Lee Bullen, the iconic
Oh,
Lee Bullen
yeah.
picture.
yeah. I know this sounds really like probably bad, and I talk about entitlement in the fan base and stuff, but like getting promoted out of League One again isn't going to make me feel like it used to.
I want a
I don't-
title.
I don't think.
I don't think
the
yeah.
title would be different.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Because I've never seen Wednesday win a
No.
title. So that's why, like, getting promoted, yeah, wicked. We're back to where we should be.
It wouldn't
at
hit the
least.
same as 2012.
No.
I don't
You know-
think this. If we go up second, it won't.
No,
thing-
be
the
the
thing
same.
that was
that-
different because the
that-
way
yes.
it
yeah,
happened.
with the way it
yes.
happened and who it was we beat to it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I think the thing is, though, that will have that influx of fans on the pitch again. And again, we've just seen Iorfa look really worried when he's got a lot of little fan base. What's he going to be like when there's a pit full of us?
When there's a tsunami of people running onto the pitch.
Yeah, it's
And
the thing is,
Please remain in your seats.
yeah.
this is an announcement to the crowd. We ask that people remain in their seats so that players can do a victory lap.
Can all fans please return to seats?
I think there's a-
it's just genuinely like, and he just keeps saying it. He keeps
Yeah.
saying it. It's like, it's
Nobody
not happening,
listens.
mate.
It's not happening. Oh,
I think for
Yeah, sorry,
me,
Jake.
it's that whole situation where he got to, in my brain, he got to go up top because he said that's what we're aiming for.
yeah.
And the problem is, Darren Moore has done a little bit of a chance here and put a time scale on it.
Mhm.
And I think you want that time scale, but you don't. Because if you put a time scale on something, it doesn't happen. You're at risk of going,
Yep.
ah.
Mm-hmm.
And that's we all know what the aim is. It's promotion.
Yes.
You speak to most clubs in that league who are the big clubs, so your Derbys, your Portsmouths, Barnsley.
You probably got to say Ipswich just
Ipswich,
to not get pelters.
Yeah, but you look at those kind of clubs, the
If we
clubs who have
must.
been up there in the Championship in the past.
Jack,
Look, the amount of grief they always give us whenever they beat us, like they've literally
Jack will reply to you on Twitter.
Yes,
It'll probably
I
be a
will.
funny meme.
They've literally got a commemoration thing up for drawing with Sheffield Wednesday for stealing the ball from Bailey Peacock Farrell. They're commemorating it permanently on the side of their stadium, and it was a 1-1 draw.
We've done
Need I
so
say
well
anymore?
for 2
Need
years.
I say anymore?
You know when you say you want more people on?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just we tried to keep it sort of like I don't care anymore, to be honest. Let's do it. Let's just
We have tried to keep it so we don't
we
rub
don't
people up the
basically.
wrong way.
Yes.
We wanted the level of controversy to a point where like there's a debate and
There's a
opinion.
debate.
It's Jack's just really good at doing the stuff that's going to bait very
Yeah.
specific parts of fan bases. Anyway, let's talk about some sadness, shall we?
Yeah.
It's not Jack's love life this time. It's
Thanks. Oh.
He's been working on that since we've been sat in
I
the car.
I can tell that's been brewing for quite some time.
When are you signing up for Hinge for 69
well,
pounds?
you've already said the you were calling me an old man all last night because
Good-
of
yes, good
Instagram
point,
Live, so I
actually.
had to get you back at some
And
point.
to be fair, you called up both old men on your solo episode.
I did.
Bear in mind, technically, like you're like only we're 4 years apart.
Yeah.
And we're 5 years apart.
Yeah.
You're old. So some sadness about Mark McGuinness going back. This is the sack the manager,
Yes! The man who wanted him back.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
and he didn't play, and he's not registered because there's
Nope.
something about
Basically, FIFA haven't. So the EFL have
Lifted
lifted
it.
it. FIFA, on the other hand, haven't.
Because FIFA,
So-
this is the first time this sort of thing has happened, and FIFA themselves will want to make an example of this. They will not want to let clubs know if this situation ever happens again that they can get off lightly with not fulfilling their
so
agreement.
now what's happening is
So-
the worry that I was worried about last season, right? Part of me now is if he's not coming back anyway, he's just going to train with him.
Yeah.
I also find that weird because technically,
Yeah.
are we still paying his wages?
That's a good question, actually.
Technically, we are because he's technically not been recalled yet.
If he's not
Yeah.
been re-registered with
Cardiff.
with Cardiff because FIFA aren't allowing it, are we technically still paying his wages? Because he should be back at Wednesday right now.
Yep.
If that's the case, Chancery lawyers, please.
Yep.
Yeah. It's also a case of I think the bloke speaks really well.
Yeah.
I think he's got a great personality for footballers because it's not always.
So somebody who's
You've seen a few
21.
footballers on podcasts or interviews, like but like he seems to have a good head on his shoulders. He seems like a great potential, and I kind of want him to go and play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Because if you think about it from I was going to say an England perspective,
The
doesn't he
problem-
represent?
he's Ireland.
he
He's
represents
He's
Ireland.
Irish,
But
yeah.
isn't he?
He's from London.
Isn't he
I'm pretty sure he's
eligible
from.
for both?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just
He
saying.
speaks with a southern accent.
If
so-
any player for a centre back that could develop at that age that could get if Harry Maguire
Right. Let's,
got into the England squad,
let's just remember what we've done here, though.
Mark,
fallen
don't make
in
your
love.
decision yet. Hang on, is he making opinions? Carry on.
Again, with a centre back on loan. This is the thing. We do this all the time. Why can't we just get this centre back position sorted and buy someone?
To be honest as well, I was going to even say when we go up, not to shoot ourselves in the foot if we don't,
Yeah, I
but
forgot he was
when
back.
we go up, as again, this is another thing that's been annoying me is that people have got out of thin air that Chancery doesn't have any money and we
Who?
can't spend any money. That Chancery.
Chancery.
The Chancery doesn't have any money. And
Wow,
that
you're in the room with me for one day and you already start talking like me. Well done.
it's because my dad always used to say Chancery, but because Chancery. So it was just ingrained on me from him, all right? So, Chancery, there's this thing that everybody keeps saying, just like with the championship wages, that he's got no money to spend and that we're skint, that we're more skint than we were under Mr. Mandarich. And where is this coming from? He's loaded. The man is like...
He got Wednesday at the wrong point.
Yes.
If you got when the time QPR got and they went on their massive spending spree, it'd be a different story.
But again, we can afford to buy Mark McGuinness in the summer. Should we go up?
We can and we can't.
In League One, no, because, budgeting EFL.
But
reasons,
we can and we can't, though, because we've already shown how good he is.
Yes.
This is the problem. We've made a player so good, so they could go, hey, you've made him really good. You know how we wanted 1.5 million? Well, we want 3.5
or 3.5 or whatever, yeah.
This is the problem now, because when we get players, we have the ability to make players look good, which is great for the parent clubs.
Mm-hmm.
But then when we want to buy them, we then shoot ourselves in the foot because chances are he won't overspend anymore.
No.
He's not going to do stupid things because even if we go up to the championship, hopefully, we still need to do a massive rebuild because no one's saying that this squad right now is a championship squad. Last season, we kept some players that could have been a championship squad. This season, not.
He's in the last year of his contract next season. It
However,
runs out at 2024 summer.
What's the age that you have to pay a mandatory fee? Is that
he's
21?
fine. No, he's
eligible
23 because he's 22 now.
Oh.
So this time next year, because he was born on the 5th of January, looking at this, he will be 23, which is the age where you don't have to pay any
contracts and all that.
So if his contract runs out, basically Cardiff will need to sell him next summer.
Mm-hmm.
And
in the summer, ideally.
Cash wrapped up.
Yes. If they don't sell him this summer, they'll get a year out of him, which might be ideal because if they drop, which is likely, that he'd be good for him. So he'll probably stick around. But the safe thing to do for them for money is cash out on him in his last year in his contract. And you probably, I'd say if that happens, if it gets to summer, throw 2 million at him.
And it all depends on who they get in a manager.
If we go
Neil
up.
Warnock come back into management to them, he won't sell it.
There are rumours, isn't there,
Yeah.
that he's coming out of retirement to go back to Cardiff. That's
You know,
the
every
latest
time he comes
floating
out
around.
of his retirement, do you know why it is?
No.
His wife is annoyed at him being at home.
I know it's controversial to say, but I actually do quite like him.
Yeah, I know. It's really weird.
And I don't like the fact that I like him. But but then his whole apparently his whole family are Wednesday fans, and because of that, he chose to support United.
Yeah, that's just level.
And I do like his thing is that he doesn't want a round of applause. He wants to be booed.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that
He doesn't want Wednesday fans to clap him ever.
Can you
He
imagine
wants to
doing
be
that in
booed,
spite? But then part of the reason why United actually had a really good run of success was because of him.
Yes.
That's just...
Yeah, but Megson was the same.
It's just mental when you think about it that way. And they're looking like they're going to Premier League again. Annoyingly, they're doing it the right. If they go up again and become one of those teams,
But
we had our few years in the spotlight.
Steel City derby.
I don't really care. Because if we go up, I think we'd give him a game now.
Oh, yeah.
But you never know with a reset, and I don't want the memes again.
No.
Right, just for a while until I
the
know we'd.
Boxing Day massacre.
I've just been a bit sick.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
for the
he's-
record,
yeah.
Mark McGuinness, back on topic.
Mhm.
He has not made any senior appearances for Ireland. He's played from the under 19 and under 21 level. He's yet to make an appearance, and he was born in Slough. So, and he was
thing is,
he was born in
Sam
Slough, but he
Hutchinson.
was made at Sheffield Wednesday.
The
Right.
thing is, a lot of people.
So if we got that
didn't-
reference, one person, fantastic.
He's born in Blyth, but it was made in the Royal Navy.
A lot of.
Sorry.
Today is the podcast of completely off impressions, featuring Worker.
A lot of people didn't understand the whole having to re-register. And this is the thing that confused me because a lot of people didn't get why he had to re-register at Cardiff. And it blew my mind that people don't understand that part of football. It's like, for me, it's common knowledge. You sign for one club, you end that loan, then you have to go sign for your parent club and re-register. And I had so many people going, but he doesn't have to re-register. He's a Cardiff City player. No,
because he's not in the
he's
squad.
not in the
Squad
squad.
registration. The reason you send players out on loan is so you don't have to register him in your squad.
Exactly.
Your squad could be too big.
Yeah.
Has anyone ever played Football Manager before?
exactly.
Right? Get out of my team. You're moaning. You want football. But I can't put you in my squad because the squad's too big. Go. Anyway, please come back, Mark.
Yes, please, Mark.
They will never treat you
Please.
like we treated you. They will never love you like we loved you.
This sounds like a toxic relationship splitting up right now, doesn't it? They can never love you like I can. Go see exactly what's out there, and I know you'll be coming back to me.
Isn't that what we do every time we get a player we like?
Yeah.
To be honest, there's not been a since Jacob Murphy, there's probably not been a lone player I've really been that fussed
Yeah.
about
Is that even
keeping.
Hector?
That was the
Well,
same
that-
season.
that's
Same
season,
season.
wasn't it? Yeah.
But yeah.
No,
but
it
then
wasn't. Murphy was the season after.
Well,
Hector.
season after,
Yeah.
was he?
Mhm.
Oh, yeah, of course he was.
Yeah.
No, hang on. No.
Hector was in
No.
when Steve Bruce came in.
Was he?
Yeah.
Was he Steve
Hector
Bruce?
was.
No,
yeah.
he wasn't, because Hector was
No.
Joss.
Hector was
Yeah,
Joss.
but as in, it was that year when
No, but-
Steve Bruce was hired.
Right,
and then,
meaning January.
yes,
Where we
yes.
gave.
I'm really
Oh, no,
it was that
confused.
season that he. But
It's the season where we gave him a month off to go watch cricket.
Yeah. And then Jacob Murphy was the season where he sodded off to Newcastle in the summer.
That worked well for you, didn't
Yes.
He's done
That
it.
was-
There
that
was
was
always
the,
there was a player in there. The thing is, what's annoying is the players that want to sign. You can tell that they want to sign for Wednesday,
Mhm.
and then they just can't. And then the moment passes. Hector missed his window of signing for
Well, you
Wednesday
know when
as well.
we were talking about Gregory,
Mm.
I didn't realise we've got an option on him for a year.
Yeah.
I didn't realise that until recently. So that's
So we can
okay.
just activate it.
We
and
can
then
just
say,
activate
there
it.
we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Job done.
Same with Windass.
Right. Apparently, we were linked with Conor Ronan, but apparently, are we now pursuing him, or is this
No,
not?
it's nothing.
We're not pursuing
The
him.
same
I just wondered
journalist.
if it was a Jake typo on this story.
The same journalist turned around and said that Will Vogt was going to Derby, who can't spend any money.
Okay, so we're taking
Yeah.
this. We're taking this
Wow,
from the
I think-
72. They've been citing Yorkshire Live, and
Yeah.
that's all I can see in this. But as Jake mentioned, there might be another journalist involved on the other side, but that's not what we're specifically referencing. So, yeah, Ronan possibly would have been a good shout because he was 67 rated centre midfielder on FIFA.
There was
70
another player
72
who,
pace.
There was also, I
Terrible.
don't know if I put it in the document, there was another player called Owen Dale, who's on loan at Pompey at the minute, and he's from Blackpool, who's a winger. But he can play wing back, and there was talk about us recalling him
that's
and
a
us
very- yeah.
getting him on a permanent.
And that's a very credible
Yeah.
source as well.
Yeah.
That's what we're trying
But
to do.
with everything that's happened at Portsmouth, you don't know who they want to keep,
Yeah.
who they want to stay.
Mhm.
It's a bit of a mess.
Yeah, it's. I just think we need to up the intensity on the signings now. We need to. We need.
I think this week will be busy.
It'll be
Yeah.
They'll be doing a dexterity
The
box.
thing is,
they'll be doing a
this
James.
week-
They'll be busy.
This week,
Well done.
I've been
Real
told.
proud of yourself.
Yeah.
I've been told there's a centre back and a winger possibly coming.
Have you?
Yes.
Oh,
Jake's infamous
Jake's-
sources.
yeah, the unnamed sources.
They're just the voices he hears.
What do you think I'm doing when I'm having a seizure?
Well, communing with the transfer gods.
Yeah, we're going to leave it there for the news section of the podcast because I think that's a good place to wrap it up. We have got community calls coming up, but we have also got community topics that were wrote in for the 100th episode, and we're going to just chat randomly. So that is your weekly news section of the Talking Wednesday podcast. Now let's get into the fun bits, even though it's all fun. We are now at the community calling section of the Talking Wednesday podcast, episode 100. The first person we are going to let into the call this week is Ryan. And I'm going to unmute ourselves now so we can welcome Ryan. Ryan, welcome to the Talking Wednesday podcast, episode 100. You are here with me, Dex, obviously.
No, is that who you
Jake.
are? Oh, wow.
Jack, and Soph. You've got a little sneak preview there. There's 4 of us on this podcast. How are you, my friend?
4 of us. I am fantastic, thank you, boys. How are you lot doing?
We're doing well. We're
not
doing
too bad,
well.
doing
It's a
well.
very cold day, and we've been moving a lot of equipment in and out of places to try and make sure we can all be in the same room for this episode 100. But thank you for.
Is it a joint? You're all together?
Yeah,
We're
we're in
all
the
sat around a table.
Look
It's
at
great.
that.
we're in the same space because we can't make it work a lot.
On the
But
table.
yeah, we're on it.
Yeah.
Well, Jack, we've not give Jack the table. He started the corner.
Yeah, I'm sat in the corner.
He's in the corner just playing on
Love
Twitter.
that.
Yes.
But we have got a setup because we would like to do these sort of setups more, but and we probably could at some point, but it's just a case of being able to.
Someone's very busy.
Oh, for God's sake! Yes.
Very busy.
So
About being busy.
yeah, always, mate, always. Have you called into us before, mate?
Yeah, I was on the last one.
The
Thought you were.
Yeah.
the
Which
episode.
one was it?
n-
I can't remember which
52.
one it was.
Were you on the one where we were in person, or were you on the one where we were on StreamYard? We were on StreamYard and we had everybody in on video. The first one we did.
Video, the first one, yeah.
Yeah,
Ah.
so that was ages ago now. Then, so
I've been listening to day one.
yeah, nice
Hey.
one, man, nice one. So basically, we're going to just generally chat. We can keep the conversation flowing. It's like you're sort of like a fifth chair for us today in this section. But anything you specifically want us to start talking about, we can have a chat about.
Okay. I think the only thing I want to talk about is how much I love Darren Moore. Honestly, like he is. Honestly, I'm quite young, so I'm 23, so I've not seen a lot of
Hey,
different
so
managers.
mate, just me, mate. Yes. Oh,
But from watching Darren Moore, it's been the most entertaining football I've ever watched as a Wednesday fan. I'm enjoying it more than I'm enjoying Carlos. Obviously, different qualities. We're in League One now, and we're playing Cambridge and Forest Green, but it's the most entertaining football I've watched in my lifetime supporting Wednesday.
Yeah, it's we definitely. I think what our podcast was probably a little bit earlier than some of the other sort of Wednesday opinions in the space. Is we didn't go for Darren Moore's neck straight away. You know, when things sort of turned a little bit, because we've got a variety of ages on this podcast, but we are in the same sort of boat as you generally, as in most of our Wednesday life, pretty much all of our Wednesday life has been a level of expectation and actually seeing it how it is. And the reason, I think what's advantageous about being sort of my age, I think my first match was in 2003, that sort of 2003, 2004. So I joined Wednesday in League One, right? My first match was a 3-0 loss to Colchester. So it was only sort of up from there. Do you know what I mean? And then same sort of, when was your first match, Ryan?
So like my dad's a massive Wednesday fan, so he's been through he's been to cup games when we've won in '93, I think it were, when we won 2-1. He's been there when we've lost finals and semi-finals and stuff. So he was obsessed with getting me straight into Wednesday. So like my second item of clothing were a Wednesday kit. And all my baby pictures of me in Wednesday kit. So I think I went in like 2003, but obviously it didn't count because I have no idea. But the first remembrance is I always sit on the cop, always been a cop boy, always. But my first ever game, we went to Wednesday versus Cardiff in like 2007 or 8 or something. And we drew 0-0. And that is the first time I've ever sat in the South, and will be the only time I sit in the South. I'm sitting in the South.
To be fair, there is a level of what the older you get, the more you move away from the cop. I've noticed
Really?
that. Yeah, the level of the older you get, the more you go away from the cop, and I think it's just you graduate to the other stand.
To the other stand, I know all my friends sit T1 North, so like giving it large to away fans.
When I used to sit on the cop, because if you've been following the podcast, you probably know that I went from sitting on the cop. I was T2. And then I shouldn't have said that now. I've given away where I used to always sit. But it's a case of now I move around the ground. I sit in a different stand every game if I can, and try and sit in a different block that I haven't. Yeah, because it's when you give up the season ticket because you're not sure if you'll be working every Saturday, and you're sort of like, it's not like I've got loads of mates who I've got loads of mates in general. It's not like I've got loads of mates who just be able to jump on a Wednesday match if I just gave a season ticket out. So it's one of those where
it's one of those, it's a bit of a waste of money, isn't it?
Yeah. So it's hopefully I'll be in a position next year where I can go fully back to, season ticket and making sure I'm there every single Saturday, not just like every couple. But it's the fun thing about doing this is moving around the ground and seeing the different
different aspects. Because like I say, like I've only, from when I've actually remember games, it's been cop, and I've moved about the cop. So like when I first went with my dad, we used to sit in like the lower section where everyone sits down and stuff, and we did a couple of games. But obviously since I've grown up, I've got my job and I work in hospitality, so I'm working every Saturday basically.
Yeah, I get you, mate.
Any game, like any day I'm off, like Tuesday night games, or if I manage to somehow get a Saturday night off, straight buying the ticket straight away, printing it off at home, going. But I stand right at the top of the very cop, like right at the back, next to the band, because I don't get to do away days because I don't have a season ticket anymore, and I hate sitting down at football. So I get away standing up all game. So
no, it's not bad. You see, I'm showing my old man. I like to sit down.
Now,
yeah, I got to the stage where I was like, get down. You know, when you're in front of me and I'm just like, stop making me stand up now.
So you went proper old man in football, didn't you? I
So-
had enough of you whippersnappers at front to be able to watch the game.
Well, no, I quite like. That's why I quite like sitting lower to the front and
of
sit
course,
down. So, but yeah, I think
why.
it depends on the vibe. If I go to like a big game, so Wembley again or something, you'd want to sort of stand up and right, go for it. But let's pivot back to the original topic, because I think Jack's probably got a lot to say on this one as well, where you were talking about the Darren Moore. So what is it specifically about Darren Moore and his style that you're seeing at the minute that you're enjoying?
I love how fluid it is. So I went to Cambridge game. That was the last game I went to when we absolutely annihilated them. And I was sat there speaking because obviously there's like a lot of season ticket holders around me. So like if you go every so often, you sometimes like remember the face. And I was speaking to one of the blokes that sits next to me, and we couldn't figure out what formation we were playing because it's just how fluid we move and how like left backs cover centre backs. So you're right of your centre back, or like Will Volks will drop into the back. So your back three is your two centre backs and Will Volks and stuff like that. And it's just how attacking it is. Because like I proper got into watching Wednesday like with Carlos.
Yeah.
Like wouldn't miss a game, watching him like on my phone when I'm at work and stuff. And then obviously I've seen Gary Monk ball, the worst football I've ever seen Wednesday play. I'm sorry if everyone loves him, but I used to hate
Even
that
worse
football.
than Nios.
The only football that Gary Monk did that was nice was that 3-0 Nottingham Forest away.
I think we started really well that COVID season before it all broke off, where, you know, when Windass just did a blistering run and started like scored really early.
But so going from Gary Monk and then, if I dare say it, Yoss, to defensive, playing 7 defenders and all this, and just not enjoying watching the game, to watching Darren Moore just attack and whip it down the wing, and seeing the players have the confidence to take a man on and not look silly is like my favourite thing about the way Darren Moore. And I think the man management as well. He gets players to play for him and the club and not for themselves. What's like the most important thing, especially for a team like Sheffield Wednesday, where the fans are so vocal, to see a player love the club, it means so much more.
Yeah, I think Jack's the perfect person to sort of like chat to you a little bit about this, because you've been on the Darren Moore train quite vocally in the last couple of episodes.
Do you not agree, by the way, mate, that like some of the, obviously, like occasionally it hasn't worked, but
no,
to me sometimes it's almost seemed like the tactics are potentially a bit too good for the quality of players that we've got right now, and sometimes it seems like it would work better with, you know, should we go up? It seems to work better off in the Championship when we'll have that borderline even Premier League standard player in the team again. Like, for example, had Darren Moore right now been managing the side in 2015, 2016, potentially he could have even got more out of those players. And I just I don't know what you think. I mean, I'm just trying to like bounce ideas off you, really. But yeah,
I fully agree with you there, to be fair, because like, I mean, I'm the biggest Barry Bannon fanboy you'll ever meet, by the way. So, just to give you a heads up, but you see when Baz is in that team, Baz and Byers, right? They're probably the most. Volks is very good, but those two are the best players. They could play high in Championship without a doubt. And I feel like with them two in the team, it works wonders. But do you know when Baz had that injury and he went out of the team and we drew? Was it 0-0 against Oxford when Dawson made that save? There were nothing there because they weren't the quality of players to smash ball across or make something out of nothing. Like Byers is the first goal against Newcastle, Byers.
Yeah. Oh, that turn.
Like if it went for Byers, like that, it was out of nothing. It was, if it was a normal player, it would have gone back to centre back, blah blah blah, and played it out and whatever. But Byers did that turn, brought it forward, played it, and thingy. So I think you are correct. I feel like if Daz went to a Premier League team and had a good like amount of time with him, and he kept him up first season, he could be working wonders. I think he's honestly probably he's a very, very, very talented coach.
I think the thing with Darren Moore is when you get those team sheets out and people go, what's the formation? What I like about Darren Moore that he can make it a back 5 quite quickly and then to a back 3. So it keeps the opposition guessing what we're doing. And I think at the minute,
and the players.
Yeah, the players, yeah. And I think at the moment, we're at a situation where it's actually, it can sound really weird, but it's actually good to have Barry Bannon injured because we're learning how to play without him. which is something we've been needing to do for a while, because if we don't learn to play without him now, we need to start getting those players understanding and stepping up. And I think there's some players who are just going, right, captain's out, I'm going to step up now in the midfield.
Yeah.
Because I think that's where Volks is doing well. I think that's where Fizz on his day can do it, but Fizz is a completely different dog. We don't know where his head's at. But I'm at the position where Darren Moore is, I think we're lucky to have him, considering, because when we got him from Donny, a lot of people weren't happy that we got him because they didn't see him as a big name. You look at what he did with Doncaster and nearly got them up. And now look where Doncaster are now. I think there's a level. There's a level of understanding what his worth is, and he knows his worth. And the nice thing about Darren Moore, he doesn't overcomplicate things in terms of talking to the media. He'll go, I don't talk about transfers, or he'll go, well, I've got a load of tactics that I use. And I think we're starting to see a plan B, which is something we didn't see beforehand.
Yeah.
I feel like he's not too scared to go to that back four and put it to attack.
He didn't use it enough last season, I don't think.
I don't think we had to play for it.
Sorry?
I don't think he used it enough last season. We were crying out for a four a little bit more, because it seemed like, I know Marvin Johnson was getting a lot of stick as well. And this season, he does seem to have cracked that a little bit more.
Yeah, I feel like the main reason he didn't want to go to a back four last season is because we didn't have that left back. I feel like, personally, I feel like you could not put Marv at left back and him have a solid display. He's a very good left wing back, and he can do it. And if you when you watch the games, you see when Marvin Johnson is like defending, you always see a player just nicking behind him just in case he does get done on the attack. But I feel like with Reece James coming in, absolute baller, by the way. I really, really, really hope we do sign him, because he's probably been one of the best left backs since Pudel that I've seen play for us. And I just feel like
not Morgan Fox.
I hated
Didn't
Morgan
he
Fox.
get an assist
I
at weekend?
absolutely hated him so much.
What were you on which camp were you in with Morgan Fox? Was it like you hated him because of the way he left, or you hated him when he played for us? Because there was a lot of Wednesday fans that were either one of those.
So I disliked him when he played for us, but I hate getting on at players. So I just tried to get over it. Like with Cameron Dawson, I hated, like that season we got relegated, Dawson and Wildsmith were not great, but I never wanted to get on at him and moan about him constantly like a typical Wednesday fan. But the way he left, despised him. Absolutely, despised. He could have stayed out, just in case, until we finished the season, like New did, and some players like that. Fox was like, nah, sit a bit. And didn't sit well for me.
I won't lie, that video bangs, so we actually did it. I ended up doing all right for that with all that, because we had a lot of drama at Wednesday at that time.
We did. That season was interesting when we would message each other, me and Declan, go, right, we got to talk about this, and we look about it, and we start to get things ready to talk about, and then as we go live, like, this is broken, we had to change everything.
It was one of those things where I used to do the breakouts, and I would do the breakouts, and they'd be scheduled just so I could have like a video every 2 days or a video every day. And the news was breaking and changing so fast that all the work I'd put in just completely changed day on day. So I was getting really annoyed because I'd made all these clips and stuff. And by the time they were scheduled to go out, it had changed, because it was there was so much inconsistency and so much change going on there. But
I do kind of miss those days a little bit.
Oh, I do for engagement as well. There were some great conversations.
I was going to say, you guys might miss those days, but I don't, because it was so uncertain with the whole club. I was like, I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I think we it was a time where there was a lot to talk about, but the fact that this year there's been less to talk about, because it's been more a case of when you're moaning that we've had a 1-1 draw. And you're not
100%.
It's not like we're worried about where the club could be. Do you think? I remember Jack made a very bold statement, probably the first ever podcast we brought him on, and he said that Darren Moore is the man to take us to the Premier League.
I do remember
my
that. Yes.
pinned tweet on Twitter, right? And I will never unpin this tweet. Is his first ever interview with the club, and I'm pretty sure it was his first. It was one of his first interviews with the club, and it says, "This is the man to take us to the Premier League," and I am 100% backing it. I've got money on it with my friends. It will 100% happen. I think Darren Moore, with the backing and the correct players and how sensible he is in the transfer market, he will take us to that Premier League.
I still don't think he should have been sacked by West Brom.
100%.
Because he was doing a really good job then. And
weren't they fourth?
They were fourth. Yeah. It was fourth when he got sacked by West Brom. And I think at one point he was third when he left Donny. He got people keep talking of him as the nearly man. He's always been near there, but I don't think he's been given time to put things in place. And I think with Chansiri now, and the thing I love about listening to Darren Moore talk about Chansiri and their relationship, because you don't hear it that much. They speak every day, even when he was ill and he wasn't allowed to.
Yeah.
Chansiri's like, can you just rest and stop calling me, please? And we got this.
Yeah, do you think, so you've obviously been a lot this season then, Ryan. What do you think this season's going to end up with? Because obviously, at the time of recording this weekend's been quite big for Wednesday because technically, with our game in hand, if we win it, we're top of the league. What do you think this season's going to end up with? Do you think we'll do it? Where do you think we'll end up?
I'm positive we'll go up. 100% positive we'll go up. I've never had this much faith in a Wednesday team ever. Like, just the leaders, the dressing room seems so together. There's been a lot of times when we've been chancing going up, but there's been like, you could just tell there were groups like 16 when like Westwood and you Wallace and you had your seasoned pros that were like there, and then you could just tell there was like an animosity. But then like the content we're bringing out and stuff, like you can see there's a togetherness in the team, and I personally feel like we'll find out what's going to happen in the next 3 weeks. I think when we play Plymouth and Ipswich, if we get results against those, we'll win league.
Yeah,
the first time I've seen Wednesday lift a trophy.
Who do you think will drop off out of Plymouth and Ipswich?
Plymouth. 100% Plymouth.
Amazing how many people say Plymouth.
It is though, but if you look at their last 5 games, it's still 4 wins and a draw.
Yeah.
No, I know this, but that is a centre attacking mid from Birmingham. He's gone.
Oh,
what's his name?
Oh, I know what you mean. I know they just lost Whittaker gone back to Swansea, who was a massive blow to them.
He was very good. And that Cam went, Whittaker? It might have been Whittaker. I don't know. I might be waffling.
I'll have a look, carry on talking.
To be fair, the issue you've got with Plymouth is it's a very hard sell to get a player to play to Plymouth, because there was an article this week saying how the manager was thanking the board for letting them have money to fly on a plane to do the game versus Ipswich instead of doing the travel. And you don't think of it like that. You don't think of that. Because of where we are in the country, like, right, there's a train everywhere. For them, it's actually, that's a huge chunk out of their transfer budget just gone.
Wow,
I
Plymouth
just personally don't like Plymouth.
What's the reason behind that? We'll try not to laugh over it. Go on.
So, I always liked Plymouth in League Two. No idea why. I used to always do FIFA career modes with them. They came up, we've come down. And I don't know why, but in the back of my head, they're like our rivals. And they're nowhere near our rivals at all, because they're in like Devon and we're up in Wales. But I just hate them. And like they've battered us. And like the fans are just so like smug about it. And, like,
I was going to say
horrific.
There is a smugness about their fans.
There's like an arrogance that's seeped in over the last sort of year or two, isn't there? And it's
and they should not be arrogant, because they're a tin pot club. I'm sorry, I'm going to say
Jesus Christ.
They're a tin pot club. They're not a big club. Ipswich are bigger, so I can just see.
I'd argue still tin pot, but
they're going to be a little bit worried. And I think they've brought in quite a lot already. They've brought in 4 or 5 players.
They've brought in three or four so far, a couple permanents and a couple loans. I think for them,
and I feel like
it's a hard sell. It's a hard sell to players.
Ryan Law was recalled. Is that who you were on about?
Right. Yeah, I think so.
Or is that the one that actually played for them and they recalled him? Hang on. So Ryan Law. Oh no, that's who they brought back to him.
Who was the one from Birmingham? It might have been Swansea. It's the one that we're bagging.
Yeah, it's Swansea. I think you're on about Sam Cochgrove, who's the Birmingham lad.
Yeah.
Because the Swansea lad, I'm in a Plymouth Argyle Instagram chat group because I went on one of their channels to talk Wednesday when we played them. And I just,
Whittaker.
I just watched the meltdown of them going, how can he leave? He can't leave. He's been amazing. We need to keep it. It's like, he's a lone player. This is what happened, lads. We're about to have the same issue. He didn't even want to leave, did he? No.
I like Plymouth, by the way. Can I just say that, just so I can put that out there? Because if all the League One clubs, I actually quite don't mind Plymouth. I also think they've got a really unique look and a really unique sort of like. I think they're a unique club compared to
they've got a cozy fish and chip vibe about
them.
Yeah.
I quite like.
I hate how they've battered us.
Yeah, well, that's not fun, is it? Right? No, it's Morgan Whittaker. So Morgan Whittaker is the Swansea player that got recalled.
I don't think he played yet for Swansea.
No, it's like Mark McGuinness with us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Has Mark McGuinness been recalled? Because I'm very confused
Right,
about
so
this whole
Mark
aspect.
McGuinness has technically not been recalled because
Right.
he's not registered to play for Cardiff because the EFL transfer ban has been lifted, but the FIFA ban hasn't. So they recalled him back in the kind of guarantee that they think they're going to get it lifted and it all done, but it hasn't actually officially been lifted. And there could be a situation where they're like, well, we're not lifting it and he can't play. So it will be interesting to see what happens there next. Because technically, he's not been recalled.
Recalled then?
Technically,
Sort of.
he's been recalled, but he's not allowed to play for him.
He's effectively like
Limbo.
training on trial with
Yeah.
Cardiff right now.
Yeah.
And he can't actually play for him.
So
And they just
That's
sacked the
outrageous.
manager.
So the thing is, if this goes on and FIFA don't lift it, and they probably will because they'll probably get pressured. But it's a case of we've just been having the debate of who's paying his wages right now. Because
Yeah, well, Chansiri will not be, will he?
well, that's the thing. You'd think he possibly is if he's not registered to Cardiff, because we've still got the responsibility. So January is the recall month, so it's probably the last month we'd be owing him any money because he's played for us. But who's paying his wages at the end of after January's over? If he's he's at Cardiff, but they're waiting so they can officially register.
Can we do what's had to happen to Cardiff again and go, hey, we've been paying his wages, he's our player. You get another transfer ban.
It's just all a bit weak, that one. It shouldn't have happened.
No.
But is there anyone you'd like to see us bring in? Do you think that could push us over the line? Any players that we've been linked with, or any players you think might be ideal?
I'm going to get absolutely rinsed by everyone here, but I love living in the past, and I feel like Michael Hector needs to come home. He needs to come home.
It's just a lack of football. I get it, right?
Yeah.
And also, we can probably talk about this now, but there was some quite heavy
Yes.
at the start of this season. They haven't even told you this, Jack. It's because we're very, very quiet with our. But there was some talks about it was a possibility,
Really?
but it didn't go through then. And yeah, we had content ready for it.
Yeah, we had it already just in case.
Itching to press the publish button.
Pretty much,
yeah.
But it didn't happen.
The problem with Hector, if Hector was, I'm not saying not any good because we know he's good, but if Hector was the player that we think he is, why are not people getting him on a free now? Because he had a trial at Reading, not got anywhere. He had a trial at Luton, not got anywhere. So the only issue is if you bring in a Michael Hector now, you probably only get him fit for about March, and then you have what we had with Mendes Lang, where we see the best out of him for little bells, and then we don't get anything.
We effectively put him in the shop window.
Yeah, I don't think that'd happen with Hector though, because there is a truth in the fact that Hector does. He likes. I think he'd sign for us if he did come good. He would sign at the end of the 6 months. He wouldn't put himself in the shop window.
I don't think he wanted to leave when he first left.
No, well that's the thing. It was a case of trying to get him in, but we just couldn't. We had to wait until he was out of contract, and by that point we'd fallen off so far that he was going to. He should have been in the club that was top end of the Championship. So it made sense for him to go to Fulham.
Who's another player who could actually be crashing out of Fulham soon? Josh Onomer.
I'd have him back, right? I actually would have him back.
Why? Because you play Football Manager.
No, because he's played well.
He didn't really
He's
do it
good.
for us, though. I never thought he did.
Yeah.
I never honestly thought he was that good.
It's because but it was a similar situation of we effectively got him warmed up to go back to Fulham.
And then he didn't.
We gave him his fitness back again.
He was
and
okay in the Championship, but then when he went to Premier League, he just dropped
Why
off.
do we all live in the past?
Because we're Wednesday fans.
It's
Because it's Wednesday, innit? We've got to.
We've got to. The only success we've had is in the 90s.
Exactly.
We're
a big club,
we're all from this generation where had dads and parents and stuff where we've gone, back in my day, this and this. We heard all the stories. So we live in the past because they made them live in the past.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All my dad talks
Mothers
about
are
it.
also welcomed, by the way.
Yes.
Jake. Yeah.
I said parents.
You said dads and
You said
parents.
dads.
It
I
was
know
just
I
a
did.
very
Dads and parents.
Carry on. Who's speaking?
I think with going, and the other thing is going back to past players, I always worry. I'm not a fan of going back for a past player if we can help it. It's like, I don't really want Carlos to ever come back.
You're talking
Yeah, I
crap.
think it's one of those things where it's like
Tarnish his legacy if it goes wrong.
going like, do you know like when you're at school and they were like a right good looking girl, blah blah blah, and then like you go and want to see her 2 years later, it's never the same. It's like that with a player. Like, I feel like you could have the best player ever, and they've had 2 years out from you, and you come back and you think, oh, it's going to be brilliant, and then in reality,
they're a single mother with baggage.
Oh, Jack!
I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Jack, there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm
But
talking
yeah,
out of
I
experience
feel
with
like I
that one,
get what you
alright?
mean, Jake.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah, you had a situation, didn't you?
Yeah.
Interesting. But
Sorry,
yeah,
please
Eddie, sorry,
continue.
Jack's just going through some trauma.
Okay, sorry, Jack, mate.
Don't worry.
But no, yeah, in terms of like, it's not always how you remember, is I think probably the way we should put that.
Yes.
Yeah.
Jack.
Rose tinted glasses.
Yes, exactly.
Right, a controversial one.
Oh.
Would you, in the future, have Lee Bullen as manager if it ever came a chance?
Not a chance.
It depends on how
No.
well he did in the Scottish League.
I
How
don't see him
well.
going to a club that's big. Like I love him. I honestly absolutely love him. I'd be so more than happy having him as a chief scout or assistant manager. But I think that's just because of the person he is and what he's done for Wednesday. Personally, what league is he in? The third division of Scottish, or is it the fourth?
First?
It's Air United,
Is it first?
isn't it?
Yeah. They're doing very well.
And I
actually.
think it's the Scottish version of League One.
Right.
If
They
I'm
don't
not
have that many
mistaken.
leagues,
that's
do
like-
they?
Yeah,
No, they're in the
That
Scottish
national
champ.
league.
Oh, Scottish Championship. Yeah.
Second in the Scottish. He's got him second.
Yeah.
Oh, in the Scottish Championship.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that's like League Two, innit?
That's like National League. That's
Yeah,
why-
what league are we in?
Anyway,
Yeah. Good point.
League One.
League One. If he gets them into the Scottish Prem, still League One.
League One.
But like the top end of that league is, Championship, like potentially even lower end Premier League with 2 clubs.
I'm going to stay out of this
Yeah.
debate because my other Arsenal Celtic fan.
He's going to come storming in a minute.
Yeah.
She's like, but go on.
I personally feel with Bullen is I'm happy seeing him doing well. I didn't know he was doing that well, to be fair, because I never look at Scottish football. But I'm glad he's doing great up there. But what I'd like to see him do is come back into the English system after a couple of years. He's got his tactics. He's got all his what together. He's got a team and everything. Go to a team like a League One team or maybe even a Championship team and just try and show it.
You know,
And
the
just see,
perfect
but I
club
feel
for him
like-
would be a Plymouth, right? That's the
See, I
stupid
know,
thing.
the
It's the
perfect
perfect
club
club for him.
So you've just been saying how Plymouth
Yeah,
with Tim
oh,
Pot,
yeah,
and we should send one of the Wednesday legends there. Yeah, Tim Pot Club. Let's try him out there. Yeah, is that how we're going?
Yeah, I was going to say if Chesterfield go up at National, he'd go to League Two with them and see what he could do with them because it's still close to Sheffield. He could still live there. He'd be happy there, and then just see. But I'd love to see him do well in English, and I'd love to see him do well. But my only problem is, I wouldn't want him to come to Wednesday when we need a manager and we're screaming out for one if Darren Moore goes AWOL or something, and then he come and we get relegated and everyone hates him because I like having players that we like Kieran Lees and like your Lee Bullens and stuff like that. That's why I've never been annoyed at Nigel Pearson never taking Wednesday job. Don't get me wrong, I would have absolutely loved him to, but
I get your reason
he
why,
understands.
though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like personally, if I was Lee Bullen or if I was friends with Lee Bullen, I'd say no, don't go to Wednesday, even if you become the next Guardiola.
Well, it's very
simply because
similar to Donny.
Don't
They
really.
never want Jane Coppinger to have the job. That's why they put him in like a sports person.
Do you notice how he's talking about
Yeah,
Doncaster?
he's talking
again?
about Doncaster again.
Is it, by any chance, were you born in Doncaster, Jake?
Yeah.
No, I don't mention it. Do
No.
you do music?
No, we're not doing that.
No, we're not turning it
We're not
straight.
turning it straight
Yeah, but
back
what-
round.
but what-
What did that have to do with Donny?
But
Right,
what
why
I'm
would you
saying
use a
is-
Doncaster reference
what
there?
I'm saying is
Go on.
that club legends don't get manager job because you get the legacy. That's why at Doncaster they put him in like a sports directive position going for players. You don't put them in places where the fans can have a go. You either put them behind the scenes as an ambassador who are club legends, or if they do take the job, they've got to have the right mindset to know that if it goes wrong, it could tarnish it. Because there's a lot of managers who go, or players or past players who then go to manage, that wreck their legacy because they tried to be a manager and they can't cut it.
Didn't Alan Shearer manage Newcastle?
Everybody's sort of forgotten about that, haven't they?
He took him down, didn't
Yeah,
he?
exactly. He did.
Yeah, hero. Yeah, I remember that. I was young there as well, I think.
Yeah, it was who did everybody support when you were a kid?
Me, Man United.
Yeah.
Everyone, Man
Yeah.
United.
Yeah, same.
Man United, and then as soon as we got to like 12 years old, going into secondary school, it was like everyone loved City and Chelsea,
God,
and that were it.
Oh,
that's because that's happened to me when I was in sixth form. So I was in sixth form when we got promoted in 2012.
yeah.
So I was in first year, I think.
I was year
Yeah.
7.
Yeah. So
Same.
that's the case of So it's weird to see that.
Mm.
Yeah.
No, yeah. When I was younger, when I was playing like your Sunday League, like your under 10s, 8s, 9s, 7s, it was Man United. Everyone had a Man United kit on. Everyone loved Man United. It was like, oh.
Yeah, for
And they
me
were
it was
just
still
me.
Arsenal and Chelsea and Man U.
Mm.
They were the three. You pick one of them. Or where I grew up, it was you'd either go sort of like Wednesday, United, or Forest,
Mm.
which is
Forest.
yeah. I had a lot of family that were Forest fans because they sort of like came from Upper Midlands and then Lower Midlands, sorry, and then our lot were more Wednesday way, so we obviously made the right
Picked the
choice.
right team.
I mean, you'd say,
Made the
you'd
right
say
choice,
that, but
exactly.
now you look and you're like, but
Nah,
yeah.
to be fair, I'm happy for Forest turning it around. I hope they actually do stay up.
I think they're 13th at the minute. I think they might stay up.
I know. they're
You need
smashing-
proper
honestly,
size like that in the
you're right.
Prem.
Yeah.
Yeah, you need teams like that. Like, I hate Leeds. Absolutely despise that club. Disgusting. But they deserve to be in Premier League.
Yeah.
100%. Like
Yeah.
Sheffield United deserve to be in Premier League. Like Sheffield Wednesday do.
Sheffield, well, it's that thing, innit? Because we say deserve, and that's the thing that we get thrown at us a lot, usually by the pigs. But it's a case of, you don't deserve to be anywhere. You deserve to be where you are on foot. I think clubs, in terms of stature and in terms of their performance, no, they don't deserve to be anywhere. I think certain fan bases deserve their teams to be somewhere. So clubs with consistent, supportive fan bases that go through the thick and thin, they are the ones that deserve, because when you look at City, like the fact that they really struggled to fill stadiums and get their fans there and that, and it was all, and you think about like those fan bases that Wednesday have got and Leeds had for that long time without going up, and just those two really. But like those
Man United fans at the moment are all crying all over social media and be like, "Oh, we're the most hard done by fan base in England," and I'm like, "Grow up, you're Man United."
I mean, half of their fan base isn't in England.
yeah.
That's the thing with Man United. That's when you become a global club. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But yes,
Nah.
anything to add, Ryan, before we wrap up? Any more topics or anything? Because the floor is yours, man.
The floor is mine. Oh, this is worrying now. Nah. One last thing I'd like to just see from you boys, because I have this argument with all my mates all the time, and in my opinion, there's only one answer. But in the past 10 years, I'd say I've watched Wednesday. I understand most of the 10 years of the last, like what's happened. Who's been the best player you've watched at Hillsborough in those past 10 years?
10
And why?
years. So that's now
Roger
2013,
Johnson, I'm
guys.
kidding.
2013.
Martin Taylor.
I'm
I'm kidding.
That wasn't-
I'm kidding. That was
That was 20. Oh no, it was
That was-
2013.
yeah.
2013. Yeah.
I think for me, it was a bit of Mikel Antonio, because it gave me a little bit of hope that we could have.
I don't think we
get
got
those
his
players.
best that time, though.
Yeah,
If you think we're talking
I
10
don't
years
either.
now, mate.
Yeah, no, but it did give you a bit of idea where we were going.
But he left in 2014.
And he never
Yeah.
wanted to leave either.
Yeah.
it was
So
January 2015, I think.
okay.
It was like it was the transfer window when Chansiri was first announced as he's going to take over the club. It was
Yeah,
the
because
start of
because
that
if
transfer
I
window.
remember correctly, Kieran Lee signed a new contract saying, "I'm really happy to sign for the club and I want to play for this manager." The next day, Stuart Gray got sacked.
Yeah.
And I used to think that was harsh.
I'm just looking at an article because he joined West Ham in 2015.
Mm.
He
Difficult.
joined.
Oh, maybe I am talking out of my backside then. I do apologise.
I think they was only at Forest for a year, though, wasn't he?
Oh yeah.
I think that's when they had their issue with their first owner not being great.
So he
Fawaz.
he
Yeah.
joined.
Oh.
Yeah, 2014 is when
Right.
he joined. Yeah.
I think that's where you saw the ambition where Wednesday were going for a little bit. But also that era was also the era of Milan Mandaric and his underwater phone. And if you ever heard any interviews, it always sounds like he was underwater because the connection was so bad.
He's only 32, isn't he, Mikhail Antonio? Yeah, he was only there for a season. 50 appearances, 16 goals. 2014 to 2015. So he is allowed because he left us in 2014. So you are allowed that. He's been at West Ham for 7 years now, though. 8 years.
I'll be back in the Championship soon.
Yeah.
And then we can come sniffing, can't we?
Yeah, if we see it through. For me, on that excitement and flair, it's probably going to be the predictable one, but it's probably Forestieri in the last 10 years.
Okay, that's a very good shout.
It's very hard to not go for Bannon because he's Mr. Consistent. But the player that can bring you off your seat and think you can beat absolutely any team in that league if you get him on the pitch because of what he can do, and he can do... For times at Wednesday, he was doing it consistently. If you had Forestieri on the pitch, you were winning. Yeah. Right? Because of the link up that he could bring. He had that level of flair and excitement. And for me, it has to be Forestieri in the last decade. Very, very, very closely followed by Bannon. And now, obviously, I probably prefer Bannon. If I talk about players I prefer, and I, are closer to like my Wednesday heart, it would be Barry Bannon. He's probably up there as like my
100%.
all time, to be honest, in my lifetime. But like, for me, it's Forestieri, Jack.
I'd say Gary Hooper. Because I remember when we signed him, on loan, I was sort of like, okay, like we've clearly got ambition here if we're signing him on loan. And then we signed him permanently, and I thought, how the chuff in hell have we actually managed to get this signing in the door? Because he always seemed such a class above anybody else I'd ever seen play in a Wednesday shirt, in the Championship. To me, it was just the full package. And I thought, I couldn't believe that I'd finally got a slight glimpse of what like my dad and my uncle all saw in the 90s with David Hurst and all that lot. He just had this, he never made a mistake, and he never once showed any sort of like, oh, you can see what's in the Championship. Any little signs like that, he just seemed. He always felt like
class he was too good for us.
And
loved the press box,
and that's
yes.
Do you remember that?
Yeah.
The whole thing about him not signing because he couldn't get a press box or something. Yeah, that was a bit weird. Ryan, did you tell us yours?
Gary Hooper. I wanted to hear everyone's opinions first. But Gary Hooper is probably the most. I just can't even explain. I sound like such a fanboy when I talk about him, but honestly, like just the way he played, he had something about him. Like I watched him play, and I think, this is what could take us to the Premier League here. Don't get me wrong. Honourable mentions: Forestieri, Bannon. In my eyes, Kieran Westwood, but that's just because I was.
No, I can agree. I can agree with that, because if you think about keepers, mate, like how often do you get a keeper that you can just rely on and know that they're in? If you've got that keeper in net, you've got the best possible option, and you couldn't actually. That's a really interesting one, actually, because if you think about like in terms of the league at the time, there is nobody in the Championship I'd have wanted in the net other than Kieran Westwood. Yeah, he was that 100%. Good.
I remember Daniel Bentley.
The Bristol
City. He did move. I think he's moved somewhere else, but I do remember him being like, "Yes, if we lose Westwood, sign him." But
the thing is that you look at the name we just said, like Hooper, Forestieri, Westwood. You also then think we should have cashed in and built another team.
We should have sold Forestieri when Norwich came knocking.
100%.
I still say this to this day.
Yeah, I think it all just fell off a cliff when we signed Jordan Rhodes. That was the
issue with the Jordan
Rhodes, and that was the fact that the Chancery gave in to fan pressure, right? Because we wanted him, but we didn't want to pay £10 million for him.
No, the issue with the Jordan Rhodes transfer was we'd already turned around to Sam Winn and gone, "You're the man. You're the main man. We can't get Jordan Rhodes. We're not going to bother." Even when Jordan Rhodes was like you can have him, Chancellor should have said, "No, I've got Sam Winnell. I don't need him." We had that issue. No,
that was when we had like 10 strikers, isn't it?
Yeah, but that's the thing though. You're looking at that like going, "Yeah, Sam Winnell," but we did kind of go, "We're going for the man that is Sam Winnell." We should have then
it's the kind of signing Sheffield Wednesday make now. Like, look at Michael Smith, the player that's done well. Recent. Then again, though, Rhodes was still bagging.
Yeah,
that's the thing. He just came to Wednesday, and it's like it's almost as if Carlos didn't want him. That's what I felt like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He wasn't
That's
Carlos'
exactly what
signing.
I
He
feel
was
like.
somebody.
It was a Chansiri signing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And in turn, he was a fan signing. It had to happen because I think it had to happen because probably for our fan base,
Our
we
Twitter
keep
admin
asking.
probably got sick and tired saying, please announce Rhodes every transfer window.
Well, I don't think it should have happened because if all the adults were speaking the right things in the room, we wouldn't have spent that much money.
No.
However, it's probably a good thing for a fan base to be careful what you wish for. Then again, we haven't learned because half of this season, when we've been getting draws, people have been going Darren Moore out. So
we were winning 1-0, and some of my mates were saying Darren Moore out, that he's boring.
Yeah.
I was like, are you okay?
Yeah.
Do you understand football?
We're literally, I think, is it the highest team of an unbeaten run in England in the
we've got 14,
top 4 leagues?
I think it's 14
Yeah.
games, and it's out of any 4 top.
Yeah.
yeah,
The-
I
the
think it's
longest run of
19 in all
unbeaten games.
competitions at the minute.
Yeah.
Because they put Newcastle up with us, but then they didn't really factor in the fact that if it's all competitions, we beat Newcastle last week.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't lost in all competitions. So
Yeah.
there's that side of it. I think I'm excited for the end of the season. I don't want to do the playoffs again.
No.
Not at all. Not at all.
Do
I
not want
can't.
to
My
touch
heart
them.
will not. It'll put up. It'll get up.
Yeah.
I can't do it.
Yeah, feel that, mate. Feel that. But it's like we really just don't. I booked a hotel last year just in case, and then had to cancel
I
it. And you know the feeling of
Yeah.
having to book, like, because it was my birthday weekend, wasn't it?
Yeah.
And we sacked it off and went to Manchester instead. But because we could have gone to London, but I was like, I'm not going to London. Because funnily enough, Sunderland were in a playoff final like a couple of years ago when I gone to London for my birthday. And they kept doing it. And the fact that it was going to be them again, and I booked I think I booked one just round a hotel just round the corner from Wembley. And it was too much pain. I don't want to have to go through all that again. And I'm not doing
Not
it.
at all.
I'm not doing
I
it.
can't deal with them extra 3 games. Are just not worth it at all. I'd rather take second.
No.
I'd rather have no trophy and go up.
You get a trophy. It's crap, but you get a trophy.
Yeah.
What if you go up second?
Yeah, we've got it from
From the 2012.
2012 season.
Well,
Yeah, it's
you
like
get like a,
Do you?
yeah.
because think of this though, because I think
you get a trophy if you go for playoff winner.
yeah, you get a trophy for playoffs. So why wouldn't you get a trophy
Yeah.
for second? So yeah, you do. You get a runners-up trophy.
I never knew that ever. Like
Yeah.
that is the first time I've ever heard that in my entire life. That's outrageous. I can't wait.
It
to
looks
sit- I'm
kind of small
gonna
and
go to the pub
pathetic.
later.
Yeah.
Oh, it is tiny and pathetic, but you still get a trophy.
Yeah.
And go, well done.
You'd know about it if United got one because it'd
be on the board.
it'd be on the board.
It'd be cover photo at Twitter account, mate.
No, yeah, it's they did win that league though. We've got to remember. So that's one thing Wednesday haven't done, which I really would like to see us do
Yeah.
this season.
Yeah, I'd love to see us lift a trophy, 100%.
Yeah, it'd be fantastic. But yeah, Ryan, fantastic
That'd be
call.
amazing.
Thank you very much for calling in,
Thank
buddy.
you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, buddy.
And especially just get back from work straight on this. Go and enjoy the football.
Yeah.
Go and enjoy the
I
football,
will. I
mate.
will. Enjoy the rest of your night, boys. Yeah.
Thank you,
Have a
mate.
good one.
Thank you,
Cheers.
buddy. You too.
See ya.
Bye, boys.
Bye. Bye.
Oh my god. I am Captain Caveman.
Hello, can you hear us?
Hello, Captain
Yeah, I
Caveman.
can hear you now.
Captain
Oh, brilliant.
Caveman, that was
Caveman.
fantastic. Thank you for jumping on, Cam. We appreciate because you've obviously I've chatted to you a little bit on emails and things like that. You've always been a great member of the sort of Wednesday community for pointing out idiots, basically.
Yeah.
So appreciate that one.
Idiots like Punk Chef 41.
Basically, what the whole premise of this calling section is we basically chat anything you would like to chat about Sheffield Wednesday or anything that is on your mind in general. It can be current, it can be historical, anything that you fancy really. We can chat about Wednesday wise.
The one thing I want to talk about is the kits.
Right.
Kids, okay,
The
cool.
kids.
I'm a
So,
bit of a nutcase, obviously. But these kits, to me, I just feel like they're going to be iconic for young kids now. Same as the kids were when I was growing up. Do you know what I mean? I know it sounds really stupid, but when you've got a crap kit, I associate that with performance as well.
what do you think our recent bad kit would be then if you're looking at crap kits?
Anything with tubing on, and anything that actually has the word tubing on it as well. You know what I mean? Stitching. There's
Yeah.
no need for the bobbly bits.
Yeah, no, it's. I should say you. Oh, by the way, you're with four of us today. It's me, Jack. I don't know if you've seen Jack on recent episodes, but he's been around.
I have, yeah.
We've got Jake, and then we've got Sophie. We occasionally talk about as always behind the scenes. So she's here. So we've got everybody on the call today. So we've got a lot of opinions on this one. But yeah, I'd say I get what you're saying with that. Kits are kind of like historical. Do you like this season's kit then?
Love it. It's first one I've bought for about 6 years.
Wow.
Did you not like the because I really, really like, the texture one that we had that was like the 90s throwback recently with the sort of
But sort of little squares on stripe.
yeah, that one. That sort of oh no, it was the one after that. It was the one that had like the
Are you talking about the one in the relegation season?
possibly.
Are you
It was
on
like
about
the
one that was
paint texture, the like brush paint
Maybe. Hang on.
ish texture.
Hang on. It's definitely
Was it the one that they did like the video game launch of?
no, not that one. I hated that one.
After that.
Let's have a look. What season would that have been?
2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Let's have a look. It's the one. Yeah, it's the 2021. I loved that one. It's the
Right,
relegation one. Do you know the one that? Yeah, that one.
It's the one that like got a smoky effect in.
Yeah.
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 Did quite like that, and I was tempted, but it just sort of become the Kadeem Harris smashing ball of a bar kit for me.
Yeah, it's unfortunately as well. I look quite odd in it because it doesn't sit on it doesn't sit very nicely, unless you are a very, very in shape athlete.
Ripped individual.
Yeah, it doesn't fit well, that one.
Well, I've just this week actually been in Swap Mining shop because I did get one, and I've always been a medium.
Yeah, the sizing
Obviously,
was weird this
I'm
year.
getting on a bit now, and I've filled out. But I was like, I tried on an XL. I was like, that's too tight. XL1 too tight. I was like, what's going on?
Yeah. Mine are about 3XL, mate. And it's mainly because it's like I like them to actually sit and be a little bit baggy, like the ones that, and I'm not a 3XL for the record, can I just say? Like my standard fit, I fit large oversize, or because I'm quite tall, I'd like to go for an XL so it's got a little bit more about it. But like I can end up in a Wednesday shirt anywhere from like 3XL to 4XL. I do try and go for the 2XL because that does fit, but they look odd depending on the cut of the kit. So is this new? Because I haven't got the new one
The
yet.
new
You have.
kit sizing is weird because when I got the home kit, I was a medium. Then when I got the away kit, I was a large. It was a really weird
That is
sizing thing that they got terribly wrong. Like last season's, if you were medium, you were medium. So it's interesting what Macron are doing, and it is a long-term kit sponsorship with it. I think it's like 10 years in theory. So my issue with the sizing is keep it to one sizing each season. Then we're not going to have this thing every season where you get what's the sizing like, because it seems to change every season.
Yeah, it does. What about you, Jack? What kits wise?
I'm controversial in that I didn't like last year's kit because it's white with blue stripes rather than blue with white stripes. Whereas this year, it's blue with white stripes again. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It felt
I
like there
get
was
what you
too much
mean.
white in the shirt last year to be a Wednesday shirt.
And it also had the white back, didn't it?
Yeah.
Which was horrible.
Yeah, but I didn't.
Oh yeah, no. I thought. What did you think on last season's kit? Because I actually didn't like it. So I saw it and I was like, that's an immediate pass for me because I thought that. What about? Did you like last one? Cam?
It's just the back of it like a dinner lady's tabard. I nothing to do with that.
I mean, it's
No,
easier to
yeah,
read
yeah.
the numbers because you do reviews as well, don't you, mate, and stuff like that. So when you're trying to like look at the footage and just think of things and see the numbers from a distance, it was easier to see the numbers. The new one is horrific.
I was going to say the new one is so hard to see numbers on. It's really weird. You would have thought they would think, right, people need to watch this who are like doing commentators. Let's make it so the numbers stand out. They just don't. They blend in.
It doesn't help when you are like we've got like three like Windass and like when we had Windass, McGuinness and Byers and that on the pitch. Similar, not Byers' as hair specifically, but like those sort of like taller lads sort of running through them. I was like, I don't know when this interchanging positions like in our formation. I need to look at the number because looking at a glance, you never quite know what's going on. But
you also notice that's been an issue this season on any commentators because they said the wrong player, and sometimes you're like, no, that's the wrong player you just said.
yeah, I think like the Newcastle game, for example, like I was looking at, because when we were doing our breakdown, I was looking at reports and so many people had different goal scorers for the Windass goals. Like one was like, it wasn't Windass on the score sheet for both of them. But yeah, what's your favourite kit of all time then, Cam?
It'd have to be 91.
Yeah.
Obviously, because of memories, but we'd been relegated in that kit year before, but I still loved it then.
Yeah,
and I'm a big proponent of blue sock with a white top.
Is that the main reason then? What was it? Was that the? I know what the kits looked like, but we had a couple of different sponsors, didn't we, on that one? So we had.
Was that the Sanderson sponsor? Was
It was VT Plastics first.
Yeah. It's the.
No,
we had it for a few years.
They
Didn't we?
didn't have the contract to sponsor us in like a final or something, so we had to switch to Asda.
Yes.
On the front for that one game or something.
Yeah.
91 shirt.
Yeah.
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 I think that's why I enjoyed that season, because they went through league season without a sponsor on front of shirt, and I just thought it looked right classy. We're now on front.
This is the thing. The last couple of seasons, I'd actually loved the Wednesday shirt with no sponsorship. I would pay extra right now to take the current sponsorship off, because I think sponsorship with kits with sponsorship, it aged them. So if there's no sponsorship, it doesn't age them.
Yeah, I think. What do you think about the new sponsor?
I don't mind it because it's quite tasteful on front. It's not too garish, is it?
No, it's. I think a sponsor can really ruin a kit, but I looked at that and I was like, if we've got to go for a sponsor, I'd like it. But when I actually originally saw the kits, I was like, oh, I really want them in like non-sponsor, but because they're not they're nice.
The iron-on option.
Yeah, no, that'd be. I think it's just with sponsorship deals, you can't do that because too many fans would not have the sponsor on, and it kind of defeats the purpose of marketing, doesn't it? Really.
Well, did you see that there was an article that it was on LinkedIn? Host and Stay actually said because we did that game on BBC, their web traffic went up by like 681%, and they'd had 30% more bookings since. So it shows if we get on a big platform, we can up your stuff.
Yeah, there is that. So what about?
Because some people argue that what's the point, because nobody really pays attention to that, but then that's directly
said
saying
otherwise. Yeah,
it actually does work for these companies and things. But yeah, I'm sad that this particular shirt doesn't have a no sponsor option, because it feels like it, like you said, Cam. It feels like it's going to be one of the timeless kits. I love the collar design. I know that's a really specific thing, but how the collar is.
Very 80s, yeah.
Yeah.
I think if we think, but because what you're talking about, timeless and iconic for the kids growing up, like I've spoken already on this podcast, I was in sixth form, so college for a lot of people that didn't do sixth form, when we went up in 2012. So that VW kit for me is iconic because he's still in that sort of those later mid-teenage years sort of thing.
But that was also the same kit that you could get no sponsorship on, because
could you?
Yeah, there was a situation where if you got it at a certain point beforehand, because they said if you want the sponsorship on, come and we'll.
I actually wanted the sponsorship on because I think the VW looked good on it. Did you like that kit, Cam?
I did, and I think there's a little bit of a nod to that in this new one. With outside at fixed stripe, there's a very thin, dark one, isn't there?
Yeah,
and if I remember rightly. And that's what I do like about this Macron, the fact that they've got in touch with club apparently and asked to look at old kits and history at club and old photos and old players from past and heroes and stuff, rather than just, we're doing your kit design this year, this is what you've got.
Yeah, I think it's going to bring a whole new meaning to the yellows as well. You know, when you shout the yellows with the away kits and stuff like that. This is going to be, for a lot of people, because I looked at it and I was like, yep, that's a Sheffield Wednesday away kit. Yeah. You know, it's basically identical. Not identical. It's a stretch, but we had one only like 5 years ago like this, because I remember Kieran Lee in a very similar kit. Yeah. But I do like them both this year. Controversial one. I want everyone's opinion. The pink kit.
I like that.
I loved that, and I've not got it.
I
left it too late, and they ran out of any size that was like decent. Go on, Jack, before we go to Cam.
I loved it. I love the pink kit as well.
All right, Cam, you could have the controversial opinion here. What were your thoughts on the pink kit?
When I was 16, I would have been all over it. But at 46, I'd have probably got one to play golf in. And I don't even play golf. But it looked like a golf polo shirt to me. I just can't get around that image.
No, it's.
Pair of slacks, pink Wednesday away shirt. Get your clubs, away you go.
I think it was one of those things where, like, I wouldn't have liked it if it didn't have the black inlays on it. You know, like the black design in it that like really gave it that definition, and it looked lovely. And there was the kit the year before, the grey one, and a lot of people said that turned green. Did anybody have the issues with the green?
It didn't turn green, but if I had it on the green screen, it would chroma key out.
Oh, right. Yeah, because it did have that it felt cheap.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. Have you got that one, Cam?
I ain't got that one, no.
I bought that kit twice because of the having to get big P on the back.
You've bought into the kits at the right time, because I've heard the quality is a lot better with Macron, but like the last quality. What are you rocking last?
It feel just overall the quality of the Macron, even at similar pricings and stuff. Well, I mean, that was a controversial topic a few years ago, wasn't it?
I think we got the pricing right on this as well.
Oh yeah, and just the quality with Macron now, it feels a lot classier and a lot, I don't know. And even harping back to when we last had the established brand of Sondico and Puma, Puma, world-renowned brand and everything, but theirs felt really tacky and cheap and horrible.
Oh, yeah, no, that's the funny thing, though. Like, the Puma kits, do you know the PlusNet Puma kits?
Yes.
I think so.
They were, like, iconic to me in the fact that they were hideous, but they were my younger Wednesday life. So.
I am gutted that the ideas of making our own kit didn't work. Because if that had gone right, it would have been such a big revenue to bring in. But then when we did the account stuff, we saw the stuff that section is like, there's 6 people working for this on the accounts, and that was it. And it's a shame it hasn't worked. It's like, I hated the Chancery and the Elevate drink kits because it just felt like we were cheating the system.
Yeah, I think it was that era when we were doing everything wrong.
Yeah.
So it's a case of...
I think the only reason that didn't work out is because of the shipping issues, because we were manufacturing at the beginning, we were manufacturing them all in Australia.
Yeah.
And shipping them all over.
Yeah, do you remember the
Australia?
season where we didn't get our home shirt till Christmas?
Yeah.
What's your ideal Wednesday kit then? If we were to go next season, what would you want to happen with it, Cam?
I'd keep it same as this if I could, because I do like the white stripe down the black shorts as well, like a bit of a nod to sort of Derek Dooley era.
Yeah.
But it's got to have the blue socks with a white top, because that's the only pair of socks we ever win anything in.
What's your perfect away kit?
Last league title, last league cup, blue sock, white top.
Because I think that's the ideal home kit, really, isn't it? Like blue stripe down the middle.
Yeah. Well,
I'm not bothered with any away kit as long as it's not that orange PlusNet kit we had. It was horrible.
Yeah. I really like. Do you know, this is so controversial? Do you know that space kit that Tottenham came out with? Have you seen that, Cal?
Yeah. I think I know the one you mean.
I've not seen that one. Let me have a quick look.
It's like, it's the Tottenham third kit or something that came out. Let me find it. Space kit.
You see, I can't really say too much because my first away kit I ever bought was that silver one with the diagonal white and purple.
Yeah.
stripe.
Oh, God, yeah, that's
Was
horrific.
that from the last League One promotion season, or was that a different one that I'm thinking of?
Oh, no, this would
87.
be
Oh,
like 80 something.
Right. Got you.
Jack, you'd have to pop round here, mate.
It's the 87 kit.
Yeah, I think they're doing. I think they're doing a remake of them in shop now.
The football terrace are doing them. Part of their
Yeah,
retro series.
So have you managed to see that Tottenham kit I'm on about? Because that sort of wacky design is the sort of stuff that I love coming into football, but it was so controversial that.
Oh.
Your reaction says it all, Cam.
Not a fan of that one.
Is that a little bit too much? Somebody just got some spray paint and gone, that'll do.
Yeah, that looks like an old T-shirt that I decorate in.
It's like a Jackson Pollock painting.
Yeah, it is. It genuinely is, but it's unique, isn't it? I hate boring away kits. Like, you can have your standardised home kit.
Would
go
you
a bit mental away.
A kit where it's the coordinates of what Hillsborough is and Hillsborough like embedded on it?
You've just given that idea. That's going to happen in the next couple of years.
Yep.
Yeah, that's probably going to happen.
I think what
I'm
they should
still staring at that Spurs kit that is.
I think what they could do, which would be a great PR move as well, is keep this season's kits for next season as well.
Never do it.
Because I've seen that a few other teams have done that as well, and
They
it's,
never do it
you know.
because the kits, as much as they don't make money, they make money because it's hard to like rebrand a kit that's already out. Like back in the day, it used to be every 2 seasons there was a new kit, so everyone would go out and get the new kit every 2 seasons. Now because it's a new kit every season, I don't think a club would do that now.
No, it's
But the thing at 80s, weren't it? I think it was Juventus. They didn't change a kit for about 3 or 4 seasons, and their thinking was everybody will get one if they know that their kid is not going to be out of fashion next year.
Yeah, I think it genuinely, we lost that. Then again, there is that zeitgeist in it around when a new kit comes out. It becomes part of the football routine that you wait for the new kit and you get excited about the new kit. It's that thing in society now. We've been so drilled into marketing and advertisement that you actually get excited. It's like I'm not sure you're into games, Cam, but like it's like there's a thing when a game comes out, you actually get excited to watch an advert. It's one of those. It's like when a film comes out, you're excited to watch an advert for something that they're trying to sell you. So we get to the point where you're like, oh yeah, I'm really excited to find out when I've got this new thing I can buy. And that's with the kits, and I think that's become part of the culture around it now.
I will say when they've done a
Still
lot
don't get
better.
excited, but I'm always then, until this year, crushingly disappointed
Yeah.
when the day arrives, if you know what I mean.
Well, they had a year where they didn't even have a model that the shirt fit.
No,
the
that Honda shirt.
Gilda Honda shirt, where it's just, they had to tuck it in, and I was like, really, we're going with this? Okay.
I think we've done a lot better on the marketing side of the kits with the video, with the boxing this year. Last year it was
the Sherlocks on
it was
that
the
rooftop
Sherlock
band
on that rooftop
thing.
band.
Yeah.
I think in terms of getting local Sheffield people in to do the kits is really clever by them.
Yeah.
Because it shows this is for people of Sheffield. And I think I'm intrigued what they do next year because they are up in that side of the production when it comes to showing us. I just wish they'd keep that through the rest of the season.
Yeah. I think that's quite a comprehensive conversation on kits.
Yeah.
In fact, Cam, speaking on kits, what do you think of the rest of the like merchandise that we've got going on at the moment? What are your takes on all of that sort of stuff?
I was up at shop the other day and I nearly spent a fortune.
Wow.
All sorts. Even little wooden chopping board with little holes in it for boiled eggs.
The thing is, it's like the markup in there is not fun. So it's just a case of, I think the merch is probably something that we're really looking at in terms of the club. Did you actually come out with anything then?
Shirt swap, and I have ordered one of them. I call it the Dad and More top.
Yeah.
You know that black one with the gold bits on the sleeve.
The training tops.
Oh, yes, yeah.
Yeah.
Controversial.
Although in hindsight, he's pretty ripped, isn't he?
Yeah.
You'll definitely have to send us a look on that and see. We'll put it next to Darren Moore and sit and see the comparison, Cam.
Controversial.
I'll just have to put a bit of stuffing on my shoulders.
Do you think the club shop needs to be demolished and rebuilt?
Oh, bloody hell.
Yeah. Because at the moment, when you look at it, it just looks like it's been added on and not anything done
Like a
to
tin
it.
shed, isn't
It's
it?
been
Yeah,
there,
it is a tin shed.
my entire life, though, so I can't really like.
Because there
think
used to be
it's-
an upstairs bit in it.
Well, yeah, I remember
First
that.
shop when I was going on South Stand, that literally was a shed.
Mm.
Yeah.
A wooden construct up back at South Stand. So I can remember when Megastore opened and I'm like, oh my God. Do you know what I mean? It was like,
We've actually got a shop, sort of thing. Yeah,
oh, it was unbelievable.
I used to love it as a
Because
kid.
at that time, we were one of bigger clubs.
Do you think
Right.
the Meadowall thing, getting a bigger shop in Meadowall, might be a way, or do you think we just need to leave that to the other side of the city?
As long as you've got stuff in it,
Yeah.
and I think that because when Megastore first opened in the 90s, they got that much good stuff in there, and I've still got somewhere. It's like a hoodie. It's like a 1950s style college hoodie.
Yeah,
if
yeah,
you know
what you mean. Yeah.
SWF shirt back, and it's really I've still got it now. And they used to do baseball jackets, and also they did absolutely everything. And then over the years, They were just less and less product, but they used to do a range of absolutely anything you wanted. You could even get stockings and suspenders.
Yeah. The reason why it went downhill is when Dave Allen had the club. He didn't want to put any more money in to that side of it. And I think that's why it all started to go a bit downhill. Milan, when he came in, tried to bring it back up a little bit. And when Chansiri started to, he started doing it right. But then some of the stuff at the start, it was tat.
Yeah.
It was real tat. And you walk in, it was all over the place. I think they've got someone now running the club shop that actually knows what they're doing.
I think because we brought in that COO and they tried to go for it for that, didn't they? Really?
Yeah.
I can see that.
Oh, was that the Belgian?
Yes.
The Belgian lady, yeah.
Yeah, I've seen this historical kits thing before because we did a episode on kit rankings and this was very useful for kits I might have never seen before. Is yours among here then?
There's some horror shows in there, didn't there?
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. It's just disgusting, that green one you were talking about. It's the one with the green and the
It's all over the place.
It's minging.
Yeah, God.
I controversially.
No.
But if you've got that up on your screen now,
Yeah.
historical kits with home kits.
Yeah.
So if you look back, the last League Cup win, 1991.
Yeah.
And then you got it last FA Cup win with 1935. And last Championship win with 1958. It's exactly the same kit.
91. Yeah, the one that says buy now as well. Yeah, because the League Cup final. And where did you say? Go back to 35.
35, what last FA Cup win?
Yeah.
And it's the same kit.
Blue centered stripes also worn. Yeah, because I was going to say it's not the same kit because it's got a white central stripe. But if we, that's so weird that we'd alternate the, and then it's that sort of style, isn't it? It's the iconic eras of Wednesday.
It's about identity as well, isn't it? Because if I just chuck some names at you and I'm like Real Madrid, you're like all white. Liverpool, all red. There's Man United, red, white shorts, black socks. There's that. But over the years, if you said
why that
Sheffield Wednesday,
why that anniversary
some
shirt didn't do well.
Yeah.
Because everyone saw that anniversary shirt and went, it's Ipswich.
Yeah. I think when you look into your history and you're doing an anniversary, you actually need to look at what we've historically worn over time, not what we might have worn in the early days. Can you imagine if we brought out a kit now and we were in hoops?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just be like, what is...
That's Reading. That's not us.
Twitter will be a meltdown.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it was bad enough when we did pinstripes. 2016-17, I know it's the Forestieri shirt and there's some good bits in that shirt, but like, it's a blue shirt. That is an Ipswich kit.
Yeah.
And yeah.
You see, my dad didn't mind that one because that reminded him of when he first went, you know, the white sleeve, blue body.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think.
Is that like 60s into early 70s?
We had one in the 80s as well, didn't we? The 87, 88, where it was sort of like pinstripe. The Finlux one.
I think the problem with that shirt of that year was it was a bit too like...
Butcher's apron, weren't it? That was a problem.
Yeah, it was a bit too basic, I thought. It needed a bit more intricacy into the design to make it look like, yes, this is an anniversary kit, a replicant of back then.
I still think we should do what we did for the 150 and have a fan design our third shirt and everyone vote on it.
Yeah.
Just to get the fan interaction there.
Yeah.
Because I've got that kit.
Microsoft Paint.
Because
I did like that one with the gold shorts.
Yeah.
You didn't like it?
You didn't like it?
I did like it.
You did?
But they hardly used it, did they?
No. And it's also, I remember it being, I think there was a limited time to buy it or something. And they were so expensive then.
The one I can't find is the white one with the pale blue. It was a first shirt. And I remember it was Sam Hutchinson was wearing it. And I cannot find that. I've been looking.
Just looking now, like, we've not done two because if we look at the Chansiri stinkers, let's look at his kit. So he first came in and he went straight to I've got to be traditional Wednesday, but he went for the white. He went for the collar, which was a tidy shirt, but it was a white middle stripe. I actually quite liked that shirt, but the middle stripe ruined it, right?
Yep.
In terms of a Wednesday kit. And then he went off the rails for 2 years.
Nice 50 socks with that and shorts with that one, I think. Quite.
Yeah, no, it's because it's nice. It's a nice contrast. I think they did it right because he got black shorts, but then he went for the 2016, 2017. You look at that now and you look at it in contrast to the kits around it. That was awful. And then the white shorts after that again. No, 2018, 19, we started to come back on track. I've actually got this kit because it was like the first Wednesday kit I was able to buy. I think as while I was, like getting later on into my. After uni, where was I?
Is it the one with
2018, 19? It was
the
like
one with like the black collar and the buttons, but no.
Yes,
no,
yeah. I was like, this is the first Wednesday kit that looks like a Wednesday kit in some time, and then I bought it, and the sponsor looks awful on it. The actual the way Chancery looks on it, the colour's all wrong. It's not a nice kit that actually when you actually get it. But it was when we used to flog shirts for like 25 quid at end of season or at Alsett Park, so I just grabbed it. I also bought the season after. Because the one with I like that we were going a little bit different with the digital sort of thing. Did you like that one?
I like the shirt.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of them socks by any means.
No. No, it's we did have black socks for quite a while until this season, didn't we?
Yeah.
That was the season where we started doing a lot more marketing as well. With the actual kit launches.
Yeah.
It's interesting that I think the videos the last couple of seasons with everything they've done have been a lot better.
Yeah.
I think I like them. Have you seen them ones on Twitter when they're only short ones, but it's that low level stuff, pitch side, like during game and stuff.
Yeah, it's basically they're taking some cues. We've been saying it for ages from what us idiots have been doing for a long time, where you actually get your camera phones, you get it out on the fan level, and you do things like that. They're actually doing that more in the mainstream, which is nice to see because it's like they are listening.
Yeah,
they are listening to the fact that
a dinosaur like me. I'm like, oh, that's quite good. But 10-year-old kids and stuff, that's how they live their lives, isn't it?
Yep.
So stuff like that.
That's
online.
That's exactly it.
And little. Have one of you got a TikTok?
Yeah, we do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's not for me, but like I said, that's the sort of thing because we're not going to be here forever, are we?
No, so, I mean, mate, even TikTok passed me by. I'm trying to do it. I'm trying to use it because for all my other stuff. I'm not going to say it because they'll just bully me. But for all the other stuff I do as part of my job, I'm trying to do the TikTok. I'm trying to do the TikTok thing. But it's just.
If you actually remember that, we were the first club on Twitter.
Shorts rot your brain. They rot your brain, man, because you'll find yourself just scrolling. You'll be like, this is how we're going to have short attention spans. It was always said, but it is literally how we're going to do it. Because now, if I've got a few minutes, rather than watching a video, I used to look for YouTube videos that were about the time I had. If I had like 7 minutes, I'd go and look at like a 7-minute video and be like, right, I'll watch that and then I'll go and do what I've got to go and do. But now I'll find myself sat scrolling through shorts and I'm like, they're half of them are awful as well. But it's going that way.
The amount of time when our lass will do it, she'll start scrolling and she'll go, I've just seen 2 of your shorts, what the hell?
Yeah.
It's like, what's going on here? And she keep going, do more of that. It's like, as much as you want to do more of them, it's then you've got to try and balance it between shorts and then main videos.
Yeah.
And that's the hard bit I'm struggling with. But I think if the club could do more on that side, it would be great because our YouTube presence is awful.
I think our social media presence overall is a bit lacking in terms of how it's connecting with the fan base. It seems very 2010s.
I think it's trying to get better.
Yeah,
but it's going to be a process. Yeah, Cam, absolutely fantastic topic to bring there. It's took us off on many avenues. Thank you for jumping on, mate. We appreciate that. It's great to speak to you actually.
No problem.
In real time. But yeah, thank you for giving up some time this Sunday evening and take care and we'll speak to you again, all right?
Lovely stuff. Great. Take care, everybody.
Cheers, buddy.
Bye.
Bye. That was fun. It's always fun to have a couple of people on.
Yeah.
Yeah, great chats. Yeah. Just let them. Do you know what I like doing about that is we just let people talk with us. And I mean, I interrupt them a few times because of latency, but like being able to just talk for a good while with them and then having the section like that, I think that's the good way to do it. Because I remember when we did the first one, we were probably on there for a couple of hours but we still didn't have as long as we'd like with certain people. And then I remember Andy just came on and just spoke for ages.
Yeah.
Speaking of, actually, Andy sent us a message. Do you want to get that up? Because Andy was supposed to come on the community call in today. But but didn't. He failed. No, I'm joking.
Andy, you flaked out on us. How dare you?
We were going to have a debate, which will now be saved probably
There
for a
will be
different kind
another
of
debate
episode.
because
There will be.
Andy
The
does
grudge match.
debate well.
Yeah.
Let's be honest. When Andy debates, he does come back with
debate well.
facts.
Can I make an announcement before you do this?
Yes.
Yes.
If you like these sort of debates, we might be doing debate topics because we are expanding the value on the Dexterity Box channel. If you would like to support this content, I may also do another funding service at some point for people who don't want to be on YouTube because there is a large contingency there and there is other options available, and I may do them at some point. So you could get involved even if you're an audio listener. So make sure you are keeping in touch with us and keeping listening as we give you the updates. But on the Dollar Friends tier, which is the Dollar Friends tier, yes, it is. That's the £5 tier.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because it's yes.
That's the one I'm on.
That's the one that will now get you once a month a exclusive podcast. What an announcement! An exclusive podcast, basically. It will be a video form podcast with the audio going out. It is currently only available on YouTube, but I am looking at ways to do that so you would be able to get it in your podcast feed as well, because I know how to do it. I just need to make sure there's enough interest in that. If you would be interested, by the way, in doing that, and you are an audio listener, start hammering my email at Talking Wednesday Podcast. Well, not at talkingwednesdaypodcast@gmail.com. Get us on it. Get on us. Oh my God, we've been doing this for so long. Get on at us at Twitter at TalkingWed, and Jack will just basically go, right, we've got enough people. We need to sort this out so we can get it on the podcast feed. But yes, it will either be me, Jack, or Jake once a month sitting down between half an hour and an hour discussing any topics. They might also, they'll have a lot of fan interaction on them. They could be a debate topic. They could be a rant. They could be anything, but they will be exclusive for our members on that tier because I've been talking about it a long time. I've not felt like I've been putting enough value into that tier, and it's been great that people have been supporting us, but I'm going to try and pack out that tier now. So if you are at 99p member, which currently gets you the emoticons and the access to the live stream archive, if you would like to upgrade to the £5 tier, that would help us out massively with the running costs, and it would also get you that one podcast a month, and we will be adding things.
And we possibly could do another one of these. That's for members only. Kind of with all in.
With yeah. We'll discuss all of that before we make any promises, Jake. The whole reason we just had a meeting to discuss all of this is so we didn't commit to anything we couldn't fulfill. So, Jack.
So, moving on to what Andy has said, and I really hope you appreciate my audiobook narrator voice in saying this, Andy. Massive congrats in making it to 100. Gutted to not be there, but I wanted to let you know that I really appreciate you all putting in the effort to keep the podcast going. It's a breath of fresh air to have people talking about Wednesday with the attitude you guys do. We can be a bit my words now, I've been going forever. We can be a bit of a cantankerous fan base, to say the least. So to have you chatting about it all in a good-natured way is important. Thanks, and see you at 200. That was from Andy.
If we make it there.
If we make it there.
If we made it to 100, I'm happy about that. But yeah, bringing Jack on board and stuff, it's going to make things a lot easier. Jack isn't going to be on every episode purely because of logistics, right? If we were sat in this room every week, that'd be a different thing.
Easy.
That might be something. This is why we're trying to pack that membership tier. That might be something that happens.
The more
hint, wink, wink. The more people we get on that membership tier. That might be something we do more because it might free up my time a little bit more if I'm not constantly thinking about other things, and mean that we can do things a little bit more. It might not even be in this space. If it goes really well, it might be in one of my spaces, which would be even better because then I don't have to get out of bed. You would get full class James there. But yes, thank you very much for that, Andy. You have been a member of the channel, but also somebody we have spoken to a while, and it's disappointing that we won't get to hear you battle off with Worko. That now might be a membership video.
Yeah, I'm gonna say
the grudge match.
They're very limited edition videos because there's not many members, especially at that tier. So think about upgrading, and you'll get a lot of value at that tier with at least one exclusive video a month. Okay, with more things going in there. I feel like we should do a giveaway this podcast as well.
But what could we have to give away, James?
I think if you share the podcast on Twitter.
Yeah.
Tell you what, I will pick 10 people that share this podcast on Twitter, on some social media. So share the link to it with the hashtag TW100. Okay. Make sure you're following the @TalkingWed. Follow Dexterity Box as well, but we will just do it for the Talking Wed. follow @TalkingWed. And you will, if you share this out, 10 people can get one of our limited edition winter stickers. Okay.
Yeah.
That'll be a nice way to start off a little giveaway and then build it up from there. That sound good?
Yeah.
So share the podcast, hashtag TW100. Make sure that you are following the Talking Wed Twitter. Cool. There we go.
Cool.
There we go. That's a proper podcast thing, isn't it?
There we go.
There we go. 10 people for 100. Right. So we're going to go into some topics, some raised by the community, some that we've brought, some that we've been saving in the backlog. We're going, aren't we? Reflecting back, what's been the highlight for each of you of the Talking Wednesday journey so far as we've got to 100? So I'll go for you, Jack, first, because then we can let Jake think about it a little bit more.
I would say just actually going from listener and viewer every week to suddenly somehow being part of the team. And I just like, even today, I've had it really surreal just being sat here with you two. I can't believe that I started watching Jake's videos when I was 14 years old.
You're going on a list.
But like to sort of I would start watching your FIFA videos when I was like 16, 17.
Right, that's a bit better. I probably wasn't much older, in fairness. I'm just saying. Carry on.
And then to sort of be watching your two's content for so long and thinking, I'll never get to meet these people. And then now we're pals and we're on a podcast. And it's crazy. So just being part of the team and being so welcomed in and everything. And that's my biggest highlight, I guess, so far.
No, it's been wicked actually bringing you on board, because it was also a case of trying to bring you into this as a thing when we've been doing it for so long together. It's like we've not built this podcast off the back of clout and guests as well. And it's one thing where you like, when you build it off of two people just having a conversation, we don't care how big that number is, as long as it's enough of a substantial base where we can talk to people and we don't feel like we're talking into the void.
Oh, yeah.
Now, Talking Wednesday, obviously, it erupted like everything did in the pandemic and then dropped a little bit. And then it sort of stabled out. And then we're around that sort of stabilization. And we still have, like, when it's really interesting weeks and Wednesday news is firing, it can get back to those numbers. But we've still always got that constant baseline. And I've always said with any piece of content I'll do it as long as there's a constant baseline out there. Unfortunately, my circumstances and work circumstances and busyness have caused a lot of disruption to that in the last sort of year of podcasting. And that's also affected my health massively. So I'm making a lot of changes going forward because it's not the podcast doesn't affect my health really. It's just finding time to do the podcast. It's a case of coming to do an hour's record and then do a couple of hours edit. It's something I can do. It's low physical, it's low stress. It's all my other stuff around it, right? It's my daily work life that's getting a lot. So it's a case of trying to balance that. I'm trying to balance that in terms of life. And the idea of bringing you in after we had such a great conversation on that episode is a case of we bring in somebody in that I felt like I could have a really good conversation with. We obviously brought you in on that first episode where it was just you and me and we had a great chat. And I was like, okay, this is a dynamic. And Jake started sweating going, oh dear. But it was a case of, it's nice to bring somebody in that also gets Twitter like I does, but isn't afraid to just go out and make all the memes as well.
Yeah.
Still got to beat my seagull meme.
Yes.
That'll be your goal for this year.
I do.
But you're doing...
Well, the follow this page or draw 25 that I posted the other day. It's actually doing okay. And it's not quite the seagull meme, but
but you've got to, that's the thing, you've got to always, you've been doing it this week and I've been like, yes, amazing. Because the thing is, it's been you and me this week. So you'll go and eat some food and then I'll jump on and be like, let's just keep this going.
I literally had the thing where I've messaged them both going, who's on the Twitter? I don't know who it is.
Well, I think it's because we both started and we were like, let's just keep doing this. This is a laugh. But yeah, it's that side of it. It was, I don't like the toxicity that comes on Twitter, so that's why we've not done it before. But when we're both bouncing off each other and then if anything does come our way, we just laugh at it. Do you know what I mean? It's a lot different. It's a lot of a different dynamic. But yeah, what do you think about bringing this man on then?
He's been a fresh of breath air to have someone else.
What?
Fresh of
Fresh
breath
of bed.
Fresh of breath air to have someone else to
He
bounce
said it
ideas. To have someone else to bounce ideas off.
Do you know what you said, right?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
I do.
Right, okay.
I love smelling breath in the morning. It's
Yeah.
glorious.
Just call me Martin Keough.
Go on.
But it has been good to have someone else to bounce ideas off and have someone else who gets our passion of Wednesday but isn't wanting to make it an argument or a debate, because sometimes you can bring people onto these and it just turns into a massive argument and debate. And I think that's where some podcasts go wrong. They want that as their thing. And we never wanted it to be an argument. We wanted it to be a discussion with like-minded Wednesday fans. And it's actually helped us when, if I've been ill due to my illness, or we've had the period during Christmas where we all got ill, we had someone who we trust enough to go put an episode out, because you're funny, for one.
Funny looking, thanks. Yeah.
Well, you said that, not me.
Well, cannot confirm nor deny.
You're funny for one, but you talk sense without having to like rein it in, if that makes sense. You can go as far as you can, you know what the limit is. I think sometimes when you talk about Wednesday, there's a section of our fan base that can go overboard.
Yeah.
And I think it's getting that level of overboard and starting in the right place, and you're just on that line, it works.
It's also a case of like, you don't realize when you first do this, like how bad it is when you do get, you can get people coming for you. And like, there's some people that just like, it kind of goes over, water off a duck's back sort of after a while. But like when we brought you in, obviously you're younger than we make the joke, but like I was 23 probably when my first few videos started taking off. And obviously I've not like got massive since then and stuff, but they were featured on like those Facebook pages and stuff like that. And you realize when your content's out of your hands, just how nasty and off topic some people can be for no reason. So you could be talking about something and all they've done is seen a thumbnail of you and just, you know, and you put yourself out there to this sort of, so when bringing you in, I like kind of like, I know you would have come in and just gone, I'll do everything straight away. But I was like, if you do that and you say something, immediately you will see what can happen when there's a reason I bite my tongue on certain things, and there's a reason I'm less to rant as I used to be. And I want to bring that back. I'd like to bring like the rant debate style back to certain things, because when we do disagree, he can't understand that he doesn't need to talk over me and let me finish my bloody sentences when we disagree on something, because he's not used to it happening, right? But like that sort of thing where it is nice to have that dynamic with something. So the other day when I was just trying to finish a point and he kept trying to talk over me and I was like, Jake, shut up. Just have podcasts where people disagree, all right? Just shut up. But it's just trying to finish the point, because the thing is, right, my memory will only go so long. So if I let him talk and he's gone and fully talked over me, I'll forgot what I was going to say.
Yeah.
And I'm like, and you'll see me sometimes, you'll watch it on podcasts and I'll go, right?
I've edited a couple of podcasts where I've looked at it and go, you want to really hurt me right now?
It's just a case because there's a back and forth flow. And the fact that you got it great straight away, good. Because he still don't get it right and I still don't get it right all the time. Do you know what I mean? And obviously we've had conversations about how we want to do stuff in this channel in a certain way, and we don't want to bait people. We don't want to do that side of things. We don't want to be that sort of channel. It's like I've actually been asked to start some pretty big podcasts previously in different fan bases, actually, you know, like joined fan bases.
There's like the general
those ones.
Stuff, yeah.
I've been asked to do that before, and I probably could have built my profile, and possibly if some of them came to me now, I'd possibly consider it because I'm a little bit more seasoned in the podcasting thing. But when the big thing is they wanted to focus it like a show, whereas a show where you'd end up just like you'd annoy so many people that you're inviting it on yourself, you know. And I think there is a space for a podcast that doesn't always do that. There's a bit of that, you know, but it doesn't always. It can be a conversation. It's a case of like, if anyone is awful to a member of my team, I don't want them anywhere around us. That's been the ethos of this community. The Talking Wednesday community isn't going to be that. If you're going to come here and do that, you're not going to be in this community. You're not going to be able to post on any of our platforms. And that's not me like, oh, I don't want confrontation. No, there's a line. I don't delete comments where people disagree with me, right? Common misconception when I clean all that up. Somebody will go, oh, you're deleting comments. And I'm like, yes, because you've insulted how Jake speaks, or how there's something, you know, you've gone personal, or you've said something like that. I'm not having you anywhere near us, you know, and I clean all that up. Do you know what I mean? Or like, we don't need that here. And I think people don't know that line, and I think that's afraid of confrontation. But I've left comments in where people have gone like, "You two, the podcast would be better without me," and you two have been doing it. Do you know what I mean?
We had it with your solo one.
Yeah.
It was like, this is awesome. You should do this more on your own. It's like,
Yeah, well, no, we didn't actually have any comments like that in that video, to be fair. But I know there was a few DMs like, "Oh, just you two single," you know, that sort of thing. You get it on all the ones, but then if I'm doing it, I get the same about you guys. If he's doing it, he gets the same. It's just people trying to cause trouble.
Yeah,
And I know as well, I've made a couple of like off the cuff remarks about other clubs or whatever, but it's never like a malicious.
No,
thing.
I know
just
it's
a
not, but you've
thing.
got to realise that the level
I'm
of
sure that people do understand that.
but there
'Cause
is a side of fan base who are so territorial that that's attacking my club.
Oh.
You think like I do.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And I've had to sort of train myself because I'm like, surely they know that that's satire,
It's
or
satire.
surely they know that that's like not what I really mean. But then so many people are dense, Jack.
Yeah.
Right? Then it's like you realise that, like, oh no, you don't understand this, what this is, and then people take it in a different way, or they don't understand the joke and they think it's, you know. So you've got it, but those people, the unfortunate side of social media is it gave the people who possibly would just usually rant in the pub a bigger voice and a platform that goes bigger, because then other like-minded people who were like that
just tag
onto it. Yeah, and it becomes, and a lot of people like myself, I rise above things. I know a lot of people do. You just don't comment on something, right? The people that tend to not, there's a lot more people who will comment and be nasty and be that and sort of like shout into the chamber. So all you see is that, when actually the people who probably be on your side aren't doing anything, so they're not putting themselves in the firing line, and also they're just right, you know, there's a lot less people.
They're the ones that you normally get like the DMs. Saying, look, I agree with it. And I've had it before where people have turned around and said, I like the podcast and I like this, but I don't like sometimes debating with people in the comment section because they don't want to get into that. They want to just have a nicer life where they don't have to bother anyone.
And I will say our Discord is a place for that.
Yeah.
Like, if you want to come in, I welcome anybody to chat in there, like, about
So
stuff.
if you're a join member, you can
without even pimping it though. And Discord, by the way, will stay at the 99p tier. If you want to come into Discord, 99p. Okay, I'm not gonna cut that off.
And there've been some really good debates in there after the games as well.
Oh yeah.
Where the Discord had just kept on going after the game.
Yeah.
And you're like, this is what you want from a community.
Yes,
you want
exactly.
to be able to have the discussions, and everyone's got a right to an opinion. Like, we're not saying your opinion is gospel
invalid because of this.
Everyone's got a right to their opinion. We might not all we might not agree on your opinion, but you're allowed to have it. It's like, you can go, we disagree on this, but it is what it is. I think that's what makes football podcast done in the right way really fun to do.
Yeah, I think there needs to be a lot more of that with our fan base in particular, because there's been, through the last few years, there's been so much of this. You're wrong because you think this, so I'm going to personally attack you because you don't have the same opinion as this. Whereas there needs to be more of that, just very calm, very civil discussion of, I accept your point of view, I don't agree with it, but I'm not going to think any less of you for that.
It's the platform.
You know,
it's the platform we've unfortunately created, and a lot of it has been political based. Everything's become to a point of, if you disagree with someone, you're fundamentally against everything. So everything turns into a fight, and it doesn't need to be like that. That's not how society actually functions. A lot of people actually agree on a common level and have disagreements around that. A lot of people agree on fundamentals, and people will be relatively present, but you factor those people down to just an opinion at some point, and then all you're doing is attacking the opinion and therefore attacking the person, when it's not the bigger picture and it's not the context, when actually you'd probably get on with that person. Okay, you've only seen him in a certain light. But no, that's from Jack's. Jake?
Mine been actually having someone to talk Wednesday with, but also, again, it goes to that thing where my thoughts and opinion isn't going to be mocked. Like, for me, when I started the channel originally, and if you'd seen any of my videos, they were all over the place, and then randomly someone messaged, "Are you good at talking about Wednesday? Go talk about Wednesday." And when I initially reached out to you in the past to do this kind of thing, but I thought I took that as a, well, he doesn't want to talk to me about Wednesday. I at the time when I was like, okay, don't want to talk about Wednesday, I'll keep it going. It's why for a long time I haven't collabed with people, because I haven't found someone who I can talk with or bounce ideas off or had that bit where they can take the mic out of me because they're my mate.
Yeah.
And then it not be a case of you taking the mic out because you don't like me. And I think for a long time, it took me ages to get that. And then the more I've grown into doing the podcast, I've got a lot better. I was very bad at the beginning. I know that. I remember the messages I got from you going, you can't say this, you can't do this, do this. And you've actually made me a better content creator.
It's going to happen over the next few months, Jack. Stop doing that.
But it is, you've made me a better content creator for it because I've taken on what I've done here and I think I've got more confidence.
Your channel's smashing more than mine now, man. It's like one of those things where it's you've learned how to feed the algorithm. You're doing short form content in terms of what people really want, just the key fundamentals, and you're getting that out, and you've got a voice that's got wisdom behind it, and that's
Even when he can't talk.
Yeah, no, but that's the thing is though, like it's
fresh as breath air. Yes.
Yeah. Fresh as breath. That's a t-shirt. But no, it's great to have seen all of that, and I think the one thing that's been difficult for me is the fact that I've had to back off because of just being exhausted. Do you know, like you do so much because you're driven by goal, and I've talked about goalposts being pushed and things like that, but like trying to just sort of make sure that I'm set up in a career and I've got what I want to do is now come to a point where, because it's pushed my health to the other side, I'm just like,
Reevaluating.
I need to reevaluate. But the good thing about me doing it is I've built experience in my field, right? So I've built experience so I can possibly, if I can't alter what I'm currently doing, which I'm attempting to do at the minute to just try and take some of the pressure off, and take some of the strain off my body, really, is just try and, like build something. Maybe I have to go off on myself and build something myself. And there's always the fear that comes with that, but at least I've got the experience and at least I've done it all before, but I'm not, I've been thinking a lot recently about, okay, so what if I get too old to work and do something physical, which is my current job's quite physical, my daily, my Monday to Friday. So if I can't do that forever, what am I going to do? Because if I don't get rich, if something doesn't like fire off and I don't end up like wealthy enough to be able to set myself aside, what is something that I could do when I'm older that's relatively low stress, and obviously podcasting is something that you could do if it ever became a thing. I don't think it. I think Sheffield Wednesday is probably too niche unless you became the main face of the channel. But there's so many people in this game that we'd all probably have to get together and get the best personalities together. And that wouldn't work. It just wouldn't work because there'd be too many people who want to be at the top of that pile. And there'd also be valid claims for that because there'd be too many people with different expertise in different areas. You'd have to make it an entirely different company. Like it's very hard for me to be involved in something with my experience in production, experience in setting something up and not being able to say how it goes. Ideally, like if this is Jake's space, but if it was my space, it would be set out differently. We make it work when we come in here. Do you know what I mean? And it's one of those things that if we did end up you'd see it happen quite quickly. If we came in here a lot, I would literally be like, we're doing this here, this here, this here.
But that's where I also then take that, what I'm learning off you, how to improve my setup and how I can improve that.
Yeah, no, and that's the thing you're seeing it.
Me.
Yeah.
What's been your highlight?
It's genuinely like having a respected voice in this, not respected all the time, but like the conversations I've had and the fact that you can, and I just love when people can talk civilly and treat each other with respect, and just being able to be a voice in this that people have talked to me about, being able to feel like I can actually talk to them and I won't attack them for their opinion. And just being able to, I think for me, it's the DMs that you don't see and that I'd never read out on the podcast that you actually think that when they like listening and they like hearing about it and they feel like, they
feel part of it.
Yeah. Because they are part of it. Do you know what I mean? Everybody is part of it. And it's, we really focus this podcast on people being a part of it. And I can only apologize for the past year where I've not been able to do that as much as we used to be able to do it. And I appreciate the people who've stuck around for it. Do you know what I mean? And we are going to make attempts to build it up to a point where you feel like you can get involved more again. We've actually doing something right now where we could probably do some call-ins a little bit more and have some people on it. And we're doing the things that, yes, I'm not going to lie, we do need something for the people that can afford it to support us, to do more things, we do need to look at sustainability of the channel, especially if I do reduce things that I'm working and stuff like that. But I'm never going to specifically put that as a barrier to things. I will only make that an addition. You want more? Here you go.
Yeah.
You know, because I always think about it like I started to sub to Patreons of people that I watched a lot, because I've got podcasts that I listen to and they will give me like 12 hours of content a week.
Yeah, I've got similar.
Right. And I'm like, I can give them a $5. I'd spend a $5 on a couple. In this day and age, you're spending a $5 on like a sausage roll. You know
Pack
what
of
I mean?
eggs
Like,
is a $5 an hour.
yeah, you know.
It's
So
just- yeah,
it's, and we know that Northeast. We were in the Greg's a lot. We're in Greg. Do you say Greg's? Yeah. Eggs. Eggs. Greg's. Yeah, we know it.
same thing.
Yeah. Same thing, just with the gur.
He knows all about Greg's because he went on a little southern,
Yeah, I did.
We do.
southern venture, didn't he?
Little adventure.
Little adventure to
Failed.
But no, it's that thing where I'm like, oh, if I can do that a little bit more,
And I know the
well, I
bit where
can.
like you apologise, but we all also understand that
Yeah,
you're really passionate about what you do and you
Mm.
want it at a level. The product that you put out for this, that you don't, you've got high standards, and I respect your high standards than just putting anything out.
I get, the thing is though, there has been times this past year, and I won't lie, that I felt like I was coasting through a couple of episodes. You know, where you're just like, I really don't have time, and I know I've got to edit this, and we coast through it, and people haven't even commented on that, you know, in certain times, and I appreciate that because it possibly means that it's not been as prominent as you do think about it in your own head. I feel like the past few episodes around Christmas and stuff, even with our illness, we've picked it up again. You know, it feels like we've been getting back to what it was and having a laugh, and I think that's been nice with the change and the dynamic. And it's just a case of, yeah, just not being exhausted all the time to do it, to do things, and being able to split that, and yeah, just thinking cleverly with, having those conversations. But the way the podcast is going to go this year, it's going to be a lot less like that and more back to what I enjoy.
The one
Being
thing I
able
can
to
always
talk to
say
people.
though is there's been podcasts where we started an episode and we've both gone, we don't want to do it. Then at the end of it, we spoke and we're all G'd up and like, that was a good episode. And the podcast has actually helped us get out of that mindset of going, we don't want to do this, and then enjoy it because we've spoken about something. And sometimes it wasn't even Wednesday stuff we were speaking about.
Yeah.
We've just spoken about how life and had a chit chat. And I think there's such a culture of not talking about that, and that we do this. And I think it helped people. I've had it before where people said the podcast has helped my mental health because it's given me something else to think about. And those messages, they're the ones that you love because you feel like you're helping someone without helping
It keeps
someone.
you going. It keeps you like encouraged to say we are doing a good thing here. It's not. It keeps you like focused on what's important and the reason you're doing it, and it's just so nice that we're helping people out there feel like they've got this
A voice.
thing that they can focus on and feel like they're heard and they're seen with their own views and respected, even if they're not the same views.
Yeah.
You know, it's
I am going to start this year another podcast but it's going to be it's going to be more this sort of vibe.
Yeah.
It might not even be on my channel. It is a case of please go and subscribe to my other channel, my gaming channel. It is quite nerdy, but like the problem is when you box in a channel like this into football, there's so much of it that will die off. But if you start something that's based off a little bit more general and people that really enjoy when we go off tangent a little bit, maybe they filter to the other channel because they want to see all of that sort of thing. I think that's something I'd enjoy doing because it's bringing the enjoyment of the balance there, you know, chatting to people and being able to bring other people on. Because I think a lot of people, if you try and hold a conversation in a podcast, people don't realize it does take energy. Do you know what I mean? Like it's a different thing when you've got to hit certain points, and we're very structured in the fact that we want to deliver a certain product. The big thing I came out with when we did this podcast was like, so what's not being done? The news.
Yeah.
Now I think a lot of people do cover the news, and that's I think it's a very vital thing for people to be able to do because, to be honest, it's what's important to when you're boxed in like Wednesday.
yeah.
But what I saw mainly, and I didn't really watch much, I asked Jake what was in the scene and that sort of stuff. And I said, well, is there a news based that just like goes into the reviews and stuff, but then talks about the news and does something formulaic? Because I really enjoy podcasts like that. So being able to set out a format like that, and I think that like that's a format that obviously gets used by a lot of people in our sphere now, in the Wednesday sphere and in other football spheres. And I know because when we started it 2 years ago, I didn't really see it being done.
No.
You know, and I just think it's become, and I won't lie, I didn't come up with it. It's just come off podcasts that I've liked from other areas. And I was like, well, it can be done to this format. So why shouldn't it be done to that format, you know, to keep
I
it
think
on?
some of the thing that's really helped out as well is having Soph help us get things together.
Yeah.
Sometimes, because you can sometimes see what we're doing and go, this is wrong, you need to get your head together and do this. And sometimes we've not had that.
You do
And
like bashing your heads together.
yeah.
Well, it's usually like, Soph will go, why are these so terrible at scheduling? I'm like, it is partially my fault as well. But like, she'll go, why are they what are they doing? And
I like the bit where she got, you can all talk to each other.
Yeah. But yeah, it's nice the side to think about, like being able to hopefully bring it more back to what we are. And the rebrand is more of a case. The reason I wanted to change things up a little bit is more of a case of let's just revitalize everything, you know, and go from, because the past few months haven't been great in general, like in terms. So I was like, let's just lift everything I'm doing. What's yours been, Soph?
Oh, I get a turn.
Yeah, you get to talk in this bit because you've just been quiet for all the football bits. Do you want to just pick that mic up a little bit? I know it's a bit heavy.
It is a bit heavy. I don't know what's up with it.
The mic arm's terrible.
It's just being weird. Well, I guess because obviously I've been here from the beginning, just in the background. It's like all the stuff that I was doing didn't really get seen.
Yeah.
I'd be like, James, maybe you should talk about this, and then like slide things across the table, sort of thing.
Yeah, because we started obviously in lockdown when it was the second lockdown, and I'd gone to yours, wasn't it? It was around, I don't remember where I was, but I remember we were locked down somewhere for a good like 2 months, and I was just like, well, what can I do?
Yeah.
So
And
I did it there. Yeah.
I don't have the attention span for football. And
Massive shorts watcher here, by the way.
yeah. Obviously, during lockdown and everything, football stopped, and I could see how sad, not sad, like there was this collective kind of, like what do we do? Like what are we going to talk about? Because obviously you can't be going down the pubs talking about football with your friends. And what I've really enjoyed is seeing it go from obviously James and Jake just having a chat and being like, it gave me that like two friends meeting down the pub, we're going to have a chat about football. And I think that's what's really resonated with a lot of people, especially during then, because it was gone.
Yeah.
And having that relationship between something that you're very passionate about and something that you both annoyingly know a lot about is something that I think can get overshadowed a little bit.
Yeah.
You know, you forget that it's important to talk about these things. And I could try and talk to James about football, and I'd be like, yes. I don't have anything else to say on that. And he wanted the debate. So being able to have that with Jake, and then obviously bringing Jack on as well, and bringing that like extra voice. It's been really interesting to see how the whole dynamics developed. Obviously the live streams coming in and being like, sorry I'm late, guys, you know, working. And people being like, oh, it's fine, don't worry. It's like turning up at a party and not feeling like you've missed out.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And, like, I never really got football until like I met James, and I knew Wednesday was very important. So it's obviously Wednesday, Sophie maybe like Dan.
Keep going.
To give you viewers, she said Wednesday's here and Sophie's here. James is in
Yeah, it
James'
might
mind.
be like me and the dog might be tied.
Bella is a good dog.
She is a good dog.
Yeah.
It's being able to obviously have that sense of community that obviously disappeared during COVID, and allowing people, we've always tried to promote like a safe space.
Yeah.
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 Like,
And not in the sort of like way that safe space is used in a lot of contexts, sort of just like that. Come in, don't be an arse, and get on with everybody.
And enjoy yourself.
And we'll have that, but we won't have people here to bait people out, and we won't have people here that just want to inflict their misery upon other people. Everybody's a little bit miserable, and they have been for the past couple of years. Let's at least try and not have that here.
But we're also for good debates around football. Like if you actually go into the Discord, there's the football, the film, the TV shows. It's not just Wednesday debates. There's other things we talk about in
we'll
there,
talk
which is
to you
really nice.
about whatever you want to talk
Yeah.
about.
Yeah, that's my phone. So professional.
So unprofessional.
People are following the Talking Wednesday Twitter.
But yeah, I think that's the main thing. Just seeing how your little community, I nearly said cult then. 'Cause,
We're ordering the robes as we speak.
I mean, the way you look, it would be fitting.
I am getting like John Seed vibe from Far Cry.
Yeah.
5.
Yeah, if we get you some of those like yellow tinted
Yeah.
I
I forgot any lines from that. Did he have the hick accent? Was he like?
Yeah,
was he that
But
one?
it was very soft.
He was very soft, and he talked about
That's
the
it.
cold, and he talked about how we all had to change our plans and our minds. Yeah. Okay. Carry on.
yeah, that was uncomfortable. It's just being
You had the headphones on as well.
yeah. It's just I hate this word. It's just nice.
Yeah.
It's just nice. Bit nice, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it's also a case of just to give you some context, because this is not what we're doing anymore. But Soph didn't used to work Mondays. Now she's got a different work schedule. But like about 6 months ago, possibly even just a bit before, probably a year ago actually. Year ago, I said I can't do the document anymore like I used to. And I tried to get Jake to do the document the way I did it.
Failed.
And so, which is basically the way we run the show. And it just doesn't work. And it's not fair for me to say that because it's harder for Jake, just because what did you call it?
Listexia.
That one. Yeah. So it was like, right, well, it's something that needs to be done because I can't come in and I can't just be firing, but I don't have time to do it because when the news came out.
To do that, I felt really bad because like someone got to try and understand what James has done for a year and now figure it out in like straight away because it's very, when they get the stuff, it is all over the place because my brain just goes that way.
Yeah.
It's been a lot better since Sophie actually made me a template.
So basically what would happen is me and Jake would just basically throw stuff at Soph for her to fix on the Monday. I'd go to work we'd be around on the weekend. I'd be working on I'd be working on either the Saturday or the Sunday, depending. We'd have one day to do live stuff, and then because I was working 6 days, so it's a case of Monday would be a case of I'd be going back to work, and then while I was at work, Soph would just do the final edit of the doc, make sure everything was there and produced properly and ready. Basically, Sophie is our producer, so it's a case of coming in and making sure it was all there and I could come straight into the show after work, record the show, and then edit the show, which is great that Jake upped his internet because it meant he could get the show to me really quickly. I'd come in straight away, get changed, record, edit, leave, because then I would take Soph back, who had to be at work the next day. So I'd end up like having to do a different trip just to make sure we were in the right place the next day. So it was a case of we haven't done that for a few months now. So it's come back more to a thing of a bit more shared responsibility with the document. I'm doing the document and stuff again now. But it's a case of, yeah, it was. You can see why I was getting a bit burnt out with my life on top of that, because it was the case of I couldn't do it to myself where the podcast would become the thing that I'm really like. Yeah. Because I couldn't put the time in that I wanted to, and it was annoying me. Do you know what I mean? It doesn't mean that like things would change where I could put loads of time into the podcast, but I could put my time in responsibly if I can get everything else in order. Do you know what I mean?
I do remember the message Sophie sent me. I sent you this. This makes my life easier and yours more important.
Yeah, no, the first thing she just sent Jake a message with just a new template. Please use this. Please use this. But it worked well, and it was nice. We're talking about what are the goals of the podcast this year now. Really, it's sort of for me, I'll start with me. It's doing more giveaways, because giveaways was something I was always going to do. I didn't want to build the platform off giveaways, but it's something that as we start to make things as little keepsakes for the channel and things like that, it'd be nice to give them away. It'd also be nice to, we're always open to, if any players do listen to this, by the way, to get in touch and give us things to give away, and we will give stuff away. But yeah, I've got like loads of all Wednesday stuff. I've got all Wednesday programs. I've got all Wednesday videos, things like that. Stuff that would be nice for the older fans among the fan base as well, to be like, oh yeah, I'd into that. And it'd be a mutual thing. We'll get some subscribers, we'll get some followers on the Twitter, and also we get to give away things. But yeah, my goal is to just basically keep doing what we're doing and not just focus on growth in terms of numbers, but focus on healthy growth in the fact that I don't care if I'm putting something on Twitter and it's getting like 3,000 views. If when I put a podcast out, I'm not getting the same sort of like reaction or engagement, or people are enjoying it as much. Do you know what I mean? Because I've just gone for the cheap click.
You don't want it to be mutually
I'm letting Jack do that.
Yeah.
You don't want it to be like mutually exclusive. You want it to be a paired growth.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And we are doing the more fun stuff. We kind of like, we are doing the more fun stuff with Jack. So I will filter into Jack, because Jack is, we've talked about like, what do we want to do on the Twitter and how do we want to do it? But what are your sort of goals this year? For the
I want us to effectively just get more outreach, really, for people to sort of think the Sheffield Wednesday podcast, and then this podcast to be the first one that comes into the heads.
That's your goal,
I guess. That's kind of just what I want us collectively to achieve. But yeah, just to be able to stand up and think, yes, we are definitely competing with the big boys, etc. And not like a black sheep of the crowd, and be one of the front runners in everybody's minds. And like, yes, we are serious about this, not just do you know what I mean?
I know, I like that. Yeah, I think it's because I've obviously
the driven kind of vision of like, yes, we are
where we want to be,
respectable. We deserve to be up there, etc. So
I think it's because I have always neglected the audio side, so I've not pushed it in that fact. The fact that we've got our heads together, we could probably possibly do a little bit more of that. But I've been a video product first, right? In terms of media content, because I want people to be able to see us. I want to be able to people feel like they're in the room, and high quality audio and decent quality video is my goal on that, you know. So I always did that, and that was something that I was like, yeah, let's bring it there.
One of the main key things was you got a good camera and you got a good mic. You're doing.
Yeah, I did actually say that to him. Yeah. Well, no, somebody who's got the gear but no idea, Jake, was the case, and I was like, yeah, let's we can work with this, and then yeah.
And I know a personal goal as well, just me overall, is I want to be able to step up to be the same quality as you two in having one of these rather than my little tiny little webcam.
Like that webcam,
even though it's a good quality, like you wouldn't believe that solo episode I did was actually, a load of people said, "Are you really recording that on a webcam?" And I want to be able to have one of these that we've got here recording today, rather than just, oh yeah, it's a good webcam, but it's still a webcam. Because in my mind, I'm thinking I'm behind everybody else. I'm not producing the same level as other people, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But that's just me in general. I'm not very good to praise myself.
It's nice to have that ambition. I think it's because I think people think I don't want to be in competition with people, but I want sort of like the. In terms of, I want the, what's the saying? High tides raise all boats, that sort of thing. I'd like it to be a case of like,
we raise other people.
It's a case of we bring people in the community, we sort of do that. We don't have any sort of like, because there is a bit of like bickering and stuff that goes off in the Wednesday fan base, and I try and sort of stay away from all of that. But I think also being involved in that, if you are involved in that, it actually gets you reach up. But I don't want to go that way. Do you know what I mean? So it's a case of just trying to do it organically and trying to do it properly, you know, and things like that. And I know you've been very keen on being like, well, no, I really enjoy this because you've joined from the side of it. I want this. I want you to go for
deserves to be heard by more people,
and
kind of thing.
And I do get that. I do get that. As I've said to you in the past, I'm very conscious about. I never want this to be seen as a competition with anything or anyone. Because also, as I said before, I don't consume other media content purposely because I can keep solely objective on this. Football media, I don't consume. Apart from now, I am sorry for people who don't like. I do find myself watching TalkSport clips, but like it's like it's just there in the shorts as well, isn't it? So you're just like, right, well, I'm watching this then. But I don't consume it. I didn't consume other people's career modes. And then when I actually did once, I was like, okay, I can nick a bit of that. But that's the thing. I try not to have that brain. Do you know what I mean?
I don't want, just to further my point as well, I don't want it to be a case of us rising up by stepping on everybody else. I want us to be rising up there out of a respect factor.
We just need to do what we used to do.
Yeah.
We used to do really, really engaging podcasts that had everything in. And then I had to start cutting bits out. Right? Yeah. So it's almost like when other people fill that gap and they start doing that, it's almost like if we start doing it, why are you doing that all of a sudden? We actually used to do this. I just didn't have the time. So, it's coming back, basically.
Yeah, pretty much.
Goals for you, Jake?
Building up the community a bit more. Getting more Wednesday fan talking in the kind of thing. Being able to have like the Discord calls in and having more of that, more of a community base and getting other people's opinions. And I think the way this podcast goes, we have got it to a point where we know how to run it and how to do it. And there's always going to be something you want to improve on. It's just common nature with anything you make that content. You don't stay at one level and don't improve. And there's always going to be bits where we're all going to improve on something. If it's production, if it's how we set something together. I think the nice thing about this is that we all respect one another's opinions. So everyone's got a say on how we can do it. And we have people go, you should do this more on your stuff. But like it's on Dexter's channel, but it's all our podcasts. It's not just Dexter's podcast. It's everyone to help out on.
No, it's mine.
No.
I was joking.
He's joking.
But it is that whole thing.
I pay the bills, but that's about as mine as it is,
It's about building that community a bit more. And I think we've got a good community already. And I still think it can go from where it is there to there and get more people involved.
I just think it works, right? There's also a case of like, if Punk doesn't like hosting as much, like when you're just on your own hosting. I think you've got better at it.
I've got better at it. But for me, hosting, because I'm used to knowing how to host my channel. Yeah. When I'm hosting someone else's channel, there's some of that like anxiety going, I've got to get this right.
Got to make sure it's in this
certain way. That how it's got to be. But I'm getting better because I've done it more often.
Yeah.
I think when I host, I go too fast because if I go slowly, my brain kind of catches up, and that's when I have medical issues. That's why it's always fast. And people always say, why you talk so fast? I have to do that to keep my brain at an even level. Like you've noticed it on my videos recently where I'm having seizures and I don't know I'm having them. And you've gone, are you okay? And it's nice actually having you know that kind of thing. But it is that thing where I'm trying to slow myself down because it's one thing you said. You need to slow down a bit when I'm talking on the hosting to get my stuff out. But I also know on the medical side, if I slow down, I don't want to send you that clip.
Yeah. No, I get that. And that's why it's also a case of like, I try not to put that on you. I think what a lot of people don't realize is hosting is a completely different gig.
Yeah.
It's like, I have it battered at me when I have like people on and stuff like, oh, he doesn't really inject too much football in opinion. I'm like, technically that's not my job or what I'm here to do. I will do it. But when I'm hosting a 2-person podcast specifically, somebody's got to keep everything on and then bounce off the opinions of the other person you are presenting that, and then you are taking it back upon yourself. That is the whole point. You've got to keep the show running while you do it. And when there's more people there, it's actually nicer in a way because I can bring that. It's harder in distance when we're digital because there's latency.
Absolutely.
But like being able to bring that between someone and then have that and then be able to give my opinion, there's more bounce off. But when you're hosting it, you've still got to keep it on track. It's like us three are in a room now, but I've still got to keep things running. Do you know what I mean? So it's like I can bring it here and I can keep it here, but it's still... And Sophie's here, sorry. I'm so used to it. I just said us three. She's just like, us three.
These 3 guys and a ghost in the corner.
Yeah. No, I've still got to keep it. I've still got to keep the cogs turning on that.
That's why you're good at doing the hosting though, well, because you're very good at knowing where to come in to bring in the topic.
Yeah.
And I think sometimes when we've done hosting I try to do a similar job to you, but I've not got that ability.
You also cut off my segues all the time.
Yes, I did.
So there's that.
Yeah, I know.
and I'm
I do.
like, yeah, there's going to be a topic cut, especially because I'm going to have some new graphics soon for the breakouts that I might even put in the full episodes of the podcast with cuts and stuff like
I'll have a
that.
stop
And that's
muting
going
my
to be
mic.
a nightmare with you. I'll just be like, shut up. Shut up. I'm just going to have a button that just deafens you. Stop ruining the flow. But yeah, no, Sophie, you got any goals you'd like to do with the podcast? I know you got a lot of goals in starting new positions and careers and things like that. But in terms of the podcast...
what would I like? I mean, you've finally let me on. Like episode of
Are you
100.
next
She has
thing a camera?
been. She has been requesting to be on here for
Not just
decades
me.
worth of episodes.
Like people have gone, well, why don't you talk to Sophie about it? Why don't you?
yeah.
Da-da-da-da-da?" I have seen the comments.
Maybe if you become a member at the £5 tier, then I might bring Sophie on once every 4 months or something, and we'll have a
I thought
conversation
you meant
about
me.
anything.
I was like, I live with you.
Yeah, there's that side. Carry
I
on.
was like, why would I be a member?
It's great content.
What would I like? I'd like it to just keep going at the pace it's going. What I would like to see is maybe, obviously, like we've talked about the community, we've talked about like bringing more people in. We love a diverse opinion.
Yes.
We love.
Don't like how undiverse my analytics are.
No.
No.
If you would like to see how undiverse the analytics are, press join.
Oh God.
We
I want more. I want more. And I say this as I'm interrupting a female voice. I would like more female voices and opinions on the podcast.
Cancel him.
It's a case of, and that in general, and not for the sake of it, right? But for a different perspective that I might not have.
Yeah.
You know?
yeah.
And it's not like for a sake of it. In terms of like, because often I find that when I speak to a lot of women in football, their perspective on things is slightly different because there's different games and there's different experiences around it. It's different. Like if you're talking about diversity amongst men and stuff like that, the diversity isn't really too much of a thing. There's exclusion and things like that, but a lot of young lads, no matter like culture or whatever, a lot of young lads get put out on a football pitch.
Yeah.
You know, so there's a lot more of that there. But with women in football, there's been a different vibe of that, and it would be nice to have more of those opinions in. So basically, I know there's not a lot of you, but I know there's some of you that listen.
I only know of Soph and M. Hi M, if you're enjoying this. I hope you're enjoying the podcast.
I know
only
of
those two.
I know
that
a
I
few
know
more.
are female that listen to this podcast. Everybody else I know that listens to it are
Yeah.
males. So it's.
But I'd like just write in. Let's hear your
please.
opinion on it.
Yeah.
You know, let's have you on a community
if-
call, that sort of thing.
Even if you don't want a group of guys to read it out, I will be happy to read it out because I know that can be a thing. Lots of male voices reading a female's opinions can be a bit intimidating.
Just having different voices,
Because
basically.
Sheffield Wednesday is a huge club.
Oh,
And I know, that's the
Just-
first and only time I'm going to say it. So relish it.
the word's massive, by the way. But carry on. You may continue.
Oh, thank you, sir. There is
Please still come on the podcast. Female voices. Just this is our level of banter between us. This isn't a common occurrence.
They are a couple, by the way.
Yeah,
Like,
just in
to-
case
Not
you
much
weren't aware. No, because it's apparently because this is actually there's a layer to this joke. That's not a threat to me. This is because yesterday she said your horoscope says that in August you're going to break up with me, and I'm like, what do you want me to do with that?
Horoscopes.
It's like somebody brought in some horoscopes to work, and it was like a year-long one. So obviously I read mine, and I was like, "Oh right, cool, nothing to write home about." Read James's. It was like, in August, your relationship will come into question as you decide to move things on with your own personal life. And I was like, "Oh, that's interesting."
Yeah, so I got grilled. At least August's warm. Carry on. Let's move this on,
there's-
please.
It's
I'm
like,
feeling uncomfortable.
can't think why.
Like, I get that it's intimidating, and it's a place that sometimes female voices feel like they're not going to be heard or listened to or respected, but I can promise you, especially from these three, that it would be, and we would love to hear that side, because a lot of times it does become very narrow in what we can talk about.
Yeah.
So having a different opinion, like when we brought Jack in, it brings a different vibe, it brings different topics, we can take it different directions, and I think that would be interesting.
It also goes back to that whole thing of football being for everyone, which sometimes it doesn't feel like it. There shouldn't be a situation where the her game movement had been made. That should not have been a thing. But the fact that that's a thing says how much we need to include more female voices into football and other people's thoughts and opinions.
Can I say specifically as well, female voices in men's football is not a sin. Like, it's not like I'm sick of seeing that. Like, oh well, they've got the women's game, because that's the thing with the women's game becoming bigger. Oh well, they've got the women's game, but no, but I should be able to,
and vice versa.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. I should be able to speak, and I'm sure I would be able to speak on the women's game without an eyelash battered. Do you know what I mean? So it's a case of why not go? Why would it not be the same the other way around? You know. So it's every voice here, unless you're an arse.
Yeah, if you're an arse, don't bother. We don't want you. But
should we move on?
Yes.
Feeling very uncomfortable.
It's been very.
Didn't think the horoscope story. Honestly, I was blindsided by that yesterday. I was like, "Yep, right.
What can I do with this information?
What do you want me to do here?"
Just tell me why you're going to leave me.
You're confronting me with cosmic subjects here. I do not have control over the universe.
Jack, are you free in August? We might not have someone to help us out.
Yeah, maybe I'm dead. Oh.
Then we'll mourn you.
Yeah.
Well, I died last year.
Oh,
apparently,
yes.
remember?
Oh, yeah. Maybe
It
it
was R.I.P. Punk Chef 41 was a big thing.
I shouldn't joke about that, really.
No.
Because if my mother ever caught wind, she'd kill me. And then they kind of defeat the yeah, they would. Yeah. You know. But, yes. Let's move on. Phil Carpenter writes in.
Phil Carpenter
might be now.
writing.
Says, "Hi guys, congratulations on reaching the century mark. The various episodes have been very informative, enlightening, and humorous at times. Keep it going."
Only
He
at
didn't
times.
actually put the comma there. I put the comma there. Keep it going. And it comes just after Darren Moore has reached a century of games as our manager. So bearing that in mind, how do you compare your podcast performances over the 100 episodes to that of Darren over his 100 performances with the team? I know he has more money at his disposal than you, but what improvements do you see that need to be made with the podcast and the club? I would also be interested to hear how and why all of you guys became Wednesday fans,
This is a
as
cracking
opposed
question.
to following someone else.
Does a really good question.
Yeah, Phil's great. In terms of the improvements, I think it's a case of the more support we get, the more I can reinvest into the channel, and the more I can bring. It just takes the pressure off, right? So in terms of the improvements, they will come as the channel grows, and that's just the side the side of it, you know, that will bring it there. I'm looking at different content as well. It's not just the podcast growth. It's if the general channel grows, like the FIFA videos do well. If any sort of like content like that does, and we find that niche, I can grow the platform to a place where we can bring people in. It's just about making sure that us guys have a voice somewhere in terms of other content, in terms of people, clubs. Like we get a lot of DMs from people asking us to go on podcasts and things like that, and that sort of thing to keep coming, just keeping the growth there, and we'll do that. But people need to understand we're not going to come on and we're not going to give you sound bites, your clickbait sound bites. Well, we might, but we're not going to come on and basically say something that you can then clip for the next,
and then no context, and you get
you can clip it. Well, not even that, but like just so you can clip it when you actually say we're coming on a preview and you're going to say something, try and get us to say something, so then when it comes out you can mock us at the end. We wouldn't.
It'd be like, you said this and look what we did, kind of thing. And
yeah,
there are some podcasts like this.
Yeah, it's weird. I've had a few reach out and then send me like, one of us has gone on or something, and then like we've lost, and they've been really weird about it.
Yeah.
I won't mention which couple those were. I think you're knowing which one I meant.
Yep.
I mean, yeah. Interesting. Goals? Apart from what we spoke about, I think we're fine with goals, aren't we?
I think just improve as we can overall. I think we've just covered that, really.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, personally, again, I just want to improve my overall setup to be a lot more slick and professional and not just...
That's the thing with...
I feel
you're
like
at a better starting point than Jake was.
I feel like my own personal
definitely.
starting point now, where I am right now, is very cobbled together and not very thought out.
It's because, do you know what your problem is? You keep updating OBS. Stop doing it.
Yeah. What you've got now is nowhere near what I started off with when I started this. It was all over the place. It took ages to get it right. The big thing that's been the biggest improvement on my side is my audio. My audio was terrible when we first did episodes. And then you're already there. What you're saying is cobbled together. That's a perfect starting point.
Because I'm such an idiot for comparing myself to everybody else and sort of thinking where I'm at right now compared to where people I know are at. I think I'm forever going to be playing catch up and I'm never going to like properly reach somewhere. But then I actually sit back and look and maybe someone's been doing it for like 5 years longer, the last 5 years. Whereas I've only been doing remotely anything like this for even 8 months now ish, something like that. I've barely even started and I need to stop being so self-critical and start thinking.
You also got to remember.
I also hate that I'm talking about myself so much right now.
But you also got to remember on the side of like gear.
Yeah,
it's stuff that James had built up over so many years of doing uni and music side.
I've never come from money, so it's like I've had to build things up over time and be clever with my purchases and buy stuff that's going to last me. Like
you buy stuff
I'm in trouble if certain things go bang. Like not so much anymore because I've worked to a point where I can probably like replace bits for a while, depending on certain bits. But like I've bought bit by bit by bit and added it all together to a place where now I can make decent content. I'd still love a red camera.
Yeah, sure.
Or something. I would look like.
Jack, my first Wednesday video was on a webcam like you.
Really?
It was on a webcam and it was on inbuilt camera speakers.
Oh.
On the webcam speakers.
Can I see Jake's first camera angle?
Yeah, that was
it. I've seen his very first
hang on,
video
sorry,
on
no,
his channel.
hang on.
It was up there.
It was there.
Yeah. I couldn't
more
frame anything.
Mohican than anything else.
It was more Mohican because I was trying to get it in shot and I couldn't get the right distance because it was a webcam. But the thing is, you're in a really good position because there's a lot of good gear out now that you can get in at a quite decent price range without breaking the bank, would you say?
Yeah, I'd say it's also a case of you can just pick so much. Like the USB microphones have become great. There's stuff that you can it's just knowing how to dial it in on the back end. Like I'm borrowing a piece of kit off you that I'm going to be able to, because even with my back end processing, like the front end now is going to be a lot easier to bring stuff in. It's going to be less. We're trying to basically make it easier to be able to keep producing the same content, and that's what gear helps with. The thing is, it won't help if you've not got a general idea of how to do things. So like even when I say like when I talk about the podcast probably being its baseline worst week, it's still at a baseline that is a standard that I can put out.
Oh yeah.
So it's a case of there's that comes over with time and experience of being like, right, I want to put that out. There has been times, first time ever this year, where I knew it was going to be a terrible week and I said, we're not even sitting down to record. No. First time ever, let's cancel it. Because there's nothing. And you and me are feeling a bit crap.
Yep.
We're in a place where we would just be dragging ourselves through this, and we'll be dragging ourselves trying to find something to talk about, and we'd be wasting.
That we also said to ourselves, to each other, let's just, because back when it was, we might have tried to push on, but we know where we are now.
The thing is, though, we could also in the first episodes they were like 2.5 hours, 3 hours long, and I loved them.
But you had the time then because there was everyone was stuck at home.
Yeah.
Whereas we don't have that now, so we don't always have the luxury to be able to have these expansive episodes that we really enjoy doing, and then.
I remember having to send the first stuff on the one to. It was like, this is big. Can I take it in like sections?
Yeah.
Wait.
You used to segment it all, and I was on terrible Wi-Fi back then, and I was just watching it, and I used to have to set things to upload, and it'd take about 3 hours, and then I'd get back to my internet, and it was like, whoop.
Yeah.
and I just can't do it. It's like where we are mainly now. Like if you had to send me that podcast, I had to basically just set it to upload overnight because I knew it was going to take about 3 hours. It's just that we've not got the infrastructure to be in this all streaming world in this country yet. Until they've got gigabit everywhere, it's not going to be ideal. But yeah, in terms of how I became a Wednesday fan, I've told this story before. I'm not going to go on and on and on about it.
Yeah.
My uncle gave me, so I had a Man United shirt on when I was about 4. Was like, nope, not happening, and gave me a Wednesday shirt. Because I was just going around the playground and like I wanted to kick a football about or something. No, I can't remember how old I was exactly, but like it was at age enough to not really know enough about football. But everybody else is wearing this. Can I have it? And he was like, "You're not doing that.
Yeah,
you're not doing that." And then I learned more, and then I used to go on the the community programs they did in the half terms, football camps. Yeah, that sort of stuff. Still got the trophies from that somewhere, that sort of thing. And I went through phases of being a fat kid to a skinny kid, doing all the different levels of that there. But I used to probably go to them camps every half term for about 4 years. Yeah, and I used to love them. I used to has anybody else got this? I used to hate getting changed in PE. So I used to hate putting like my boots on and my shin. There was just a fear with it, and anxiety of doing it. Yeah. That's the thing I hated. It's like when I go to the gym now, the thing I hate is like having to get ready for it. I don't go to the gym anymore, but I have to exercise at home, controlled. That sounds, yeah. I've just made that sound like it could have a double entendre. But it's like when I watched an interview with Henry Cavill the other day, and he was like, they were like, you weightlift a lot, and he went, yeah, and he went, do you do cardio? We went, well, I do. Yeah. And he went, I do that at home, and he went, and the host was like, what? And he was like, I think they got it.
What? Do you what? Oh no, I don't run. And then suddenly people start going, ooh,
yeah.
And he was like, I think they get it.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
But yeah, Jake, go on.
Mine was my grandma. She grew up on Bramwell Lane, and she was a Wednesday fan. And I got it from there. And then as I was getting older, my dad supported Wednesday, and I was like getting to that point where what teams I was looking at to support. And I remember my grandma just turned around and came in and went, "You're supporting Wednesday, and if you don't support Wednesday, I'll disown you." That was her line.
Yeah.
And I was only little. I was like, okay, I'm a Wednesday fan then. And I just went from there.
How different our lives would have been, eh?
Oh, yeah.
Go on then.
Yeah, so I actually, throughout primary school, I was horrendously bullied to the point where I, for some weird reason, associated all of the school bullies that I had all played football. And I was like, I don't want to be like them. And they like football because it's all they ever talk about and all they ever do at playtime, whatever. So I'm not going to like football. And I was like adamant about it. But even though when I was 8, my godfather, who was my dad's best friend, got me and my dad tickets to see Blackpool at home. And it was like a 4-4 draw or something, or like it was a really incredible draw, whatever. And then I was like, no, I'm sticking with my guns, whatever. And then another couple of years went by, and then I was 11 and in secondary school, and one of my dad's friends from the cricket club he used to play for got us tickets to it was that Carlisle at home. Yeah. And do you remember Michael Antonio cracked a rib?
Yeah.
And he was playing, just holding his side for the entire game. And ever since there, I was like, I've been such an idiot. And I absolutely fell in love head over heels with it. And then as soon as we got promoted, I was like, Dad, can we get a season ticket, please? And we had a season ticket all through the championship Mandarich era. And then we moved down, and then, yeah. And then right as Chancery took over, we moved down south. And we missed all the good times. We missed the playoff years. It had to be a remote thing.
You did it again.
So,
yeah.
Oh, for God's sake. I said Chancery, not rather than Chancery, didn't I?
Yeah.
Oh, God's sake. But yeah, that's basically, I was a late bloomer, actually, overall, in terms of loving Wednesday and stuff.
No, but you've got the thing that you can tell, and I think you can tell it with all Wednesday fans, is this and any football fan, is this real vivid, strong memory of your initial time as a Wednesday fan. Like, I remember that because the first season I went was when we got promoted at Cardiff in that playoff. I just remember being on a coach, because we went down on the coach because I have probably realised this as I've got older. I was like, why didn't we go on the car? It's probably because my uncle wanted to get on the bevies.
Yeah.
Now I'm thinking about this as a 10-year-old. But yeah, we went there, and I've only just thought about that. I was like, why did we go on the coach? I never realised because we had to get a coach really early and really yeah.
I will say something. That is something that I'm very impressed with football fans. They are very dedicated to their club because some of the times that some of the away fans have to get up and travel. And then you hear them going, I have to get up to work tomorrow. And they're like, can't do that. I'm having a sickie.
No, but we always used to go and just we sat when I was 10. We didn't sit on the Kop. I sat on the south. No, the north. We sat on the north.
Yeah.
Because my mum wouldn't let me go on the Kop. She wouldn't let my uncle take me on the Kop. She was like, not happening. My mum, my uncle, they all grew up in Hillsborough. So that's as close as you get, pretty much. They lived in Hillsborough. So it's a case of she knew everything about it. She was like, you're not going on the Kop. And I was like, okay, fine. And I always had this drilled into me as a kid, like, oh, it can get quite rough and stuff like that. And I'll never forget the first Steel City derby I went to when I was younger. I was walking back up with my uncle from the ground, and I could see one of the Wednesday. Obviously, I realised that this would be in an ultra at that point. They were ringing where they were organising the scrap for United Wednesday, and I was like, oh,
Yeah.
you can. So it's there's certain things you can remember vividly from when you were in your younger.
One of my big
life.
memories was when we got relegated from Premier League, and I remember crying because I knew how bad the football I was about to go down and what was. And then I cried when Carboni and Di Canio left because I was like, these are two players I'm never going to see.
I think you'd have cried a lot harder now if you'd have known how bad that was a side.
Oh,
where
yeah.
we were going
Yeah.
down.
Yeah.
Do you know, I think
He said it, by the way.
I know.
He said it.
he did, but he also, do you know what? He didn't need to say it because back then
And
it was
Premier
the
League.
Premiership.
Yeah. But I also
Which is
remember,
fantastic.
I also remember sitting on a stairs in like a masonette we rented when Crystal Palace dumped us down. And I'm thinking, Darren Pearce, you absolute idiot. Because he just didn't turn up for that game. And it just annoyed me. It annoyed me how much passion we had as a fan base. And they couldn't show it. It was the game that Leon Clark broke his foot because he kicked the football advertisements. Because he celebrated, I think he scored and he kicked the foot. And he broke his foot and he got subbed off. And I just remember, you absolute idiot, we need you now. Why would you do that? But it's like when you go through all this kind of stuff that you think, I think football can actually make you a tougher person. Because in terms of mentally, because some people got clubs who are just so bad. And that's all they know is the pain and misery. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, completely. Sophie, how did you become a Wednesday fan?
Yep. I don't know, man. I think
I love how she's going to answer this. This is fantastic. Keep going.
I wouldn't say that I am a fan. I would say
Get out. No.
You're never coming on here again.
you had your one chance.
that's why he's going to leave me.
In August. It'll get too much.
I think I have this sort of weird soft spot for Wednesday. Rather than, I would never say that I am a fan because
You're not a fan of football, though.
I'm
are
not
you?
a fan of football.
Would you say you're a keen observer kind of thing?
She has to be because
I
I don't
have to be.
stop watching it. Bless her.
It's.
I'm literally always on, and she's just like, "I'll just play Sims."
I mean, my Stardew Valley farm is incredible, but it's very. I have this sort of, I won't say like morbid interest. It's very interesting to me to look at it from an outside perspective, seeing how invested people are, how much it means to people. Like sometimes some of the moods that James comes back in after he's been to a match, and I'm like, it's just a game.
The thing is, though, it's weird. It is weird that because I've had different dynamics through my life, and when you relationships with different people who don't see the prioritize of it, do you know what I mean? But like the difference is, I think you got it straight away. That's the big thing. Like,
I understand that it's very important.
yeah, but like when I come back after a match, like we genuinely was like, it it's still sort of a thing where like I'll mope for like 10 minutes and then we'll just get distracted and go and do something. And that's been a difference in the dynamic of, I think if you're like, if your partner doesn't like football and they're adamant about it, it can actually make you more of a point where you're just like, I just don't want to be around anyone. And I don't like, because you don't get it. But like with Sophie, if we like, I'll be like, I'm moping for 10 minutes and then we'd get distracted and go and do something or something. And then I've actually found that, you can have a different dynamic with it rather than feeling, I mean, don't get me wrong, the playoffs, I was like, I'm not talking to anyone for for the evening.
I will say the playoff was harder as a content creator because we couldn't just switch off.
Yeah.
And go, we ate this. This is horrible. We have to do that episode. We're like, do we have to actually talk about this?
Yeah.
But yeah, I would say that I definitely have a soft spot for Wednesday, and I enjoy how it makes people feel, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Like seeing everybody on a high at the minute after seeing how bad it has been. It's refreshing.
It's weird.
It's weird because I've only been with James 5 years.
Yeah, coming up to 5 years.
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it's very. So when we first got together, you were not in a good place in terms of football.
No.
It was not.
You could just say that in general, to be fair, when we first met. I was 23 and it was an interesting, my year 23 of my life was an interesting year. Carry on.
It was,
Sorry. I keep interrupting and I'm not saying you're like, oh, you must carry on, by the way. I'm correcting myself. I realise this. I've been asking for female voice and I keep going, carry on, like I'm ordering you about. I am conscious of this. I'm just saying, I'm sorry, I'm interrupting you.
Just keep digging that hole deeper, James.
With you, I wouldn't think about it. Do you know what I mean? But now she's shone the spotlight on it and I'm like,
Like my family are all Huddersfield Town fans.
That's where it comes from for the people where I've edged around it for a while and she's admitted it on the podcast, so I guess that's in law now.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I know.
It's part of the lore.
It's seeing the dynamic between my family and James's passion is hilarious. So it's more of the fact that I like to just sit at the back and watch them go at it.
Do you know what's even better?
And be like, yeah, but we got Jordan Rose. Yeah, but we've sold him back to you and he's got glass legs.
You actually say that?
Yeah, that was a conversation. Yeah.
Wow, that is
I
such a good
didn't know-
comeback.
I didn't know any of the history
Oh.
of like what had happened. So I was just like, what's going on? Like, what are you on about?
Yeah. It was when I walked in and I was like,
Going,
you've given 3 years. 3 years. Or was it 4 or 3? Something. I was like,
It was 4 years.
and even your brother-in-law was like, I love him, but what? I'm a bit worried about that. And I was like, you should be.
Yeah. And if we look at where they are now,
We're swapping. That's what I was going to say. The best thing is,
We might be
at the end of the season, whoop, we might be swapping play. I can't wait. I actually can't wait.
so if you would like to hear the Huddersfield Town Sheffield Wednesday dynamic, I'm sure it could be arranged.
Yeah.
Well, there was no real rivalry there before. Yeah. Obviously, there was only Forestieri's fun bus and all of that sort of stuff. And when I met Soph, that was that Forestieri, all that sort of stuff was in the past. Her dad likes to wind me up and stuff because he didn't realize, he knew Wednesday were big, but I was like, you do realize we've won way more than Huddersfield Town ever have.
Yeah, but my dad's a basketball player.
Yeah, there's that.
You know, he's
There's-
not. He
Was.
He was. He loves sport. But
then his knees became biscuits,
Yeah, but if you. Yeah.
like
I
Jordan
used
Rose.
to be a basketballer like you until I took an arrow to the knee.
I mean, they used to play in Converse.
Oh.
And
Yeah.
then their halftime snack was full sugar 7-Up.
Oh, dear. Oh,
He was sponsored by 7-Up, so he
Nice.
had to drink it. You know, it's interesting how far sport has come. But yeah, like football, it's always been like a back thing in my family. They're not super fussed. I mean, they're all Town supporters. We didn't even know my granddad went to Town games until he died.
Really?
No, we had no idea. Like, my mum was out one day and she was like, somebody came up to her, was like, I'm so sorry to hear about your dad. And she was like, who are you? And he was like, oh, I used to sit next to him at football. And she thought he meant like, you know, like community football sort of thing, because he used to run the cricket club. And he was like, oh, no, town, Huddersfield? And she was like, my dad went to football matches. He was like, yeah, he has done for about, I don't know, 45 years.
I swear, the more I hear about your granddad, the more I'm convinced he lived a double life.
Oh, he did. Yeah, 100% did.
Like, he just used to ignore him when he saw him in public. They'd be like, hey, granddad. And he was just like, blank him. Just like, I'm concerned he had like a different family and just, yeah.
I mean, so yeah, coming from that, it's more entertaining for me, I think, to see how, like, to see Wednesday and how, because I don't know, it's one of those things that you can be passionate about from being 4 to 104 and nobody bats an eyelid.
Yeah.
You know, it's a very interesting thing. You never kind of grow out of football.
No. Whereas it's like,
Unlike Pokemon cards.
That's exactly what I was about to say.
Where people say,
I get mocked for that.
You're in your late 20s and you like Pokemon
I was like,
cards,
allow me
grow
one
up.
thing from my childhood, but it's a similar thing, isn't it? It's like, if there's something you've liked since that long, and for some reason that bit, just that one thing, don't get me wrong, right? I'm not a massive child in the fact that, I'm going to watch it, or I'm going to be like, I'll be honest, it's kids stuff. I'm not into that. However, it has twitched the collection side of my brain, and it's just that.
It's
That's
just
all
the
it
hobby
is.
of collecting it
Just
and-
the hobby of
yeah.
like being, collecting
you get the
certain
same
things.
thing with men of a certain age if they like video games.
People collect stamps.
Yeah. And Airfit models.
People collect pencils.
And pen
People sit in rooms and paint little figures.
Well, Henry Cavill does that, and he's doing quite well. So
I know. Well, that's the thing. Like, let people enjoy what they enjoy.
Yeah. I think there's such a stigma about you're not allowed to enjoy it because it's for kids, or you're not allowed to enjoy it because it's... If somebody likes to collect Pokemon cards, there's nothing wrong with
I
it.
just think people need to mind their own bit. That's the
Yeah.
thing in a lot of things. Mind your own business. Is it hurting you? No. Get a grip. Find something you enjoy. Okay?
Yeah.
Maybe you'll find somebody one day that'll like actually make you feel something inside.
But to bring it back onto Phil's question, to compare the last 100 games...
Oh, yeah.
To compare the last 100 episodes of Talking Wednesday to Darren Moore's 100 games in charge, I will start off by saying, I would say actually it's been quite a similar track for me personally, because I would have never, like in a million years, to anyone else have reached out and said, yeah, I want to be on the community special or whatever, and found this blossoming friendship here. And don't look at me like that, James. Stop it. And so I don't know if you know about this or not, but I actually wrote Darren Moore a letter.
Yes, you've told me about this.
I told you about this.
You can say it on the podcast. I don't
Yes.
think you've...
I wrote Darren Moore a letter, and even Carlos, I would have never have written in a letter or anything like that. But for the various factors that I discussed on that community special all that time ago, I was totally like out of Wednesday, and Darren Moore brought me back in on my own and stuff. And I don't know if he's ever even read that letter, if it ever even got to his hand or anything. But if it did, like, I just hope that he read it and appreciates it and whatever. But
I don't think you're alone in that, though. I think
like,
there's a
he
lot
brought me back in, and I was so convinced. I was like, I can't really watch Wednesday anymore now. What's the point? Because this big factor's gone, and he's brought me back in on my own. And like, it's and you guys being part of this community brought me to thinking, yeah, you know what? Why not? Why not reach out and say, yes, I'd like to be on the community special? Because look what's happened since then. You know,
This is the thing that I don't think you're alone, Cop. I think there is a set of our fan base who's are in that position where they're seeing what Darren Moore's doing community-wise or reaching out. It's making people like the club again when they didn't.
Yeah.
Because there's been such a disconnect from fans, managers. That season where we had the Tony Pulis, Lee Bullen, it was so hard to find an identity. Darren Moore come in and said the identity is we are one team and one community. You hear it in the press conference all the time. It's always talking about community. And I don't think we've had that in such a long time.
No, I don't. I agree with you. I think if I'm going to directly compare it to performance, I think as Darren Moore is going on a solid run, we're about to go on a solid run. So it's I think we started off stronger than Darren Moore.
Please don't clip this if anything bad happens.
Yeah. But I think we started off stronger than Darren Moore, because Darren Moore obviously not got us relegated, but he was the manager when we got relegated, and we started this like I couldn't believe the engagement we got on this podcast when we first started it. I'm not going to lie.
It was weird.
Like we were getting immediately got over 2,000 listeners, and I was like, what? Because I did not, and it's not that anymore, by the way. It's dropped
about a quarter of that, I think.
Yeah, it's probably averagely, if you combine the audio, probably a little bit more, but yeah, it's probably about.
Again, it's like
But it's
you said, there was
understandable.
nothing like it.
But yeah, and I'm not talking in terms of viewers of listeners of all the content. I'm talking about the ones that listen to the whole podcast all the way through. It's probably, but in that time, for the first 4 months, first 30 episodes, 2,000,
What
2,000,
really got
3,000, and it peaked around there, and then obviously it came, and it was one of those things where but it'll still shoot up. Like there'll be some weeks where we get it, and I'll be like, oh look, everyone's back, because it's just it's topical,
Yeah.
and it's nice to see. It was like, in terms of the performance, it has its ups and downs, just like a football season does.
Well, what got me, people were so shocked that me and you could actually do something together and be two in their rival YouTube channels and actually do something.
That's not what I see things
that.
What I think I see people is when people come into YouTube who don't understand YouTube just to try and gain more audience. Don't do that.
No.
Right? Stick to your thing and focus on your thing. If you're a really good audio performance, do that.
Yeah.
Right? If that's your niche, do it. You don't need to go into these other spheres and do it that way. Like, we do the podcast and we do that, and we don't need to, it's not like, well, for example, it's not like you see me immediately going in and trying everything under the sun to do this outreach. We do things gradually, and I just think YouTube's one of those things that it's not the same as podcasts. You won't come on and you won't put a full form podcast on and it will bang view. Even the best podcasts, they don't bang long-term views and their analytics aren't crazy. It's the other things around that they do that go off, really.
And it focuses around people, and people's lives change.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You might have a schedule where it's like, yeah, I'll listen to that this week. Oh, I don't have time for the next couple of weeks, because I do it with the podcasts I listen to.
Yeah.
And you have days where you'll binge a load.
Exactly. So, it's understandable.
That's the one. That's the one thing where a topical podcast falls down as well. Is it's not binge worthy. That's because you need to listen to the latest thing. That's why one episode, if a load of people have got a load of free time, it'll go off. It's like we posted an episode on a Wednesday. That yours,
that my solo effort,
and it wasn't even like that we posted it. It was just immediately the analytics, within the first hour, boom, and I was like, we need to find out a time that works for people here and talk to us. When would you like the podcast? Please don't ask for it on a Sunday, because I need some time to breathe. But other than that, I would love to bring it back on a Sunday, by the way, for the record. But that was literally because we would watch the game in COVID, record it, and have it out the next day. That is not possible anymore.
Long days.
But if you look at it now as well, instead of just being the instant spike of everyone watching it now, like it was during the COVID period, it's now sort of gradually picks up.
Yes,
as the week
that's
tail
exactly
ends
what happens.
and through the weekend.
Friday,
even though it comes out on a Tuesday,
Friday seems to be
it
a good
suddenly
day.
picks up on Friday.
The only problem, I have considered moving it to a Wednesday, right? Because
Starting Wednesday podcast on Wednesday.
yeah, I know.
Shock horror.
But
Revolutionary.
the only reason
You just did.
the only reason I've considered that is because we could talk about Saturday, Tuesday. Because when we do put the podcast out on a Tuesday, we obviously talking about what's going to happen, and then we don't talk about that much for a week. So it's possibly the best thing to do to put it out on the Wednesday. But I'm also considering standardizing the publish time. So when it goes out on audio feeds, it also goes out on video feeds. Because at the minute it goes out on audio feeds at 12. So you commute people who are getting on the lunch break sort of thing, and then the video feed comes out later. That was originally because it was the render time. So if I didn't have if I was getting editing till really late, I could set it to render overnight, and then when I got back from work, I could quickly just upload it, and then it'd go out. Whereas the audio I could do first and then bounce that and have it ready. So in terms of the Wednesday, it would also mean we'd have more opportunities there, because technically if we did it on a Wednesday as well, and let me know what you think about this in the comments, if this would be something when we do the live podcast could be on a Tuesday night at 5, the podcast come out and then they hit the audio feeds on Wednesday the next day, and nothing's ever interrupted on the audio feeds. So there's that thought there.
The other thing is with that, you've got to be very mindful of Tuesday games.
Yeah, that's true. That is the thing, but we'd do it at 5 o'clock.
Yeah.
But people would be going to the match, obviously. But it's a case of when I work, at the minute, my working schedule doesn't allow for me to go to Tuesday night away days, really, or anything like that. So, and if it's going to be a home game, I'll probably do a dexterity watch anyway.
Yeah.
So it's a case of that there is options there, and I'm going to look at it all going forward. The first step is going the way we're going with the rebrand and all of that sort of stuff. But yeah, Deadly Demon writes in and says, if you could change one thing about the club, what would it be and why? Did you have anything to speak on that last topic, by the way, before? No, didn't. You were giving me that look. That's why I moved on. Go
That's
on.
just my face.
The stadium.
The stadium.
And I could speak for so long on how important I think it is that we need to renovate the stadium, like wholesale. Leave the south stand as it is right now, because I think there's nothing wrong with that stand, but the other three just look so dated, and I'm speaking very bluntly on this. They just look so dated. The club shop looks really, really dated, and it just doesn't. I understand this might be a controversial topic because, you know, it's Hillsborough, it's iconic, it's one of the old football stadiums, whatever. And I'm not saying turn it into a bowl. Please don't do that because it loses all of its character. But use those World Cup plans that are sat in an archive somewhere. I know it's not practical while we're in League One or whatever, but at the nearest possible convenient time, we need to use those or use some plan based on those, because we get it from so many away fan bases now that say, doesn't Hillsborough look tired? Doesn't it look rusty? Doesn't it look this, that, and the other? And
can I possibly counter
that?
Just joining in before, like, just rather than, if we don't do the World Cup plans, which I agree is the best way forward, why not just renovation? Why not? We've got a 37,000 seat stadium.
Yeah.
We'll fill that if we get back to the Premier League, but why not just renovate what we've got?
Just needs a facelift.
Yeah. Just renovate
More sturdy looking.
Let's get that to a point where we can get that back, where we can fill it.
Yes.
And do the work that needs doing on that. Unless the plan is genuinely put a pin in it until you can expand it. But how long is that going to be before it just it crumbles? Yeah. Exactly.
And like you say as well, it's just, I also feel that if fans knew they had a really nice looking renovated stadium to go to, more might be inclined to go.
Does anybody actually go and get food at half time?
When I used to go, and
Don't even
it's
touch it anymore.
shocking. It was shocking then, but it's like cardboard now. But
I was just gonna, like, adding on to what Jack said. I'll throw my quirk into the ring. I'm an artist.
Oh, look, a musician and artist. How cliche.
You're a musician.
Oh yeah, I did mention it. Yeah.
I think people forget how much appearance actually affects your overall mood.
Yes.
And going somewhere that's a bit tired, a bit run down, it's in the back of your brain, like, oh God, are we a bit tired? Are we a bit run down? You know, you don't want that feeling going into somewhere like Hillsborough.
I don't see it.
Yeah, but
I know it's probably because I'm locked in nostalgia, but I'm like, it's always been like this.
Yeah.
Is
but
that
just because something's always been like
doesn't
that,
mean it's the best thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, just a little tidy up. Maybe we start by painting the railings.
Well, they
Painting the seats.
did the seats need sorting. The
Yes.
seats need sorting, but like that's what I'm talking about. Renovate it and maybe just the wedges and stuff like.
Sodding Presto stand.
Yeah,
That's easy.
But
I don't know if it is, because why has it not been done? If it is there something like? Is it low? Is it like if we start messing, it might just all come down? Is the
who was it that said, when we knock that stand down, there'll just be still the press hovering in the air.
Yeah, there'll just be
rubble.
Presto stand just in the air constantly. I genuinely think if we get a modern stadium, you need a hologram of Presto stand on the top of it. Just, it's never...
Just have visions of it. Is it like The Simpsons or something where they walk into a building and then all the sides just fall down?
I can't
like
stress this enough, guys. That Presto stand has been there my entire life.
Yeah.
It said Presto on the top of there. As far as I can remember, I've never not looked up there and it said Presto.
I think it would be.
Where were you going with that, James?
Wouldn't it be? I think it would be interesting to maybe, if you did something with Hillsborough, maybe you could have like a mini museum where stuff like that could go. So it's not gone away. It's not, people can go and look at it and be like, look at the history of our club. Because you've got a lot of it. And what are you doing with it? Going, back in my day. Like,
have it on show.
Have your history on show and have.
That is actually
As-
part of the
and-
World Cup plans, There is
Exactly.
actually
Yeah, it was
a
like a
thing
museum,
above.
wasn't it?
Above,
It
it's
would
like
also
an
be another
added bit where
revenue
the
stream.
mega store is, but like go upstairs, and that's
Yeah.
where it is.
Yeah, like have the store or like have the museum, have a store. That's another revenue stream that you can put back into the stadium. Also give other fans other jobs.
Yeah.
It's a really good point. I don't understand why like we have to keep things so separate and things like that. It's like the bringing the store in with the museum idea and stuff like that. You can actually build the culture around it and do
because
all
you
of
have
that.
got a culture.
Yeah, we have. There's not a lot. There's some football clubs that don't have that. So there is that there, and I think the stadium is definitely one.
It is very easy to keep saying we need to have a new renovated stadium, whatever, and practically it's a lot of money, and feasibly we
You
can't
also
do that
got to
right now.
realise that it's going to reduce the revenue streams.
Yes.
So that's where the money comes in.
However, there is a counterpoint of because Chancery. I'm honestly overthinking that so much because because Chancery privately owns the stadium.
Yeah.
He can do with that whatever he wishes, and it will not reflect any of that on the club's books. So he could spend whatever he wants on renovating it.
He could,
and
but
it
also
wouldn't
it's a
reflect
case
on the
of
club's finances.
He'd then have to
but
sell it back to the club
he
if
would
he ever
then-
sold it.
Yes, and that would be a stupid amount of money.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, there is that.
Because look at the mess that Derby had with with when they got taken over.
I don't think it's going to get
It's-
touched
oof.
until we can bring the
You
state.
can't touch it anyway. It's got the protection order.
I think what is a thing as well, like when you're on a shoestring, in terms of you need your revenue sources coming. If you start renovating stands, you're going to have a lot of fans you can't put in them. And if you start renovating the good parts of the stands, then you've only got the bad part. You start with the bad parts, and you've got to disperse fans back. And
Classic
also,
example is Oxford. They don't have a stand.
you probably have to do it for an entire season as well,
Yeah.
because if you like doing it for an entire season, you're not going to be able to sell season tickets in that area. You're not going to be able to. You're going to have to do it one bit at a time, and it's going to be few years of disruption. And I get why it's not being done, but it does need doing. But one thing I will never agree with: the stadium does not need to come down. You do not need to move it. You do not need to bring it down. I would actually possibly lose my heart of that club if it did, just because of where I've told you my family grew up in Hillsborough.
Yeah.
If that is not down that street, it's going to be different.
If anything, it needs raising up height from the Don.
Yes.
It needs to go higher up structurally.
Yeah,
Because
That would cost an absolute
That would be an
fortune.
absolute
That would be
Like-
knocking it all down and rebuilding it.
Yeah,
again.
I don't
necessarily.
really necessarily mind if we had unlimited money, doing that in the exact same place, piece for piece, modern. Do you know what I mean? I don't actually mind that so much.
If we just got all the stands to look like the South Stand, it'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like that's what Bramall Lane did pretty much when
Yeah.
they renovated that place. I mean, that looks tired now, but yeah, that's pretty much all they did when they renovated it in the mid 2000s, whenever it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, sorry, I interrupted.
I remember
you there.
they had automatic ticket things,
They
you
did.
know, because I went to a Milan game there. Inter Milan, was it? Sheffield FC, Inter Milan, they hosted it at Bramall Lane.
Yeah.
And I was like, I had my Wednesday top on under a jumper or something, and just walked in and just like,
You were like, this is a bit.
yeah, I was like, what's this? We hand it to person.
And they go beep and give it back to you.
What would you change about the club?
Mine's similar, but it's training ground.
Yeah,
Training
you
ground
bang on
branding.
about this training ground.
Training
So I
ground
get
and-
it though.
Training ground and branding.
Yeah.
Because our training ground is not ours.
You
We
can,
do
you can
not
sort
own
of
it.
tell that, I think, when you look at how
Yeah.
it's branded. It's all very temporary fixtures rather
Well,
than.
you look at some of the old pictures where they've been inside the training ground. It's that old tired council kind of put together expensive.
prefab looking stuff.
And then you've got like the Wednesday branding, and it's just bits that are falling off, and you can see it in videos. It's like, it looks bad. The thing is, getting the training ground right is, again, another one of these. It's expensive because we have to buy land. Where in Sheffield is the land you can buy?
Look at Leicester when they did theirs up.
Exactly. That's why they haven't been able to do a transfer window.
Yeah.
Remember a couple of seasons ago, Chancery had a company do a survey that said, do you want me to spend money on players or do you want me to improve infrastructure? Everyone said players. So he knew, right, players then. If everyone said
oh God, think about where we'd be.
Yeah. If he said infrastructure, it would be so much better because a training ground can then level up your youth academy.
How much of a training ground would Jordan Rhodes have bought you?
Yeah, exactly.
I've been saying that.
They
for
wouldn't
so
have bought
long.
you a low because obviously 10 million.
Yeah.
You probably need to spend more than that, but it'd have been a hefty chunk of it.
You
It bought
get
that,
a decent
you know,
land.
like the land that's behind the training ground where there's like,
South Yorkshire Police land, yeah.
and there's like a pub
The-
event hall
yeah.
thing on it with like a rugby
It's
pitch
also
outside
got
it.
a
And,
cricket pitch,
yeah.
I think.
Could we not like
That land. Oh,
There's
like
bits of parts of, I don't know if it's specifically the factories district, but there's a load of like
brownfield sites.
pretty much like
I know about that. 'Cause I'm a
glassed
geography
out.
graduate.
Do you know, but like glassed out.
Yeah.
You know, like the glassed out buildings,
Yeah.
that sort of thing. You could just flatten them. I've always thought if you bought
There's a
them
lot
and
of
just
land.
flatten them.
There's a lot of farmland for sale in High Bradford.
I don't necessarily want to touch farmland.
Ironically,
I think farm.
the Sheffield United training ground is up for sale because they've just bought the RAF field. And
Are you sure about that? Because they just done a massive modernisation of their ground, which I think may have nuked that.
oh, well, never
Well,
mind then.
well, why don't we just buy the RAF
Yeah,
ground?
that's
then?
what I'm saying. Why don't we buy the RAF field instead?
I mean, it'd be the most banter move on chance here.
You're just buying United's academy. But to be
Buying the
honest,
RAF
it
field.
makes sense.
Yeah.
I don't. To be honest, I don't care because they could have it forever. They could put it on the honours board. Oh, you've got our old academy. Fine.
Whatever. It's,
Jack.
Have you seen where it is?
Yeah, Jack, we can do what Mike Ashley done to what he was trying to do to Coventry. By the way, we own your training ground. Now go look for somewhere else to trade. I'm your landlord and I want this much money.
I think if I was to change something about the club, it would be community outreach, and not in terms of just doing the hospitals, doing things like that, but making every fan like feel like there's more, giving more incentives to for fans to be engaged. I know we're trying things, we're doing the esports teams and things like that, but there's stuff that like there isn't a lot of inclusion to the general fan base, you know, and you notice it more when you are in this sphere and you're sort of like you're interacting with different members of the community and stuff like that. There's so many people who just go to the matches but don't have any other sort of connection to the club. And it's also a case of if there was more outreach and more engagement with certain fans, I think you'd have more ideas on how to monetize. You'd have more ideas on how to do a media presence. You'd have more ideas on how to get voices in and really make things. It's just there is other clubs just leaving us in the dirt with that, and I think we are trying, but we need to move quicker and move smarter.
It was really good in 2010. I mean, my primary school, there used to be someone from the Sheffield Wednesday community program.
Why is it just Sheffield?
I don't know.
I know that's weird because we're Sheffield Wednesday, but like there's so many outer areas of Sheffield that you don't have to be right directly there. You think, oh, there's Wednesday. What about different like start going out there for a start. Do you know what I mean? And grow the fan base. Get them in when they're young. And yeah, they might not be supporters now, but there might be kids that come in and they're like, oh, we had the Wednesday. But then there might be more of a.
I wonder if that community bit we just built recently might help. Because we spoke about, I think it's up near Axel, where we just like done all the pictures. The thing is, on the community, I still think Chancery shared about.
Because of all of that crap that he was getting a few years ago.
You know
So
what I
he's
mean?
scared of if he does this, he might get this, or if he does this, so he might do this.
He
So
got a lot of backlash for no reason.
yeah,
And I think when you initially get that back, it's like, what am I doing? It's why seeing Chancery actually be behind the scenes is actually quite nice to see because he's probably enjoying it a bit.
Yeah. Yeah, there's that. What would you change about Sheffield Wednesday?
I think, like Jack, I think the stadium. I think,
Yeah.
like
I guess
said,
that's the one thing that you always see as well. It's that side of
as
it.
a
So yeah.
visual person, like I would look at the visuals, and like I said, going into somewhere that is a bit, outdated, there must be some part of yourself that's like, oh.
Not-
A little bit
Not
like
me.
No.
Proud of it.
Not me. I'm always like,
I always feel like there should be some.
I'm the child on the steps.
It should be something.
It's like if you buy a house and you've got to redo it from like ground up.
Yeah.
You want it to look nice at the end of it.
Yeah.
The problem is we have one bit that's nice and that's the bit where you walk over the bit. That is it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You walk around the rest of it.
And it is
doesn't
such-
look
And I
a
believe that was
staple.
renovated because of all the insurance money that we got for when the club flooded.
Oh yes, it was. Yeah.
Yeah.
That was why all that got done up, all the South Stand, because of insurance money from the flooding.
Yeah, and if you are going to have a staple like
Mm.
Hillsborough,
Yep.
it should be maintained.
hmm
It should be, because at the end of the day, as much as I don't like saying this, it's a historic landmark.
hmm
Why?
Why don't you like saying that?
It just feels dirty.
Can you please elaborate?
Yes, a historic landmark. Oh.
I don't think she meant like
No,
that.
she didn't. I know she didn't. I just thought it would be funny because we've been very serious, and I just thought let's have a laugh again.
Oh, Jack.
A historic landmark deserves to be treated with respect.
Yeah.
It is something that needs to be maintained for generations, and I just don't feel like it is at the minute.
I think the problem with it is as well because of the name and the ties to the name. It's like when you talk about historic landmark, when you think about history, people overlook that. They'll look at that one point in history and they won't look at everything else historical about it. There's been so many historical things, but because there was something tragic that happened that was historically tied to it, people immediately go from that, and that is always going to be a shadow. But wherever we go, it should always be Hillsborough, and it should always be, so it's like there's always going to be that anyway. And it's always going to be on the Google search anyway. So it's a case of...
use your community outreach bit to get the community to help put back into their stadium.
Well, I know for a fact that
That
fans
makes
would go and
sense.
sort the seats out and
Local
stuff like that.
tradesmen, local
Yeah.
builder,
Yeah.
anything, all that sort of stuff.
Just be like, could you pin the seats? And we'll obviously put
I
like.
think we did. Did we do that a few seasons ago? We had some people
I think
coming into...
it was
Yeah.
like when Mandarich first owned the club. It was around that time, like first came in
Then
to
again,
own the
you've
club.
got community.
But yeah,
I think... yeah, we just definitely... just the visuals, yeah. They could do with lifting. And also... Some of the visuals that we then decide to go for, I'm like, it was stupid.
Yeah.
It's like, what are we doing that for?
Like,
Do you know
I
what
see
I mean?
some of your marketing stuff, and I'm like, that's gone through people,
Yeah.
and we've gone, yeah, that's fine.
Mm.
You just think,
I'll be it's like there needs to be more of I think there needs to be more of a standard there across everything. You standardize things, and this is the standard. If we're not hitting that standard, we're not putting it out.
it does feel like the media side of the marketing is living very much in the 2010s. Not
The catching up. I've got to give credit where I can see it.
2012, it would have been great, but
I
we're
think when
10
they
years
did
on
the
from that now. We need to be like
Dawson and Stockdale thing, that was a good
Yeah.
That sort of
Yes.
stuff. They're doing that sort of thing, and again, but yeah, I know what you're saying there. People were doing that a long time ago, and they were catching up to that sort of stuff now. But we need to keep going down that route.
because like when it's just the training videos, I'm like, okay, great, good insight. Where's all the other stuff? All the other clubs are doing loads of other stuff, player interview, like get to know me sort of things with the players. There's like the crossbar. They've taken over from Soccer AM, individual clubs have, of doing the corner challenge and the crossbar challenge, all that stuff.
Yeah.
Where we could be doing that too.
Invite.
all that
I
sort
know
of
it
thing.
sounds really weird, and it sounds like self trying to go for it, but ask content creators if they've got an idea for the club, and
Yeah.
you can vet it. Do you know what I mean? And if it's
Yeah.
crap, it's crap. If Punk wants to come on and do a review, they go, no, that's fine. That's not. I'm only making a joke here, but you know,
Example,
but you
yeah.
know, if they go, if you've got the facilities to be able to do something, and we can then work with you, and then it's a dual thing. It's
with Morg.
yeah.
They did a big thing about Morg.
But the problem is, everybody knew it was just, yeah, he don't care. He
Yeah.
might have been a Wednesday fan at youth, but they did it, and actually, it wouldn't. I think it's a case of you'd have to have someone who would do it. You would do it in a way where you like,
yeah.
I wouldn't do something that would appeal to, like, if I was to do it, I wouldn't do something that would necessarily appeal to a wider audience. I'd do something that would appeal to Wednesday fans. I'd know you'd get the stick on certain things, but you'd do something that, you know,
Makes you wonder how much money we actually
But-
spend on.
Yeah.
Yeah, but even without collaboration and things like that, and working with, and I know they're trying to do that more on the music scene. So that's
And
fair
it
enough.
sounds like a big sort of self plug to be like, hire us and do, work with us. But like, it's true. It's the only way
Just
you
or
will
just
be able
ask
to break
opinion.
into that market.
Yeah.
Is by going to the people who understand that
It was
market and
Bank Committee
have
was
been there for so
good
long.
at times, but
Yeah.
it was the wrong people acting the
Yeah,
wrong
they
way.
got the wrong groups in, I think, to that, and
Yeah.
that's why it ended up stopping, because it wasn't a discussion. It was just, let's hurl all this crap
Why
at the
you not
chairman.
spending
Do you know?
money on
Do you know the best things that I see is there's marketing departments and customer engagement departments of big companies. They will watch everything that is to do with certain podcasts, and that's how they'll fix things, and they'll reach out to those people. And it can be done on the quiet. It can be done on those certain things, but it's like people that would probably want to, and not always reaching out with solutions and things like that. I'm also not someone who gives away all my ideas for free. It's why I'm
Yeah.
very vague
Yeah,
when I talk about all this sort of stuff on the podcast. Because yes, if I was hired on the Wednesday media team, there would, and it was my focus and it was my job, there'd be a different thing. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's also not necessarily something that I would be looking to do right now, but it's something that like I know how I would do it. Do you know what I mean? If I was to do it, and if there was
I'd like us to do our own inbuilt like TV station.
Oh,
The
yeah.
problem is that again, I don't think any of that's going to
I'd
happen.
love to host
If I'm
that
being if I'm being absolutely honest, again, there'd be too much. There'd be too many people who were
too many cooks. in the
There'd be
kitchen,
too many.
so to
Yeah,
speak.
exactly. That's why I said I've thought about things like that before and stuff like that. But I just think do your own thing. People like it. You don't need to reach out to a certain way. The club's also got a certain level of liability by bringing the wrong people on, but we've seen it in the past
Yeah.
when certain people are being involved in the space and it's not
Yep.
gone well,
Yep.
right? So you've got to be able to suss that out. And I think it's a case
It's
of
a difficult one.
yeah, but I also think hiring the right people, you don't necessarily. I would never also say specifically, if I didn't have a media background and I didn't have it on my CV, I wouldn't say like, oh, you could hire me for some media consultation or something like that. But I do. There's a difference, you know
Yeah.
what I mean? And I'm also a fan of that. So even if it wasn't like that, it was a case of I've seen clubs reach out to people that have come from a media background but have started their own podcast or they've started their own thing and they're covering a channel. And the clubs have liaised with those people, and not on a big scale, but it's like they've gone like, well, if you've got if you've got it on your CV, if, however, you've just started a podcast and you've based it off clout, you're possibly actually an ego voice necessarily. You could be. You're not the right person to ask. You ask the right people who've got the expertise, but they've also got the passion. The people who are not in it for themselves. That's the difference. But yeah, there's ways to do it in terms of engagement and collaboration.
Very good example of the club reaching out to someone is Doncaster with Dapper.
Yeah.
They've got an excellent
And
relationship.
and just
And-
saying, yeah, exactly.
Prime example of how it should be done.
Actual,
Actual respectable relationship.
Yeah.
The Dapper himself is very respectable with what he puts out.
Because Dapper
and-
would go on like their before they do like a preview before the game. It's like their TV version. Basically.
Yeah.
He'd go on and I thought he'd talk with somebody from the Doncaster Free Press as well. Which ironically, since they'd actually hired the person who was doing the Doncaster Free Press stuff, he's now in house at Donny doing it. But the thing is, there is that where you look at clubs like Doncaster and Fleetwood are very good with COD vlogs. They're very good with nappers, with stuff. Reach out to. They're not wanting the world. They just want a little bit of going. Look, I can help you get this better.
The outreach.
where it goes.
It's what, unfortunately, the Sheffield United side of the city are doing very well.
Yeah.
Do you know what I
And-
actually think is a thing that they don't even need to do any really hard work? Do you know what they need to do? If someone's put a lot of effort into a Wednesday piece of content, do you know what? And it counts as an endorsement, which is why certain marketing teams don't do this. Just like it.
Yeah.
Because then
Yeah,
everybody has
just tap
followed
a
that
like on it.
channel.
Well, see, Sheffield Wednesday has liked this.
Yeah,
piece of
exactly.
content, yeah.
And it's like, there it is.
It's very little effort.
Free
but it's
promo.
like a
Bringing into
subtle-
that sort of thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I think we need to be more clever with how we do that. And it's a case of not picking your favourites as well.
Oh, yeah.
Because the thing is, if you go down to too much of an echo chamber, you end up. It's like if they ever reached out to, they will not. But it's like it was like you wouldn't want us on it all the time.
No.
You wouldn't want us doing something all the time. You want different voices. That's
Yeah.
the whole point. You know, it's like, but it's also a case of I think some people don't want to hear it. And if I'm very honest about the club. I think I'm fair to the club. I think one thing I will say is
yeah.
I'm always trying to be fair.
Yeah.
It's
But
never
like, it doesn't mean I'm not
unjust, harsh
critical.
criticism ever.
Yeah,
It's
exactly.
a fair assessment.
They're
kind
being
of thing.
critical for the sake of being critical, and then just having a way that you think could make it better. And I think there's too much in our fan base at times where it's this is how we should be doing it, and not of can we do it like this? You know what I mean?
Yeah. Right. Should we do one more topic and then
Yeah.
round it out for the night? What we feeling? Anyone? Anyone want to bring anything up?
What games have we been playing recently?
Games have we been playing recently?
Yes.
Yeah, let's finish it on a bit more of a general.
I'm currently going through the Far Cry series. I'm starting on Far Cry 1. I just love the Far Cry series, and I haven't played it properly in ages. So I'm having a chance to go through it all and go. I'm going 1, 2, 3, 4. I won't play 6 because I hated 6. 6 did my head in. It went away from the entire story. What are you playing recently?
I need to play 6, so that's a great endorsement. I don't know. What have I been playing?
You have been playing Kingdom
Crusader
Crusaders?
Kings. Yeah.
Oh.
I actually finished a game for the first time. Because it's a great game to play on your laptop when you're shattered and you've just got football in the background. So, hiccup. Oh, I got the hiccup in.
Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Shockingly been playing FIFA.
Yeah, I've been playing bits of FIFA.
Really? You play FIFA?
Yeah.
Not a lot. No.
Oh.
It's
Yeah.
completed it.
Yeah, I packed Mbappe, so I don't play Ultimate Team, but like we had these things over Christmas. I just had these like promo packs, and I opened one and I got Mbappe, and I was like, oh, now I need to probably play this a little bit because you've got a card that's like really good.
Yeah.
So I need to kind of like try and build a team and see if I can actually compete, and I can, believe it or not. Not against some players, because some players will just go skill, drag, skill, and I'm like, well, this is not football. What are you doing? But yeah, I've been playing a bit of that. I tried to play High on Life, didn't like it.
I liked it, but didn't. It was too much.
I just thought, no, I don't need this right now. There's something right when games are in that Fallout style, but they don't fit that they aren't Fallout and they don't have the grit. I just don't deal. Do you know? You know what I mean? I'm really looking forward to Starfield this year. That's going to be a big thing for me. That's going to be a big time for me.
Yes.
And it better be good. Yeah, I reckon it's coming out in June. That's what I'm feeling. June. What else? Me and Adam played that Zombie Army game. The Zombie Army 4.
All right.
Oh,
It's like from the
yes,
creators of
it's
Sniper
based on
Elite.
Sniper Elite, yeah.
And because we had a visit over Christmas and we sort of hung out for the weekend and we were like, what should we play? So we played through that and I was like, this is actually really quite fun. It's like a throwaway weekend game that we'll probably play a little bit more of. But yeah, they've been the main ones. And then, yeah, just FIFA's always the thing for you jump on casually. I don't really have much, and Crusader Kings is the same thing. Just jump on. Don't have much time, play those sort of games. But you do indeed stream games. So what have you been playing lately?
Well, I did try that High on Life, and I thought it's kind of funny, but the novelty wears out after a bit. It's just Rick and Morty with,
and I don't like
in
Rick
it,
and Morty,
and it's but I basically I have this like on and off relationship with Fallout 4 and Fallout New Vegas, and I discovered a YouTube channel called Skyrion who does like loads of lore stuff. And it's just I love that.
Have you watched Oxhorn?
And yes,
He
actually,
did it
those two have inspired me to make some things like that down the line when I learn how to edit. but I've been playing that a lot, and I'm so hooked on this idea of like, what can I do? What would Fallout 5 be in my head? And because I love the real classic.
Oh God, are we about to do
ones,
the same get video content on our gaming channels? Because I was literally, I've got a list at home of what content I'd like to do, and I was like,
because I love the classic Fallout RTS games from the 90s.
Oh, okay.
And they effectively said Fallout Tactics, the third one that happened in Chicago, that's not canon. We're getting rid of that, and we're just moving straight from Fallout 2 to Fallout 3. So I think that whole area of stuff can be redone in Fallout 5 in like a really interesting way. And but I've just been binging the Fallout games really at the minute. And
it's my favorite franchise. I've got a plasma rifle.
No way.
I've got a plasma rifle.
No.
He's got a Pip-Boy and a plasma rifle.
I'm freaking out right
I've got a Pip-Boy and a plasma rifle.
Nice.
Yeah. It's honestly, I played that game in 2009 2009, and I was like, what's this weird like armor? It's gonna be like one of the rubbish war games. Then I'm in a vault. What's this? Okay, I'm walking. Oh, it's 3D. Okay, it's not like one of those. Oh, it's not a normal shooter, but I'm in first person. And then did that. This is weird. This is that. What's this? And then I stepped out. I was shooting people. Okay, it's going to be like Underground. I don't really like these sort of games. And then you step out and you're like,
And that
well,
music.
I
that-
can go
oh,
it, and then the like little crackle and the sun, and you're like, and the wet. I can go anywhere.
And they can blow
And
up an
like-
entire town if you want to.
Yeah,
It's that sudden realization, like, what is
Yeah.
this?
it's honestly like that. And then I was in third year when Fallout 4 came out. So I spent a big part of my student loan on the Pip-Boy edition. And that's why I have that's why I have it. Because I bought a PS4 because I knew that Fallout 4 was going to drop on that at some point. And I was like, I need to play that game. And we got one Bethesda Game Studios game on that entire generation.
I'm just proper into like rich story games. I much prefer them to like multiplayer games.
Yeah.
Hands down.
Yeah.
When I could just get lost and immersed in it.
But it's also a case of I realised I don't like general RPGs specifically. There's something about the Bethesda Game Studio games that just sort of like tick all those boxes of like, oh, and a lot of people moaned about like the RPG elements with the settlement building came in, but I can literally spend I did in lockdown spend days just building settlements.
I downloaded a mod called Sim Settlements.
Yeah.
And
And
number 2 has a storyline, and the storyline is so good.
Yeah.
It's effectively like
this
been given the
laptop has
thumbs
got
up.
modded Fallout 4 on it.
It's effectively got the thumbs up from loads of the actual game developers and said, potentially in the next Fallout, there might be a sim settlement system in there.
If you ever
who
need
knows?
to like know anything about Fallout, I've spent the past 10 years. No, it'd be much longer than
curating
that. Just
this
like
archive of
because the reason I want to do Fallout 5 content as well is I watched Fallout 4 content after Fallout 3.
Yeah.
And I'd love to do more of that. And I know how I do it, and I am going to do it. And there's space for everybody in that field.
yeah.
So it's a case of like, but it's like I am going to do it, but I'm going to do it in a very specific way because there's ways that I really enjoyed it when I was waiting for Fallout 4, and I think I'm going to make that, but for Fallout 5. The lore videos are too much. You've got a great voice for that though.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's what you should be doing, using
Yeah.
your voice to make that sort of content.
But my brother would absolutely love to find you all the lore. He absolutely loves
Yeah.
lore building and like he's a dungeon master, like Dungeons and Dragons.
I've always wanted to try that Dungeons
So
and Dragons.
I
but I've
think you'd
never-
be really good.
I
at
got
it.
really drunk and we just because it was his birthday and it was his 18th, and he was like, "Let's do Dungeons and Dragons." So we got up and we like some were like, "Oh, what's this?" And I was like, "Well, I'm going to commit then." So we like got like elvened up and then I got this huge keg of lager
My
and just
Discord
put
picture is my Dungeons and Dragons character.
Oh,
Ah,
Yeah.
right.
Yeah, so we just, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not something I can play. We've got friends that want to play it.
I'm desperate to play it.
I was about to say, let's set up a little, let's set up a thing.
I don't.
I'll play a Jack.
Okay.
There is a fun side, but I get bored.
Yeah.
I
If
do
he
get
doesn't want
bored.
to play, I will play.
I will play.
Well, no, it's because my mates just got married, but they want to do it as well. They want to play it as well, don't they? Because they've got mates that want to do it. So yeah, if we do end up,
I've got
I
4
just
characters ready to go.
it was quite fun when I had a keg of lager in front of me that just said mead on it, and I was just there with like, yeah. So I'll just do that again.
Yeah.
Be fine. What have you been playing, Soph?
The Witcher 3.
Again.
Oh, with the new
Again.
Netflix DLC or
I have
update
not
stuff,
yet.
whatever it is. Yeah.
I love it so much. I could not put into words how much I love that game.
Clunky
Well,
ass.
Coming from someone who likes Fallout 3.
Okay. Yeah.
And
Perfectly
Cyberpunk.
fair. Perfectly fair.
But what I've been playing the most recently is because I have to stop myself playing Witcher because I'll just play it and carry on playing it. I've been playing Assassin's Creed 2.
Yeah.
And I love
And doing
it.
a mission where you will, please do this or I'm going to throw my controller through the screen.
Ezio, if you cling to that building one more time. Like, fantastic game. I understand
That
why,
game can be so frustrating
I
when you want
understand
him to
why
go the right way.
everybody loves it. But playing it when you've never played it before and going back to a game that is that old, it's just like,
The mechanics of it are...
yeah,
Yeah.
some of it works beautifully still. Some of it, it's like, why did you design it like this? Like when you have to do like an extended jump so it'll reach higher, Like, why would I have to tilt my camera to
I can
look
answer
up
that.
to
Ubisoft.
Hold, yeah. And then sometimes he does it, sometimes he doesn't. But I had a conversation with James the other day because I got to the point in the story and Ezio sat on this bench and he's like, "It's my birthday," and she's like, "Oh right, yeah, this woman." And then, and he's like, "It's been 10 years since my father died." I'm like, "Has it?"
Time is passing.
I was like, "Time's gone past, Ezio. I thought we were just smashing this out in a couple of weeks."
Yeah, it kind of just like, oh yeah, we're rather than go through the
They
plot.
do
It's
just, they do just give you a white flash, you're back in, and then it's been 10 years.
It's
okay.
I enjoy video games.
I do like it. I really enjoy it. Time trials. Why?
It's like we always used to say, oh, the old games were the best, and then you get to the time trials, and you're like, oh yeah,
F those.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
It's like, and why are they like? I get why they're in the assassin's tombs, but it gets to try like 7, and you think, if I have to do this one more time,
I'm going to
I'm
look
going
this out
to
the window.
And I've not had the best run with Assassin's Creed because I started playing the first one and I got all the way to the end. I was doing the final fight and I was playing it on James's old 360 and it crashed
Oh no.
Oh no.
and my entire save went.
Oh,
And I was like,
it was brutal.
gone.
Why they ever changed to the current like Valhalla format and the Odyssey format from they perfected it with Unity and with Syndicate and they should have stuck with that. And
But I
No.
love open world.
Odyssey and Valhalla are
Valhalla.
fantastic.
see, they're fantastic games. They're not fantastic Assassin's
Right.
Creed
Do you know what?
games.
I'm never going to actually agree with the
Right.
marketing phrase until right now, but you can have a Unity style experience in Odyssey and Valhalla. You just don't need to complete it. They actually said that in their marketing, and I kind of buy it. You can. If you go to certain parts of the game, you can have that shorter experience. You just don't play the whole thing.
Yeah.
There is that in there.
the
It's just
same
not
as
the whole
The
game.
Witcher, like you don't have to do everything.
Yeah.
And that is controversial, by the way, because a lot of people like to slate on the new games. But I just think, I'll be honest, if when the new one comes out, a Platinum Valhalla, it took me 120 hours, but it came out during lockdown.
Yeah.
So I could just chip away at it. I got frustrated towards the end of that platform. I was like, how much stuff do I have to do? That was a bit aggressive. You know, you have to do
God of War,
everything. No, not yet. Not the new one.
That is very.
Have you got it on disc?
No.
I think my biggest
Why is nobody lending me that game?
I think my biggest gripe with the latest Assassin's Creed games is that they took the Assassin's Creed story elements out of it.
It'll be interesting
Just
with Mirage.
so they could blanket sell it to the people who just wanted a historical game. But Assassin's Creed is not Assassin's Creed without the Assassins versus whatever incarnation of the Templars are around.
I think
You can't call it that.
Yeah, I get.
You know, that's my gripe. I love the game,
But
as a
Odyssey goes back to
standalone
the roots
thing,
of like the. I think
but-
you can go back to the roots of like the Hidden Blade and stuff like that, and that's like a story on its own. How did the Hidden Blade come to pass? It's actually got its power from Sparta. That sort of thing, you know, that sort of thing is quite cool. I like the way they did that. Valhalla's a little bit like, okay, this is a game about somebody who's not tied to the assassins and just knows one of them, and is 120 hour long game that is setting up a short game that we're getting this year, Mirage.
Although if you do the there's the side content of hunting down the hidden ones, not the hidden ones, the like the Order of Ancients or whatever it's
This
called.
is a Sheffield Wednesday podcast, by the way.
But if you but if you do that, you effectively get to the end of that, and it shows you that you've actually helped create the Templars from the first game. It's
Thanks for
like
that.
the origin of that.
He's not played the
that's
DLC yet.
I've not played the DLC.
No, it's not DLC. It's in the main game.
Oh, it was a while ago. Oh, is it where you do the blocks?
No, it's where you have to go after certain people, and they give you that. Odin sorts them out.
Yeah,
and then,
you've created the temp. Yeah, I remember exactly now.
and then you
'cause
end
it's
up
like,
creating the Templar Order, helping
Yeah.
Alfred the Great create that
yeah,
instead.
yeah.
And
That's
the
exactly
slight
that's
link
exactly
in-
it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's also brilliant the way they did that, because I was like, yeah, it does tie in. I know why they're doing it. Mirage would be interesting. 'Cause it's going to be like an old sort of like Syndicate style game, so it'll be a case of
I'm
and
not interested in that one. I'm interested in the one after.
the Japan one.
No. the witchy one.
Oh, yeah,
witchy,
the
spooky one.
The Project
yeah.
Hex,
Oh,
yeah. That'll be interesting.
There's a mobile game that they're making that's set in like rural feudal China that everybody's been wanting for decades now since
You got that wrong.
Is it?
It's the big next open world game is going to be in Japan. You're going to get your samurai Assassin's Creed.
Yes.
They have,
But there
however,
is a
made a
one that's
mobile
in
game in China.
That is a mobile game,
Yeah.
even though that's also a setting that everybody's wanted to see for a long time.
Everybody basically wanted a samurai Assassin's Creed, and then Ghost of Tsushima did it amazingly, and they were like, "Oh, we best do it now."
Yeah.
And now we can compare it to Ghost of Tsushima.
Yeah, and they could have had the field on it, and they've got to do it so well now.
Yeah,
it's got to be fantastic. Let's just talk about one Sheffield Wednesday thing.
Yes.
But
before
if you
we
would
go,
like to hear us talk about games,
subscribe to James Over on YouTube.
Yeah.
we might do something on there.
Go look at Worko's Twitch. He's getting pumped. This is the first time and only time he's getting promoted on the podcast.
I feel immensely anxious now. I'm not used to people saying, "Go and look at his Twitch." Anyway,
I mean, eventually he will stick to a schedule. Sheffield Wednesday on the 21st of January. So we're going back into something topical. So if you've enjoyed episode 100 and the randomness, I hope you enjoyed that long 2 hour whatever chunk it was we just recorded.
2 hours 15.
Yeah. That was after the initial news, by the way, and the community calls. So that's how it's going to be fun tomorrow. Wednesday are going to be playing Fleetwood. What are we feeling about this one?
I'm annoyed about this game because we could have played them twice soon. That FA Cup draw was horrible.
I'm all right because I keep going in the cup and it's getting us a bit more cash.
I think there's a good opportunity for to get 3 points in there. Fleetwood have shown in the past that they are not a team that travel well. And I think we've got the opportunity to keep our run going. And I think that's what's more important at the minute, to keep this run going. And the nice thing is the Sean Rooney, who squared up to Darren Moore, can't play. because I just love if this whole season, even if we go, I think that's gonna be my favourite part of the season. Someone trying to square up to Darren Moore and just be like, nope.
Yeah.
It was one of those moments where you're like, oh, you're doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And David
really
Stockdale
want
just
to
going,
tussle with him. Okay, good luck.
There was somebody behind Darren.
yeah.
Yeah,
It
it
was
was
just kind of
Stockdale.
Stockdale.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it
Yeah.
was kind of like,
Giving him all of this as he was walking down the
But I
tunnel.
also
It was
loved how
glorious.
Darren Moore tried to pull Stockdale back to go,
Yeah.
stop it now. You're on the
Okay.
bench. Don't get sent off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think there's a good opportunity to get all 3 points here because they're not a great team. They're
Said,
not.
yeah.
They're not
No.
a great team. The one thing they've got at home, if they are able to like bring things back, they have been the team that have done like their 90-minute, 91st or 95th minute. But we are a team that now can handle that.
Yeah.
We had a season where we could only play for 80 minutes. And now we've got a thing where we can play for the whole 90. It's lovely. And we're doing two
And 90
halves.
plus 6 as well.
Yeah, but
we can
we're
manage
also
that.
doing 2 halves of football.
Mm.
The one thing we said in the past, we can't do 2 halves of football. We can now.
Yeah.
You're going to get some very angry messages from nappers.
I already did.
Yeah. Get his review on the.
Yeah.
Send a message. Get a review for attachment on the podcast next week, maybe. But yes, I've enjoyed that, guys. I'm shattered, and we were about to go on a long drive, but being able, we were looking at the time, and I was going, I'm not even setting time limits. Let's just talk, and it was nice to do that, and hopefully, it's something we can do more going forward as we plan with all of this. But yes, there will be that giveaway on the if you hashtag TW100 with sharing this video out on Twitter. Maybe even just tag at Talking Wedding it after you've followed us.
Yes.
And you'll have a chance to win one of the limited edition winter Talking Wednesday stickers.
Ooh,
Very cool.
very nice.
cool,
Amazing.
nice.
It does feel nice going into this Fleetwood game, actually, because I've sort of got that feeling again, like I had in 2012, where I just feel like we're not going to lose.
Mhm.
It just, the thought isn't in my mind.
Weird, isn't it?
It's weird. It's just this, like,
Yeah.
we're going to win, and that's it. That's another thing that this team's brought back again this year. Sorry to just suddenly go back into.
No, it's
the
I
next
get
game
what
thing,
you mean.
but,
It's going to be
like,
great when we lose, isn't it?
This feeling is creeping back in again, and I think a lot of people are feeling that.
Yeah.
And it's just nice to have that feeling again after knowing we're going to go down 2 years
Again, like
ago.
what so
It's
said,
like,
it's weird watching when
Yeah.
be positive and actually have a positive situation. And for someone from the outside looking in who's seen it, it's like, I've not seen this before. What's going on?
What's happening? Are you all okay?
Yeah.
But yeah, I've enjoyed it today.
Oh yeah.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you, Soph. Thank you, Jake. Thank you all for being here. Thank you to our callers, Ryan and Cam as well. Really, really nice to chat to you guys earlier on. It's been a fun day. It's been a long day, but it's been
an
a
enjoyable
really
one nonetheless.
yeah, exactly. And what a way to do episode 100. Stick around, and maybe there'll be another 100 in the next 2 years. But we've definitely enjoyed getting this far with all of you. And that is helped by you liking these videos if you're on YouTube, subscribing, and leaving reviews on the podcast services, which you can do. Why not read it, get it read after episode 100? That'd be fantastic. But for now, guys, as always, that's not the outro.
Nope.
Yes! I messed it up on episode 100. Thank you so much for watching this week's episode of Talking Wednesday, and we will see you in the next one.
Bye.
See ya.
See you later.